Yep. Yeah, I remember CrossFit time, and it's actually like far more hilly than I thought. At least when I was passing through it. I actually remember, like, this was when me and my dad were driving back from Montana, and we were just passing through the highway.
That's where they're located. Next to Lutz.
Hmm. Damn.
Well, what? They prepare your order, and then your dad will come to get it and bring it to your fucking front door.
Oh, yeah. I know how it works. I know how that shit works.
I do it every now and then. I don't do it all the time. Because it gets suspended after a while.
Yeah. Dr. Victoria 3MC, what's up? What's up? I am just addressing this bullshit here. What is going on here and here? What in the fuck? It looks like I have like little like devil horns starting to prop.
You do?
Yeah. Oh, who knows? Maybe I am the devil. And I have my spawns. Okay, I'm having a hard time figuring out what's what. I'm gonna see if I can actually do that. Nah. I mean, I could probably gel it and probably work, but I guess not. Well, looks like I need to trim that shit down a little bit.
Why would you shave the side of your head?
Huh?
Why would you shave the side of your head?
Well, like this?
Yeah.
Easier maintenance?
Yep.
Because, like, when I had all this about as long as this, it would be a lot harder to, like, get it all untangled sometimes. And plus, at work, it's just easier to have it all tied back, and they can't really bitch at me too much about it at that point. They still do, but nowhere near as much as everyone else.
Tell the rest of work.
Deader than fuck.
Yeah?
Yeah, like, I mean, I went back there, did my last little load, honestly realized I didn't even really need to mop too much, so I just kind of touched up some guys mopping up front, and threw my garbage, did some shopping, came home.
I went to work one day, and you know I shave like once a week.
Yeah.
Because it gets all bushy and shit. Tanner looked at me, he's like, that looks really good. I'm like, dude, I shave once a week. He's like, oh, it looks really good. I'm just like, okay. A little bit, miss?
I like having long ass beard. My stepdad keeps whining about how I need to cut it or look like a God, dude, I keep showing him pictures of like fucking like a monomarth or like literally any picture of a fucking Viking and shit, because like, dude, there's like masculine as fuck dudes that have long ass hair. Okay.
That one might kill you. I think it was 25. It's either 25 or 15.
It's 20.
Yeah, that one kill you. That one won't kill you. That's the 6%. This is the one you like. The apple watermelon. The one you tried, that one you're like, oh my god.
Yeah, it actually is like a watermelon flavor that tastes good. Oh my god.
What? I'm not opening the door. Fuck you.
Man, look at you, little punk. You're a little Zoomie, bro.
No, he knows that there is chips in the paper bag in my room.
Oh.
And he wants the chips.
Yeah, like you had the rest of my rice and beef earlier, you shit. I could tell you did, because you're not eating the rest of the rice that I put in there. Thus, I know you did.
Oh. I came home, my tablet was on the floor. My piercings were on my bed. I'm glad you didn't get them, because we had to go, you had to take them to the hospital.
Oh, God. No. Oh, Jesus Christ. Don't.
My cup, my Yeti cup was on the floor. Thank God you didn't chew my fucking remote from my fucking Axial, because I would have beat the fuck out of him.
Oh my God, dude. Quit being a menace.
You're being a menace to society, you know that? He's like, yeah, I know. I'm
just gonna sit there, stare at everybody, and look adorable. No one's gonna give a fuck.
I almost went to the hobby store today.
Almost?
Almost. I was debating on it, and then I'm like, I have to pay my credit card.
Yeah, that will kind of, you know, make you second guess on whether to do that or not. Yeah.
$480.
Yeah.
I put $200 on. I'll pay $200 next week too.
There you go. That's a provable situation. Tell you what.
You know what really sucks?
Hmm.
I won't be able to get a car now.
Really? Oh, because of, dealing with it, yeah.
What?
Well, having to deal with, like, paying off the car shit and... I mean, what else?
Credit card's easy.
Well, what else you gotta, like, deal with when it comes to that shit?
I need a cosigner.
Oh.
Because my credit fucking is like 6 something and like
in
541.
poop.
My credit is fair now.
Oh. What the hell? I didn't even notice this. Huh.
What?
There's like a little island in between Alaska and like Russia on this map.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm assuming it's probably not like an actual fucking like island, but at least on the map it's just kind of cut off. And I have it as a little puppet regime. I didn't even realize it. The Chuk, what does it say? The Chuktok Chan People's Republic. The Chuktok Chan.
Yeah, it was 25. 2588? What it was?
One thing I dislike about Vicky 3 is how you have to build biddies manually instead of like Capitalist build it for you like in 2. I kind of prefer doing it manually. You think that's a drawback? You serious? I know Americans keep trying to seal them out. I know I keep questioning it how many times. So I need to... Dude, you need to learn this, old man. It's like, wow. Such a nice person you are. Such a moral individual you is. Just upstanding morality right there. I got no fucking clue. I'm just like, man.
You might want to open that. You might want to open that.
Oh, I know what this stupid...
That might be your new gun.
My new?
Mm-hmm.
How?
Department of Treasury.
What about it?
What did I get?
Huh. A 401k thing?
No. Department of Treasury. What do they do?
Like Social Security shit and stuff? I mean, that's the first thing I'm seeing on this or whatever. I'm not gonna read it out loud.
Not Social Security.
Oh yeah, it's refund and stuff, yeah. Eligible for it? Yeah, well, yeah, it's just saying I'm... Okay. Yeah, it's just saying I'm eligible for some refunds and stuff. Okay, well, you know what? I will put that right there to...
You probably should get a check pretty soon. Because I got mine. Maybe it might be because of your taxes.
Yeah, probably.
The other one is your chase bill.
Yeah, it's just whatever on that. Yeah, but okay.
You might get one. I got mine. That's what when I got that one letter.
Mm-hmm.
That was my check.
That's some background music here.
Yeah, after getting mom's rent and everything else, paying my credit card, giving you mom's rent, I have like 153 left. Doggo!
That's where you moved?
Yeah, I don't know why. My dog does the same thing to me. He lays in front of me. It's like, what do you want?
It's just a way to be hanging out and chilling. I'm purposely trying to piss off the South into starting a civil war, but no matter what, it's the natives that get pissed. Well, then stop trying to get the South pissed, because evidently it ain't working. It's like, damn it, why won't they get angry? Because you keep doing stuff that we like.
You get playing the same game?
Yeah, honestly, I want to see what... I kind of won, like, the war for the most part, outside of the... like, this last you know, fucking little element. It's basically kind of like how World War II was. Like, Japan was the last fuck standing. So now it's just between me and their puppet governments in China and Venezuela, out of all places, just because they're in their faction and their alliance. But yeah, essentially, oh my god, like half of this fucking world is blue. Over half of the world is blue. It's very little pink that signifies allies. It's just all blue. Blueness. But it's amazing. It's honestly, like, Japan got like so fucking crushed and so weakened just on the virtue of being in the main world war, that now at this point, this more regional war is just like weakened them to the point where their only real like military force that can help them is their Chinese puppet government. But even then, they're getting crushed because they are not exactly being smart with how they are deploying their troops. They all decide to have them at strong points and all their weak points as spearheaded, and now I've encircled all their troops and now are all like getting fucked up, and now most of them are gone. Outside of a few areas. Because I'm still having to wait for some of my allies to deliver their troops over, and I'm having one build up in a naval invasion to invade Japan and just march on Tokyo. I like how war's doing that. I'm used to it. Your diplomatic actions can either escalate to war, or you can get your demands without bloodshed. I feel like that is accurate, though. Like, I mean, I wish there was, like, more of an element of, like, the opposing side that, you know, to put up a fight. But I kind of like it that, like, you know, depending on maybe, like, the traits of the leader of the other side, that might be more diplomatic, you know, without bloodshed. Or if they're more of a stubborn guy, they'll probably fight. You know, and also depending on how, like, the nation / culture of the people there, you know, view you, they might also be, you know, resistant to a fight, or maybe willing to fight despite annexation. You know, I'm assuming that these things are going to be added to a $20 DLC, like 5 DLCs down the road, because Paradox Interactive. So, you know, eventually it's going to be something like that, but, you know, it's gonna be some time. It seems like they have at least some of the basic rudimentaries down, though. It's kind of one thing I don't like about Paradox, though, is that they always have, like, a basic rudimentary game started. And it's like, sure, yeah, I guess you got a full game, but it's like, you're essentially letting the mod community just fill the blanks up until you add DLCs slowly over time. It's a little annoying, but I guess in a way it does add to a very vibrant community. Which, you know, I can respect, I guess. Where Paradox lacks, the community makes for it. I think that's why everyone goes back to Paradox games, because, you know, it's not really the developers themselves as to why we love the games, it's the community around it. Well, I guess a little both, honestly. It's, you know, I mean, of course, it's Paradox. They're the ones that made the fucking game. I mean, you know, obviously they're kind of the, you know, root to most of it. But, I mean, at the end of the day, if it was a Paradox but some other game developer that made, you know, Hearts of Iron or some shit, then, you know, we'd feel the same exact way. The game is a little dull right now because the AI will back down 9 times out of 10 if they're significantly weaker than you. See, that's what I don't like. I mean, it's just like if, you know, like another nation or another AI is just like, you know, significantly weaker than you as a, you know, player base, it just doesn't really add to a lot of fun. Because, like, for example, like, I mean, I'm having a, you know, this naval invasion on Japan. Well, they don't have much of an army that much anymore. Their navy's just gone. And the only thing that they really have left is their air force. But, you know, despite that, you know, it's still going to be a hardcore fight in Japan because at the same time, they can recruit still, they can, you know, still develop their manufacturing. There's still things they can do, obviously, to eventually rebuild. And the sooner I get into Japan's mainlands and shit, the better. Because then, you know, not like, it won't, by the time I actually have to do that, it won't be as big of a drudgery battle. And also, at least, you know, this is just more related to what I'm doing here. As soon as I like finish industrializing Tonkin and Vietnam, I'm gonna let them become an autonomous state and become Vietnam now after that. But I'm just waiting for some stuff to be constructed. And also, I decided to sneak over to the U.S. and play them for like 1 second just to see what type of nuclear reactors they might have built and shit, and they already have some built. So I'm just like, fuck. Right now, I have, actually, I think most of my factories, well, I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I got all 5 of my nuclear reactors under construction concurrently, with all 15, slots for the factories filled. So, and they're not even close to being a quarter of the way done, so it's gonna still take some time. Though, to be fair, I did recently build them. Oh, I have to wait until fucking June? Oh, January of 1945. Okay, I was about to be like June of 45. God, dude, the U.S. will definitely have a nuke by the time I got one. I'm trying to race them to the bomb, not lose. Though I did see how many reactors they have, and they only have 2. And they aren't making any more yet. So I technically have an edge. As long as I can get all my nuclear reactors constructed and more after that, to at least have my set base, then I have far more of an ability to enrich uranium, way more so. And plus, Bulgaria basically let me have all their uranium sources because they have no way to fucking enrich it like I do. So, because Bulgaria's with me as my part of the faction now, they're obviously, going to be willing to let me have the uranium. Which also helps too. It actually boosted some like construction of nuclear reactors and a few other things. So it actually did give me a little edge that the U.S. probably don't got. So I have an edge, but it's a work in progress edge. You know what I mean? Like, I have to play the cards right if when the inevitable war of the Allies breaks out. But I also have I don't know, most of Asia, most of Africa, most of the Americas, let alone South America, pretty much all of fucking Europe besides Romania and the Netherlands and Britain, and Sweden and Finland, but they don't really count, and Greece. But you know what, I kind of want to fuck them up. I have some territories of Greece, but I don't want to give it back to them until they're on my side. So I just have troops occupying these islands, and I could easily return to them, but it's like, no, not doing that. And also, I have Kurdistan and liberated, so if I go after Iran, I'll take another state for Kurdistan to have, and Turkey too. Because Turkey has an ability to have some Kurdistani. Oh my god, dude, Kurdistan has a fuckload of Turkey. Holy shit, son. Dude, Kurdistan could be huge if I really wanted it to be. Holy shit. Dude, all of southwest Turkey is Kurdistan. From Malatya, Tongseli, Van, Hakkari, Diyarbakir. Dude, this is all technically Kurdistani. What the fuck? Dude, it's Jesus, okay. I could basically make Kurdistan just become a major fucking superpower in the Middle East, essentially, a little baby superpower if I wanted to. And for some reason it's called the French Mandate of Kurdistan, but yeah, I think that makes sense. That would be accurate for this time. Also, as soon as I get my ass into going to war and start moving into Jordan and Jerusalem and shit like that in Egypt, yeah. I'm gonna basically have a Palestinian state. I mean, honestly, considering the Nazis don't even exist anymore and I crushed their ass by the time it was 1940 with the Nazis, I don't think, there would be much of a need for basically a full-on Jewish state at that point like that. Because then the main threat of the Nazis persecuting all of us in Europe and everywhere else is no longer a thing. We actually, have, our homes back and are able to, live peaceably. I like how basically just all of Europe, besides just 3 nations, are all in the same pact. And then there's just 4 4 other nations that are all just neutral. Oh. Check something on Discord. United Syndicates of America. Hey. Nice. That's awesome. Oh, whoops. There. Oh my lord, there's just like... I'm not gonna lie, there is like a weird little sense of border gore going on here. I'm not... honestly, I feel like the Far East is, you know, what's really got, you know, kind of the border gore going on. I feel like the Far Eastern Republic can actually morph into these other ones that I have up here. I feel like that actually would be better. But I think that's going to be for an inevitable, you know, last stand, you know, for the war. Because it looks like the Far Eastern Republic is actually literally like 50-50 for like democratic / like lefty communists, you know, when it comes to their factions. And Vladivostok is actually called the Vladivostok Syndicalist Collective. And dude, I actually love it. The independent like Vladivostok, like their commie flag is literally the IWW Tabby Cat. And it's in the center of it. Like, here, I can show you if I can get it close enough. It's actually like a nice little homage, little touch. Oh, there. Come on. Come on. Come on. Does it want to like cooperate here? Alright, come on. Come on. Okay, there we go. See? You can kind of see it a little bit. Boop. Little tabby cat. Exos paint a puppet, but I wanted to like against Confederacy if they spawn. Well, evidently you're not spawning them. They don't want to exist in your timeline. You evidently satisfied them enough to where they're just like, nah. I don't know, what's this? Oh, it's Zad's flag. Oh, that's pretty cool. Got a hammer and a stick on one end and an industrial cog on the other. And the 13 stars. It's kind of partially reminiscent to, you know, like, well, I have it over here actually. With the Coggin bars, or I think it's called. Or, I guess, like a syndicalist variation of the stars and bars. Council Republic flag. There's a lot of different flag alternatives that they have going on so far. Yeah, I got a lot of red back and shit. There we go. There we go. Cool. Yeah, check out some stuff here in a little bit. Anyone else addicted to estrogen? I need my estrogen fix, man. Hey, yo, you got my estrogen fix? I need it. not gonna lie though, Connor's actually kind of cute as fuck. You know what I found out? Connor lives with Vosh. Like, Vosh and Connor are actually roommates, and I never knew this. And the only reason why I found out was because, Vosh's, like, Siamese cat, like that, I forgot what the cat's name was. Fucking, whatever. I'm blanking the cat's name. Such a fan of Vosh I am, but basically, like, the cat essentially, like, you know, walked behind Conyer and was like, oh, hey, there's Vosh's little mutant cat. And I was just like, wait, what? I rolled a shadow. I was like, oh, they live with each other. Oh, shit. I never knew this. And it looks like they're not even in the same room. So it's like they obviously have their own studio set up. It's just like, what? Shows how little I know. What's this episode about? An episode? I do these in episodes? It's not much of a episode, it's just more of just like kind of streaming, hanging. Usually check things out on the tube every now and then, see what's up with different news and random shit. There's actually a couple things I wanted to check out. See what was going on. The Mexican Council Republic flag is disgusting. What's it look like? This is one thing I kind of saw earlier about homeless man that made a whole house. Whole house in like LA and shit. Which honestly is kind of interesting because like the dude basically quite literally built a house. Like this little, like a rust base essentially. And basically just essentially like set up, you know, obviously being homeless, you know, out in public. But funny enough, there's actually somewhat of a positive reception to some of the people living there. And I think honestly it's just because, you know, a lot of it's just because he's showing that onus of like, yeah, I'm trying to like, you know, do some shit where I'm like attempting to, you know, like at least make myself somewhat comfortable considering my situation and circumstances. And also being essentially a like, you know, like being a homeless veteran too, you know, just somebody who's you know, attempting to like kind of push himself a little into a sense of like, hey, I need to at least figure something out while considering my problems with you know, the current state affairs of poverty and my friend and shit, and doesn't want to take you know, some of the services that help him out. Because primarily, it's a lot of those services don't usually actually help, you know, the homeless people and people in need, especially in places like in LA. So he'd rather just, you know, figure it out on his own, so to speak. Which I actually kind of admire, and a lot of the people, like I was saying, you know, don't necessarily mind it, mainly because, like I said, he usually keeps himself and actually kind of shows an initiative of like, yeah, I'm, you know, homeless, but I'm out here just trying to do my own thing. And also, shit's less likely to get burnt down, so thus there's also less danger because of that. In fact, even some people felt like they were more safe because of it. Happy holidays, everyone. Well, happy holidays. It's a little early, though, but I guess not really, because Halloween is coming up. And then after that, it's Thanksgiving, and then after that, fucking Christmas. Shit, so yeah. It's at the Mexican council flag. I mean, it doesn't look that bad, honestly. Looks okay. I mean, honestly, you could do way worse. That's actually not bad. It's not a bad looking flag. To own property or lose my SSDI. Seriously? Well, that's more of a reason for you to move the fuck up here. Because I don't think having a property or not would impact you having SSDI if you're in an Oregon. Yeah, Alabama's a shithole. Not allowed to own property, but, you know, fucking, hey, need some SSDI. Can't own a property, though. It's like, what? I'm not supposed to own more than 2K worth of assets? How in the fuck? How in the fuck does that make sense? Man, our fucking SDI is broken as fuck. Connie building his own mini-city ecosystem, or the ecosystem. Oh my god, dude. Kyle, please stop talking about him. And even then, it's like there's so much, you know, like, more going on with, you know, with, like, like, with his ass, like, he's like, oh, hey, you know, it's... You know, it's like, it's like, he pretty much has been called out for basically fucking, like, literally praising Hitler. And apparently back when he, said, hey, slavery is a choice back on TMZ, they cut him out, literally praising him and the Nazis in that interview, which I think was a few years ago. And said that has his heart set on Arkansas, which I'm okay with if they legalize recreational cannabis, which is on the ballot this term. Oh, on the midterm this time around? Well, hopefully they legalize it. I have a feeling Arkansas would... That might be a close call, actually. I feel like that might pass, but it might be a close one. Because I know there's going to be a lot of law enforcement and police money, you know, lobbying to try to keep that criminalized. But at the same time, there's going to be a lot of, you know, average people that are just obviously going to be like, well, yeah, I smoke weed, I like that. I don't want to be, you know, charged with some bullshit. Medically past 60%. So, I mean, if we're to, like, kind of take the idea that there's at least, you know, some people out there who, you know, are able to, like, yeah, who are basically able to be like, well, I'm, like, for medical stuff, but not 100%, like, for the recreational, just doing it, you know, for your own personal type stuff. Like, if you take those people into account, you know, it might be a little less, you know, all things considered. But, I mean, if anything, there might even be a boost, too. Because, you know, that's kind of what happened with a lot of other states as well. It's about 50, so it's probably about the same. Yeah, because there's definitely going to be some people that are like, no, have it medical only. So that's probably where the 55% comes into play, is, you know, is that variable. But at the same time, you know, if anything, it could even boost. Because, like, hey, you know, people realize the importance of it, and you realize, hey, maybe there's some people that maybe aren't necessarily going to have any, you know, specific type of, like, medical need for it necessarily, but, you know, can still benefit from that. Like me. Oh, little boo-boo. You little sweet dog. Check out this thing out. I was checking out in a minute. Medical program doesn't cover any of the conditions I have, which fucking sucks. And that's also a part of it too. Like, I mean, there are some people that don't even qualify for medical because the conditions they have don't, well, they don't qualify, which is bullshit. It's far as I'm concerned, they should take the California approach with that, where it's like, here's a list of stuff that you can qualify for medical cannabis. Just check off the ones that you have, quote unquote, and we'll deal with the rest. If it feels like some shit like that, dude, fuck yeah. I mean, I don't think anyone's gonna care about it then, you know? Because you could be like, oh yeah, bad back, depression, stomach problems. Okay, here you go, here's your medical card. You know, like, back when, before California was recreationalized, essentially is how it was. Like, anyone can get it. And I think before, Oregon recreationally legalized it, I think, you know, like, for the last, like, 5 to 10 years of it having it medically legal, they just said, fuck it, and just did the same thing. Like, just before, like, a lot of the recreational, legalization, started happening in a lot of these, states, like, those first states were already medically legal, like Colorado, California, Oregon, etc. And a lot of the reason why it got, you know, to the point where it got legalized there so quickly, so overwhelmingly, wasn't just necessarily because, well, we love weed here, but also because, you know, there's just, like, a very strong, lax and loose policy over time when it came to marijuana, where it's like, yo, we can actually make money off this. What are we doing? Like, and after that, yeah, just the balls start kicking. And also, in the long term, especially, it's helped alleviated when it came to issues like, you know, with law enforcement when it came to, you know, jailing people for nonviolent drug offenses and shit like that. And that hasn't, like, been totally minimalized or outright solved necessarily, but it's at a point where it's at least, you know, better than, you know, how it has been. But unfortunately, at the same time, though, you know, busts for other drugs or other really non-violent and bullshit reasons are happening at more frequent rates. So, you know, just to make up the slack. Because, you know, cops got to fill a quota somehow, and they're still going to be pieces of shit. From industrial hemp. I mean, I am too. I just want it, like, legal across the board, because then a lot of that distillate and THCO stuff would be cheaper than fucking dirt. Because the real stuff that has all THC that people really want, you know, is going to be, you know, probably about the same price as now, but unless they can't necessarily afford that, well, some of the cheaper Delta 8 and THCO stuff is going to be easier and more accessible because it's from industrial hemp. It's more of a byproduct to the product. And from that, you're able to, you know, at least get something out of it. Cheap, albeit, but at least something from it. So you can get like an ounce of Delta 8 and shit, and then from that, you know, get probably like, I don't know, like maybe the, you know, equivalent of like maybe like 4 ounces worth of this. Because this was an ounce in here, and this cost me about like 40, well, it actually says right here, well, actually that wasn't the real price, that's the medical price, but it cost me about $45, though the medical price is 30. But, you know, it's like, that's, 45 used to be like more, at that dispensary actually is like some of the upper grade, like apes and shit, like some of the higher level stuff. So like, depending on what you find or what you're looking for, you can find some cheap ass stuff that can still, you know, fucking, like, cause this shit rips. You know, for fucking, you know, being cheap as it was, you know, and only at like 19% THC, this shit fucking rips. Still $300 here for an ounce for the good stuff. Man, I guarantee you this probably costs like $200 fucking dollars, you know, because it's like about 18 to 19%, well, 18.62 specifically, and then 0.1% of CBD. So it's like that shit, like, I mean, because it's, you know, like, not necessarily high quality or good stuff, so to speak, it still gets you fucking nice and high. Like, I haven't bought any weed yet, you know, since I got this 2 weeks ago. Because, you know, I mean, I still got some left in here. Not, about less than a quarter. So this lasts me a few more days. Then all I have to do is buy maybe, like, an eighth or another quarter, you know, probably coming Monday, about Sunday, Monday. That'll last me until the next payday. Wants to screw me. That's why I haven't been buying weed lately. He wants to, like, fuck you? I mean, man, like, you got dudes who really want to fuck you. You got some dick wanting to, you know, slink your way. But uncomfortable. I think that's just the Alabama shell a little bit. And I know he's also in a relationship, too. I guess, like, is she aware of it? Like, is she aware / okay with that? Like, if it's, like, an open relationship thing, I could see it being alright. You know, for sure. But if it's, like, he wants to, like, cheat on her for you, that's, like, I mean, it's not like, you know, it's, you know, it's, you know, it's like, on one hand, it's like, I mean, it's not my business necessarily, but you know both of them, too, at the same time, so in a way, it kind of is. You know, it's so I know, like, with your position, it makes it a little bit more awkward, but I don't know. Like, I feel like if there's at least some context to it, I mean, I could probably maybe seeing it being alright. And I'm not about to screw over a woman I've known since kindergarten. Yeah, okay, so yeah, that's a bit of a, issue. If it was like an open relationship and she knew, I'd say, well, I don't see a problem with it, but that's like, yeah. You've known both of them for a long time, and that would be very bad. You know, that's tough. Because, like, for me, personally, you know, because, like, you know, I'm pretty open when it comes to stuff like that. You know, a part of me would be like, well, sure. But I don't want this to get in between you and your relationship, so, like, I mean, I'd still probably say no, but I'd basically be like, yo, hey, you know, be more honest and actually talk to this if you're a girl and shit. Maybe she'll be okay with it if you just chat with her and be honest with it, you know, because if you're being sneaky like this, you know, she's definitely going to be fucking mad and not be happy about it, you know, just be honest, be like, hey, I'm kind of wanting to fuck a dude, you know, is there, you know, maybe a situation or something like that where you'd be okay with that, blah, blah, like, you know, let him have a talk. Maybe tell him to do that. It's like, hey, I know you kind of want to fuck me, but I don't want to fuck over your girl and also one of my best buddies I've known for a long fucking time, so why don't you be honest and just chat with her about it? Because there's honestly an off chance she might be like, well, if you want to, sure, just, you know, if you want to do it one time, you know, she might say that, you never know. She's like, yeah, if you just want to fuck a dude one time, alright. I have to watch. She might say something like that, who knows, you know, but, like, you know, like, because at that point, the worst thing, she's gonna be like, no, I don't want you to. And then he'll be like, oh, okay. And he might still try to, you know, like, hit you up or whatever, but at least at that point, you know, it's, you know, a no. At least it's not just up in the air and not, like, behind, you know, her back and all this other shit with her, you know. He claims being in prison brought up to gain him. Maybe, I mean, I doubt it. He probably was bisexual. That's probably what it is. Brought out the gay means he's probably was bi and realized he was bisexual and actually liked getting fucked, probably. So that's... He did 4 years for cannabis distribution, and he should not have been in fucking prison for that. I mean, that in itself was bullshit, but, I mean, you know, he probably was bisexual and kind of realized it, you know, probably while he was in prison, to be fair, but just being in prison did not bring the gay out of him. Like, he was bi and probably realized it while being in prison. But that also kind of makes it obvious about what happened with him. But, hey, he was okay with it, apparently. So, it was just consensual prison sex. But, hey, I mean, like, if that's also something that she doesn't know either, then he definitely's got some insecurities, honestly, it sounds like. Because if she doesn't know that either, then that's probably, you know, it sounds like more like he's kind of insecure a little bit, maybe. And I think maybe just actually being honest and just talking with his partner about it, you know, would probably be better. At least for now, and, you know, kind of clear some of that up, and, you know, maybe she'll be okay with it, at least to some extent. Maybe not like a recurring thing, but like an occasional thing or something. I don't fucking know. I mean, you know, that, like, especially for something like that, I mean, being sneaky and shit, it never does bode well at all. It just doesn't. It's just better to just be front and honest, even if it is a little awkward or nervous, you know what I mean? Well, that's just from my experience. Because at least even if it is a little awkward or this or that or whatever the fuck, when you're being upfront about it, it's frankly, straight up not nearly as bad as going behind somebody's back with some shit and then they find out and then they're fucking really mad at you. Instead of being like, wait, so you don't love me as much? Like, the worst case scenario is like, hey, I'm, kind of want to fuck a dude because of this and that, blah, blah, blah. And it's just like, like, the worst thing is to be like, what, so, are we not much of a thing? Do you not love me? Blah, blah, like, and honestly, just because you like, the opposite sex doesn't mean that, Which honestly is kind of like a bisexual stigmatization, because there are people that legitimately think that, it's partly why I bring it up, for people that are bi, this is like an actual, like, stigma that bi people have sometimes, so it's like, oh, I'm bisexual, and then some people are like, oh, so you don't love me as much, and blah, 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 because you might, look at somebody else and be more attractive to them because they're the same sex as you, or this or that, and it's like, what? It's like, no. It's like, I just have, both attractions. It doesn't, like, mean I have, like, some less affinity or something, you know what I mean? So, and honestly, that's, like, the worst case scenario. But that's just more or less just due to bi-stigmatization more than anything. He can send me nudes and shit, and I tell him to stop when she sent him, because I don't want her naked even if she's hot. Not because she doesn't, that's it, but I respect her. Yeah, of course. It's like, it's out of respect more than anything. And I think that's really, what truly comes to it, when it comes to the whole conversation, it's just respect. It's just like, I mean, him going behind her back like that, instead of just being kind of honest, being like, hey, I'm bisexual, and I kind of want to also, maybe have sex with a dude here and there and shit. Instead of just being honest about that and, seeing, what terms can be, made with that within their relationship, instead of just going behind her back, is a lack of respect. It's not respectful. Not to their relationship or to himself even. So it's just like, it's like, come on. I also get it's the South too, being open and honest about shit like that, it can be a very suspect, because of who might fucking hear it, and, depending on what they might do, it's not the same as being up here and being honest about shit, because, if you're, being honest about shit and the wrong person over here is that somewhere in fucking Alabama and shit, then, who knows what. Definitely might, at minimum, be having, some minor harassment, but at worst, legit, get fucked up. Or really, in the most extreme cases, even killed, probably. Certainly a good guy, but lately he's been incredibly thirsty. I'm not used to being the target of thirst. Well, it sounds like he really is kind of just itching a little, and I think he just needs to be honest about it with his partner. Because if not, that's not going to end up well, even if you aren't the one he ends up doing that with, because I doubt that would happen, just especially with how you are with it. I mean, eventually he's going to fuck somebody, and she's not going to know until later down the road, and she's going to be fucking angry, and that shit is going to break down, as a relationship, and they won't be together at that point, because they're not exactly going to be too happy, and, there's going to be a break in the trust. So,
what?
Talking about Venom and his weed dealer thirsting for him. Oh my goodness, it's there. What? Smells the wings.
You can have the bag.
To be honest, this happened before when they were in high school, but this was with another girl. Ooh.
That's more than 10.
Hell yeah. It smells good.
Oh no, what did I didn't. I get 10 or 15. I can't fucking remember.
You nut.
Good kick.
Doesn't sound like spice or nothing, but it's got zing to it. It's got the Cajun zing. Cajun wings.
Okay. I'm going back there.
Mm. Hey!
Sit down.
No.
Chill.
Why are you barking?
Why you bark? Why?
Okay, that's a good peppers.
No, it's not.
You bark
Shush.
when I open the door, then you stop.
No, Pop Popeyes up there,
What?
because I totally get high and devour some Cajun chicken
Yeah,
fries.
that's a good peppers.
No, this isn't Popeyes. Though we do have a Popeyes up here.
That's
What is it again?
Supposed to do.
Popeyes
That
is
was a
freaking
good
what?
bark.
Huh? What?
What did you say?
That's
What was
like
this
a
place again?
good
Shut up!
bark.
What was this place again?
Sticky wing.
Skinky Wings?
Yeah,
What wings?
dog bark.
Stinky wings.
Skinky Wings. I never heard of this place. But, yeah. I know this place again.
Yeah, you should be saying good bark. Yeah, that's what you're supposed to do.
Mm.
Yeah, dog, if someone comes through the door, you're supposed to bark. They're gonna come through the door closed.
That one. Damn, look at this bad boy. This is nice. This is like a nice, like crisp, nice seasoning right there. Like legitimate. We're becoming a mukbang channel now. And here we are with food review. What's pissed me off? What pisses me off, honestly, is he keeps asking me to hang out when he's at work, and or she is at work, and I know where that could lead with him being so damn thirsty for dick. Yeah, no shit. Which he really, I'm just saying, he needs to just be honest with that, with his relationship with his partner, and with her, and just fucking, you know, maybe work out, you know, a situation where, you know, maybe he, for a night or two, you know, gets fucked or something, or he sucks a dick or something. I don't fucking know. Because I'm sure she can, you know, be fine with this situation, you know, if they discuss it and maybe, you know, come to like an agreement about it, maybe. Because close relationship couples, every now and then will be married to her. Well, you know, just sometimes with married couples and, you know, close couples will, you know, have like, you know, an occasional, you know, moment of like having an open relationship for a moment, you know, for exploration or experimentation and stuff like that. It's not necessarily like an unheard of thing. I mean, you can't just be fucking sneaking around, because especially with that, married and kids too on top of that, like, sneaking around is going to be more bad blood versus just being honest with it.
I agree.
Oh, you gotta give me a minute, goddamn.
No.
Yes. Hey, give me 1 second. Also, use all that good. No. No. I can see you being a little butt. Here. A little snooty. I'll give you some of this. I'll give you some salami with a little bit of turkey mixed in with it. Sit, sit. So I can't get any about Captain Fishy being like, want some dick. Well, what can you do about it? I mean, really, at the end of the day, it's his fucking problem. It's mine too, because Romney's this week. Well, I mean, like, you still have other ways to get it, so, I mean, you have alternatives. That's what I mean, like, I mean more so with, like, the relationship part of it, more so than, like, your weed needs.
Just explain it to her, you're my dealer, not my fucking, no, my girlfriend, or my fucking friend. But then that kind of fucks it up too, so.
I mean, like, I'm just saying, it's like, his weed dealer needs to be honest with his partner and his wife, and just be like, hey, you know, I kind of want to experiment a little bit. I'm, you know, I kind of want to get fucked or suck a dick or something. I mean, I don't know. He just needs to be straight with it, have that conversation. Because that would be a better outcome than him trying to sneak around and, you know, suck a dick behind her back or something.
No.
It's like I said, it's not uncommon for, you know, relationships to, you know, have, and especially married ones, to every now and then have experiments where a third or fourth person's involved and shit like that. Even if it's like a one-night thing, or, you know, maybe like an off-and-on thing occasionally or something. I mean, it's like, it's not an unheard of thing. But the reason why those end up happening is because there's usually a conversation about it. And the two, you know, set up an arrangement and shit. Like it's, you know, they don't sneak behind each other's backs. Like, that's the caveat and the difference. Like, I mean, and that's his problem, not yours. I mean, that's what I'm kind of saying about it.
God, the people I was living with, they had an open relationship.
Yeah. To be honest, she used to be Pilla and used to suck behind his back, but she got clean after she got... Well, so it sounds like she got her act together, and, I mean, she's somewhat the same, but, like, he definitely needs to, you know, to have, you know, just a convo about it. The talk.
These aren't that bad.
Huh?
These aren't that bad.
Yeah, that's a good. Really? Let's eat all tail wagging.
He wants it.
Or is he gonna salami and shit? I'm not about to be a homewrecker, you're right? I'm gonna tell her about it. Yeah. I mean, he doesn't even have to say, hey, I wanna, like, fuck my buddy I'm weed dealing to. I mean, just say, hey, I kinda wanna, you know, experiment with, you know, some, like, yeah, like, some gay sex and shit. Just, like, that's all he has to basically do. Honestly, just being broad about it like that would definitely just be a better conversation. Or just a better outcome.
Oh, is it... So the wife is...
Venom has a weed dealer, and he's bi, basically. Because they were married, have kids and shit. but he's like hella thirsting, to have gay sex basically and have some dick essentially, and has been thirsting over Venom, our buddy here, and he doesn't feel comfortable because he also has known both of them, and all three of them know each other since fucking kindergarten, so he doesn't want to be the home wreck, especially for someone or for some people that he especially knows closely with.
Yeah.
Honestly, especially considering that, especially those two know each other for such a long time as well. I mean, relationships since like high school and shit, and then, yeah. I mean, it's definitely, exceptionally better to be honest about it, because, I mean, at that point, why wouldn't they trust you if you have to talk and be honest in front of it?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it doesn't even necessarily have to say I've been thinking about this for a while. You just be like, oh no, I've just like thought about it for a little bit. I just want to talk to you about it. Just kind of explore it and blah blah blah. Like, you can, have it like come off a little more. It's like, I've just been thinking about it lately, and I've just been considering it, and blah 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 blah.
Yeah. Could go that way.
Yeah, I mean, there's something where it's just like, it's just not, being behind her back, like that's essentially it. How it goes about it, either way, as long as he's straight with her, no pun intended. Like, I mean, it's just a better outcome. Get some turkey for you, buddy. Sit. Paw. Good boy. There you go. That's the thing that's gonna get, because women don't really get me going anymore. Last 6 really fucks me up in the head, even with burning all my clothes. I mean, I don't think it's necessarily mean you're like slowly turning, gay or nothing necessarily. I think it's just because of, kind of some of the past trauma of your relationship, past relationships and shit. But
that's not 10.
But, but like at the same time, it's probably just more or less, you're really been thinking more about like your, like more homosexual side of your bisexuality, and that's kind of been more of a predominant thing and shit. You can get it. You can get it. You can get it. Go on. You can do it. Come on. Come on. Up. Papa.
Daddy, I usually don't have to work for this
Papa.
shit. Just give it to me.
There you go. It's on Papa's, and he has to get both his paws up. I'm feeding him, having a little fun here.
Yeah, this is way more than 10.
Yeah. Paw. That took you way longer than it should have. Stay. Good boy. Like a girl before, I link from work, so I don't notice it, but I'll pick up the guy for instantly. Well, I don't know, that could mean different things, honestly, but, like, obviously, I'm not, like, an armchair psychologist and shit, but, for me, at least, like, just because I'm, autistic overall, like, I don't necessarily pick up on, like, flirts as much as, other people probably would. Doesn't mean that I don't, but, like, all in all, it's just more, like, I don't really pick it up as much in comparison to, like, other people just in general when it comes to people that, might be flirtatious. For example, I went to the grocery store the other day and according to my sister, the cashier, their girl came on to me hard and I didn't pay attention. Okay. I just have some straight up some of this like seasoning and breading right here. Mmm. Yeah, that's fucking excellent seasoning. Okay, that's spicy seasoning when you have it just straight up. Alright, I just had the seasoning, nothing else. Holy fuck. Alright, it's spicy when you have it just alone. Oh, okay. Ooh, doggies.
We're done.
I thought she was just being funny and nice, but apparently not. Well, I mean, she was. But she just was, you know, to kind of get to know you more, too. I mean, yeah, because, I mean, they're, you know, at the same time, being funny and nice, you know, can be a platonic thing, but also, you know, people could do that as, you know, a way of flirtation, too. Welcome to my autistic world. I'm autistic, too. I just, like, I don't pick up on this shit as well as, like, other people, too, you know? It's like, I know about these things, but picking it up out in the wild and out in the field, so to speak, is a different story. You know what I mean? It's like, you can know about, like, you know, how people flirt and this and that, but, you know, being out in the real world with it and shit, it's a little bit different, you know? So, no, like, you're saying welcome, but I'm like, I've been a resident here just as much as you, dude. Like, bruh. Maybe not as much because you're older than me, but not by that much. I've been born and raised in this world, you son of a bitch. Like, what? Lucky cutie pretty boy. Yeah, see, like, I mean, that's kind of obvious, but you have a little emoji attached to it, so. But honestly, see, that would be more obvious even if it was set in the real world. If, you know, it's just like, alright, you cutie furry boy, like, that's obviously being flirtatious. Like, they're, you know, like, it's, you know, you can pick up on cues, at least, but if you're autistic, it's going to be probably more obvious cues, more or less than subtle ones.
Suck my penis, fucker.
Well, that's just blunt.
Oh.
But, But, yeah, like, I mean, you know, because if someone's being nice and funny, you know, it can be, you know, a far more subtle way of flirting with somebody. You know, and if someone doesn't necessarily pick up on that, they're just going to see somebody being nice and funny.
Well, it's a two-way street, you gotta figure it out.
That's what I mean, yeah. And obviously, you know, when it comes to people being autistic, it's a little bit more harder in a sense, you know, just especially with, in general, when it comes to things like social cues and shit, but that's not obviously for everyone who's artistic and shit as well. Like, it just depends on, you know, the person, too, and their neurodivergency with that. Is that Fred or Harley? It's the roommate. Harley only, like, comes in here every now and then, and if you don't hear a lot of loud jangling and banging of random bullshit and hearing, fuck, ah, you know, random shit like that, then it's Fred. If you are hearing that type of shit, it's Harley. Like, even with the voice similarities, which I still don't hear, like, I mean, even with that to you, like, you should be able to dictate a difference just between the vapes and just be more quiet and casual and chill versus loud-ass son of a bitch who goes back and forth being, ah, man, you know, being all loud. You northerners all sound the same to me. Fuck you. All you southerners sound the same to me. You son of a bitch.
I'm trying to stare us a hole into his fucking soul.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing.
Yes, I haven't been out here in a while because I fucking sleep. I do kind of need that every now and then.
I'm not southern, I'm from Arizona, practically a Yankee.
No, you're not.
No, you're not. I'm born and raised up here. I am a Yankee. But at the same time, I'm also a redneck too, a little bit. I'm a redneck Yankee. But, like, Arizona's like...
He's one step away from being a fucking full-blown redneck.
At least like a northern, especially northern redneck. It's like northern and southern redneck. There's Canadian rednecks out there.
All you need is a truck, then you have the 3 categories. You have a shotgun, you have a dog, and you have a truck.
Oh, yeah. And some camo, which I do have. Not the traditional, like, redneck camo, which is, like, forced.
I got you beat on that shit.
Yeah, because you got, like, the literal, like, forced camouflage stuff. I got my, like, the military surplus sub-genre of camo redneck and shit going on, where it's, like...
Redneck camo is what I wear.
Yeah. Was Union territory in the War of Northern Greece? Who fired the first shot? I always tell them that. Oh, was it the little tiny fort off of the coast of the Southern Carolina state, or was it the other way around, bombarding that fort on an island, which killed a horse? The first casualty of the Civil War was literally a horse. Yeah, how the war started was the South sieged a fort, and I forgot the name of the fort, but it was like this little island that was off the coast of North Carolina. And that was basically the start of the Civil War as the South started bombarding the fort. And eventually, the troops on the fort eventually surrendered. And the only casualty, coming to find out, because no one died, was besides, a singular horse. That died from Fort Sumter. Yeah, Fort Sumter. The siege of Fort Sumter, which killed a singular horse. The Southerners all thought they were, like, destroying the fuck out of everybody. When they went there, they're like, nothing died. And, well, there is this dead horse that has a bunch of shrapnel in it. Well, we did something. We killed something. Yay! We could use that for mutton for our next march. That's what I find silly about the whole, like, northern aggression claim. It's like, that it literally isn't true. Just literally look who fired the first shot. Whoever fired the first shot is the aggressor. Like, I mean, and when the South is bombarding Fort Sumter off of the coast, they are the aggressor. Like, you literally can't get around that. That's it's like,
oh, I work 4 days next week.
4?
Mm-hmm. Monday to Thursday.
What are you thinking about picking up? Well, because you're gonna be gone until what, Sunday? Coming back Sunday?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay. Well, there you go. Thinking about picking up Friday or Saturday? No.
I'm leaving.
I mean, next week.
Oh yeah, I'll try to.
Yeah, I'm probably going to pick up a couple hours tomorrow, maybe like 1 or 2 hours, and then I'm going to do the same thing on Saturday. Just so I can have like a 6-day overtime pay.
Yeah.
Because, you know, that will help.
I want to work Sundays.
My stepdad has a story view of history. He says the fort fire first and history is written by the winner. Based on what claims? There are, like, every Union soldier at the fort survived and lived, obviously. So you can just... You literally can just go by their accounts, and that is, like, literally based on their accounts, the South were literally the ones who shot first. After that, they started firing back, you know, but, like, I mean, at least with their cannons that were in range of them. But, you know, beyond that, no, they weren't the ones who shot first. Just go by the actual accounts of the people who were there. They all had diaries and journals. A lot of soldiers did at the time. That's how we know about the brutality and the horribleness of the war, too. Plus, you know, some of the early first couple photos in history ever were of the Civil War. I mean, it's like... oh my god. How can one have like, well, you know what? I mean... As much as you think while the whole history is written by the victor is, you know, true, especially to an extent, like, it fundamentally, like, all you have to do, especially, like, you know, in more recent history, you know, the more actual, like, you know, personal accounts and, like, witnesses and their documentations of events and shit like that, and actual, like, files and logs and documents and government files and documents and logs all this type of shit. Like, obviously, the farther back in history you go, the less of these things you'll be able to find. But, like, especially during the Civil War, there was all sorts of that type of shit. You know, and it's just like, you know, whether it's like from people's personal journals, from like, you know, governmental logs and logistical files and journals and shit. It's just like, I mean, there's all sorts of shit, you know, where it comes to, you know, knowing the actual accounts of, you know, history and shit. Even if it is written by the winner, because all you have to do is just look at, like, public files and, like, you know, public documents, which a lot of them are now online, too. So it's like, I mean, also I found out some, you know, a little bit more about my ancestor who fought in the Union Army and shit, and he actually didn't really fight too much, actually, come to find out. But that's because I looked up his name and was able to find actual old archived logs and files about these actual regiments and every soldier in their name. And I was able to find his in the 27th Iowa Volunteer Infantry Regiment and how long he was serving with that regiment, and I correlated it with, you know, the battles and shit, and he served with the first battle that regiment partook in. And after that, he decided that he got his promotion and was like, nope, I'm done. He got his promotion and was like, I don't want to serve anymore. I think I'm gonna serve, you know, somewhere in the behind the lines now and shit. So, you know, like, you know, I found out a little bit about him, and, you know, he did, you know, fight, you know, like, the Southerners, you know, for a time and shit. But, you know, after that, he, you know, after recruited, he, transferred out, and, I wasn't able to find too much beyond that. You know, so, from my understanding, he either was, like, you know, maybe part of, like, the officer corps or something like that. You know, maybe, you know, still part of, like, the NCOs and shit, but not necessarily, like, tied to a regiment or something like that. You know, there isn't too much beyond that. But I was able to at least find, you know, specifically, you know, some logs about him, and was able to find out these things. Because there's public documents and public files on it. And it lets you know the real history of this shit, even if it is written by the victor. But guess what? The North is the victor in this case, and it is the objective fact, but it's because it's the fucking truth. You know, it's not every time the history's written by the victor that history's false. Maybe some of it, but that's why, you know, like I said, you know, there's all these different type of public files and all sorts of things, you know, to get more of the truer picture. The fuck, did YouTube update the mobile app? If it did, I haven't updated it yet, so I don't know. I heard from abortion lately. He sent me a couple mildly concerning. Dude, I was actually thinking about him earlier today. I was probably gonna hit him up tomorrow and be like, "Hey, what's up, dude?" You know, but if you're saying that doesn't make me feel good. Because I have a feeling that either he won't respond or I will get the same thing. Man, I get concerned for him, because I feel like when he's doing okay, you know, he doesn't, like, you know, respond for a minute, because he's just kind of doing his thing, but then when he's not doing good, he tries to have his outlets, and that's when it gets bad. Especially with how he, you know, like with his current socioeconomic conditions and his situation. Talk about, oh, well, can't help you there. Who? That's a buddy of ours, but, Vosh. I mean, if it was Vosh, I'd be like, oh, well, you know, that's just Vosh. But no, this isn't Vosh. I mean, honestly, it's just like, I mean, I don't... It's like, I mean, it's like, I don't... It's like, I mean, it's like, well, oof. I mean, it's like, I just, like, I don't know, it's like, I hope he's doing okay, but that's, like, if that's the case, then it's like, I mean... I guess it's a yesn't. Guess he's not, like, you know, suicidal, but, well, I don't know, but, I mean, now this is a development. So, I don't fucking know, dude. I mean, I mean, I guess, luckily horses won't be able to feel that, I guess. I don't know, like, the positive side of things? He's just trying to live up to Vosh? I don't know. Can you Vosh my Vosh while I Vosh your Vosh? Sure. Yeah. We'll Vosh the Vosh out of that Vosh. While we Vosh some Vosh cock. Some Vosh cock. By Voshing it with some Vosh. Yeah. Jesus Christ. Of course, you know, horse dick brings up Vosh. If you say horse cock 3 times, a wild Vosh appears from behind you. What, want to have sex with a horse? No. Like, I mean, why? I'm not desperate, alright? Like, and also, I mean, just why? Like, why? I don't mind, like, riding on horseback and, you know, being friends with them, letting them, you know, eat an apple out of my hand or some shit like that, but, like, I mean, you know, there's a whole term of man's best friend, you know, but it's not man's best friend with benefits, you know what I mean? It's just, like, come on, people. I know a few girls who admitted to doggy sex. Because white girls are weird, okay? Let me guess, literally every single one of them are white as fuck. Because that's an unironic meme, but I really do feel like there's a weird truth to it. And honestly, like, it's as weird as it is, like, this isn't actually, like, not, like, unnormal of, like, humanity either. Saltier than saltine. Knew it. But yeah, I mean, my point being though, is it's like, because if you look at like some Greek architecture or fucking like, you know, some old ancient Roman architecture and some stuff like that, like, you can see different art of, you know, like sexual acts of like Greek dudes and women and all sorts of shit, you know, having, you know, sexual, you know, acts with goats and other animals, bulls, etc., like, there's some, I don't know what it is, but there's like a segment about humanity that's just like, is literally with, unironically about, if there's a hole, there's a goal. Like, just literally, and take that, like, to the nth level. Don't know why, but there are people like that. There's legitimately a segment, you know, population, and, like, times where society had as, you know, like, as a part of the culture, where it's like, if there's a hole, there's a goal, and if it's something that can fit in my hole, then that is also a goal. What can fit in hole? It's just like, the segment of population is just all about that, and it doesn't matter what it comes from. It's like, there was just like, you know, some, you know, there's just some people like that. I'll once admit I fingered a sheep when I was trying to help push out a baby. Okay, that's different though. Like, you're helping a sheep give birth. Like, that's not a sexual thing. You're helping a sheep give birth. Like, you're assisting it in a birth. Like, that, I mean, I would imagine that's actually kind of normal when it comes to tending to livestock and animals. Like, you know, you have to help them give birth and some stuff like that, you know? Like, that happens. I mean, so, honestly, like, I mean, the way you described it sounds wrong, but, I mean, that's not a sexual thing. You're helping with a birth. You're helping the sheep give birth. That's what you were doing. Like, that's, to me, not a bad thing. That's actually, you know, if anything, you're helping it out. If anything, you know, doing that probably helps, you know, get the muscles going to help get the baby pushed out. Like, if anything, like I said, you're helping with the birthing process. That's not a bad thing. That's just, you know, in my mind, actually kind of being smart. You know, because then, if anything, that's actually probably less harm to the sheep. Because then you're, you know, like, I don't know. I'm just saying, you know, like, there's reasons why people help with live births sometimes, because shit gets complicated with an animal, you know, just like humans. You know, like, humans have complications with live births, hence why we do C-sections sometimes. You know, so that's just natural. Like, I don't think that's a weird thing at all. I mean, you described it weirdly. You described it very horribly, to be frank. But, I mean, with different words, you know, I think, you know, it would not sound as bad. But you're like, I meant to bang her in a ship trying to have it give birth. It's like, yeah, that sounds horrible. But I know what you meant, though. And what you actually meant isn't bad. Like, hence why I have to caveat that, because of how you worded that. And also, like, I mean, to be frank, when it comes to artificial insemination, especially with big animals like horses, you literally have to you have to fist the fucking thing. Like, I mean, working with animals and being in, like, animal agriculture, it's actually a disgusting fucking job. You have to do things that are, you know, a lot of people will question your psyche about, but are part of the job. I mean, so, honestly, it's just like, there are elements where it's like, you know, context, you know, when it comes to what you have to deal with when it comes to the job of caring for the animal, it's one thing, but yeah, and like, just like, if there's a hole, there's a goal, like, that's obviously a different fucking thing. It makes you feel tiny. Yeah, it does. Hence why we have dildos that mimic them. Because if you want that so bad, buy a dildo. Buy a dildo that looks like it, and then you can have that. How about that? Because if you actually do have that, you will die. That will literally rip you in half inside. The Mr. Hand story, in itself, will describe that. It'll let you know. Anyone who's worth their salt has been on the internet knows about the Mr. Hand story. Why are we on this conversation? Like, Venom, if you're saying mildly, like, concerning messages, like, I mean, fucking, you just, like, I mean, you should have kept this a little bit maybe one-on-one, dude, because this is just, the rest of this is, like, conversation for, like, the last 15 to 20 minutes is just, like, I've seen videos on the internet of girls going to town on horsecock. Chances are they're probably fake. Because, like, I don't know. Maybe. Well, like, is the chick getting mounted, or is she just, like, you know, like, laying on something and just, like, letting it, like, slide in there? Because, like, I would imagine there's a caveat. Just because a horse has a boner and shit doesn't necessarily mean, like, you know, the blowing. Oh, well, okay, I guarantee you it's probably fucking fake. Honestly, like, I mean, because chances are, like, I mean, I've been around horses too before. Like, I mean, I grew up with them at an early age, but, you know, I've had family members and, you know, people been around them. I've, you know, been to Iceland, seen them and shit. I know how their behavior is. When they're horny, they're fucking horny, and they'll mount and they'll be ready to go. Like, just because they have a boner doesn't necessarily, and their cock is hanging out, doesn't necessarily mean shit. In fact, a lot of times they have it out just, you know, to air it out and, you know, let it cool down a little bit, if anything. Like, there's multiple reasons of behaviors why that happens. Because it's an animal, like, it has different biological functions going on for what it is. It's a horse. Like, it has a whole different biology going on. Sometimes it has it out literally just because it fucking, you know, just needs to take a piss. I picked one hell of a time to join the stream. You could thank Venom for this. Okay? You could, seriously, I'm being dead serious with this one. You could thank Venom for this one. He's the one who brought it up, okay? I've been trying to change the subject, and you know, I think fuck Venom is actually trying to do that. You see the Humans Report video for today? Changing the subject? Thank fuck. Please. Like, after what I was about to say, I was done with it, too, after that. Like, goddamn. And, you know, I don't know. I think I did. I think I've seen at least one of the videos. Oh, Macho Terry Green being a little sad little fucking cunt bag. YouTube might shut you down. What? Oh, over what? What? Talking about horses and biology and whatever the fuck? I mean, like, I'm not the, like, there's no avocation of anything. It's like, obviously, no. It's weird to, yeah, like, there's, what? If anything, Venom might be more closer to being fucking shut down more than me. And also, if that's the case, then, you know what, like, I dare you to go look up some shit on YouTube, because if that's the case, if just me casually talking about shit like this on YouTube, then YouTube's got, like, a fucking, like a library to fucking go through. Been really strict lately. And then there's just so much random bullshit they let slide nonetheless. I mean, for real. Like... I mean, also, YouTube's always been fairly strict. I mean, they're not really much different, unfortunately, with this. I got alt count to silence me. Yeah. I technically do too, but I've had this channel for years. I don't want that to be the case. If anything, it'd basically be what, like, TJ's channel goes through over the course of his channel's existence, of just, like, getting hit with some stuff every now and then, but the channel keeps pushing on, keeps struggling. In fact, it's already happened a few times before. I've gotten, like, to the point where I've had 2 strikes, and, like, 1 more would have dinged me, but, yeah, I still truck through. And luckily, all my, whatever strikes I do have been resetted, so I don't have any more right now. Yay! I do get some copyright claims here and there, but they're not, they don't really mean anything. They're like the ones that will be like, oh, we'll put ads on, or it's like, oh, well, this is the, you know, we're claiming the rights of the song, but we're not going to do anything, you know, to the video, blah, blah, blah. It's like those type of copyright claims. I guess one thing I will say is that at least when it comes to, you know, like, you know, music, they've kind of loosened up with the copyright on that a little bit, because I've been able to play songs that I know would have, you know, taken some of my streams down and shit in the past, and I haven't been taken down for. So I think there was actually something in their policy that did say that they are loosening, you know, the copyright restrictions when it comes to music, so it is more safer and more friendly to streamers and content creators. So, honestly, at least for me, I think that is good, you know. It's one of the few things I think YouTube's done right. Rare, but... it's a rare W, but, you know, nonetheless, it's, you know, it's better than nothing, I suppose. Used to be center right-winger, believe it or not. And I used to be a full-on fucking centrist liberal, believe it or not. I don't care if the government, you know, does some stuff, you know, as long as, like, you know... it doesn't personally affect me and blah blah blah, you know, just like, hey, institutions are fine, you know, stuff like that. And like, I used to kind of be like a little weirdo about it. That's why I'm going to be posting the second parts of 2 stories. I'm totaling them between 6 to 8,000 words each. It means I can finally give myself a real writing break. Nice. You know, I'm kind of having a writing itch lately, honestly. I haven't written anything right now, but... well, I mean, not like right now, like at all ever. I have written stuff before, but yeah, I haven't written anything in a long time. But I've been actually kind of having an itch. Like, I have a few, like, short story ideas, or mainly, like, in the realm of alternative history. But nonetheless, you know, I'm kind of having a little itch of some ideas. Used to be against abortion. I think that's one of the issues I've never changed my position on. Like, I used to not, like, you know... I don't think, you know, there was definitely a time I did not have a position on it, because I just obviously didn't care, nor was I ever informed on it, because, you know, kid growing up, whatever. But when I was aware of the issue and understood what it was and what it was about, I've always been pro-abortion. I think I was a lot more centrist about it, though, at first, whereas, like, I am up to a certain point. But at this point, it's like, I don't give a shit. Full, you know, rights when it comes to that, you know, at any point, you know, for the woman, like, it's her choice, full stop, don't give a fuck. Like, at this point, if anything, I moved further to the pro-abortion position. Well, I guess, more accurately, pro-choice position. Well, I guess I'm also technically pro-abortion, too, because I'm not like, unless, you know, you're like, somebody who's, you know, going to be a responsible, avid parent, and you know, have at least somewhat enough like stability within the household, you know, even if there might be some financial struggle, because I won't behoove that on anybody, at least currently, you know, then at the very least, and you know, so I ain't, but if you're not, then fuck you, shouldn't be having kids. What if the woman's 9 months pregnant? Then I'll gut punch her. I don't give a fuck. Yeah, for real. I became pro-choice after high school. Yeah, I think, you know, I fundamentally got more pro-choice and shit, you know, by the time I was in after high school. Like, during high school, and maybe like a year or two or so afterwards, you know, I was kind of more on the centrist position, but over time, I've shifted far more to the, you know, more libertarian argument towards that. I prefer pro-fetus murder. Because, you know, even though, yeah, like, you know, we gotta have, you know, rights for women, but, you know, you have another life inside of you, so, yeah, you don't have a right for that, though, even though it is inside of you, your body, even though your body has, you know, your own rights and stuff, even though, it's like, the logic is so stupid. Like, as far as I'm concerned, as long as that fucking little bundle of cells, big or small, is in that fucking gut of hers, it's her body still. That thing has to survive being a parasitic, you know, thing, literally leeching nutrients and stuff from the mother to survive. Like, scientifically, that is kind of what it's doing. Parasitically taking nutrients from the mother to develop itself and grow, to eventually be another human being. Like, when we're, you know, when we're, like, in the womb, we're being pretty parasitic as fuck. Unfortunately, a lot of those people keep inheriting those traits as they grow older. I've heard right-wingers say that even though it's in the woman's body, it's not her body. How does that make sense? Oh, because it's the husband's bodies. And those fucking people don't deserve to, you know, be parents. Well, at least the father especially. But also fucking, you know, that father doesn't deserve to even be a fucking husband. With that fucking mentality. We should board doors like Nazis and shit. I'm okay with that. Because honestly, they're, like, it's an element where it's like, fuck, you know, like, fuck the optics. You know, there's, like, like, there's too much other shit at stake where that matters as much. Like, there was actually kind of, like, a lot of fucking, shit like that, you know, when it came to the whole, like, you know, this, like, these, protests have been going on in Europe with, like, some of these, groups, you know, like, throwing soup cans and shit at, paintings and stuff. Which, honestly, at this point, I've actually kind of softened the position on a little bit, knowing that, like, alright, they're not really full-on damaging shit when it comes to, like, the actual paintings themselves. And, you know, and honestly, considering, yeah, the, like, cons and pros when it comes to, like, yo, you know, it's like, what's more valuable? Like, you know, bringing more massive addressal to planet dying or fucking, you know, painting? It's like, well, you know, actually, yeah. Obviously, the planet matters far more than, you know, like, frankly, like, oh, you're being optical and stuff. Because, frankly, especially in Europe, there's been, like, mass fucking protests and shit, you know, up until this point. It's only now, just because, you know, you have some kids throwing soup at a fucking painting, you know, that, you know, people are now being like, what? Yeah. You know, which, it's like, and honestly, at that rate, even now thinking about it, now honestly, the reason why I am is because I was actually listening to a Vosh thing earlier today, literally, like, over an hour about this shit, being like, well, is it bad optics? And having, like, a whole fucking back and forth over it and shit. And it mainly, and honestly, it's just like, yeah, I kind of agree with his position overall. It's like, I mean, I think for me, still, it'd be one thing if the painting itself was also fucking, like, utterly vandalized and shit, because, like, I mean, Van Gogh literally was, like, trading his paintings that did art for art's sake to get food, you know, for, like, you know, for the equivalent of that tin of soup, you know? So it's just like, and cut off his own fucking ear and shit, you know, because, yeah, like, and he was, like, heavily, like, a major outcast, you know, during his time and stuff. Like, I don't know, you know, it's like, you know, like, for me, I guess, like, if there is, like, an optic thing about it, it's more of, like, the target. And it's like, if you're gonna go after, like, you know, some, you know, like, art, you know, like that or some shit, go after, like, you know, some rich fucks, like, architecture or some shit. Like, for example, like, Bezos literally has, like, these unironic balls that are in Seattle that I have made the pilgrimage, you know, to go see multiple different times. Every time I've been in Seattle, I think for the last 2 or 3 times. And honestly, every time I'm thinking about it, I'm like, these balls need to be vandalized in some way. These balls need to have, like, you know, some crabs on it, you know what I mean? Like, it's just like, I mean, and honestly, it's like, if you want to go after, like, you know, some architecture or art or, you know, some shit like that, you know, go after some, you know, major targets. You know, it's like where you'll still get that outrage, you'll still get the controversy, but you're not hitting just some random ass Van Gogh painting, you know? Like, I mean, there is at least like a level where I think, you know, optics still play a role, but it's like, I mean, you also have to realize that, like, you know, somebody also in front of the fucking Supreme Court, literally, who was a climate scientist, killed himself by setting himself on fucking fire, and no one's barely said fucking shit. The only reason why I knew about it was because at the time it did happen. I think the Onion Nuggets actually, with DFF, one of their news things that did that day was on that. And they didn't really talk about that much either, outside of, like, yeah, unfortunately this isn't going to get much coverage, and it's unfortunate he died, you know, trying to, you know, spread coverage for this, you know, but unfortunately, you know, shit's, you know, gonna just move along outside of people being like, holy shit, crazy dude burned himself alive. You know, so, you know, and then it didn't really come out of why he did that up until after he died, when they realized who he was, when they found out what his identity was. Like, so, I mean, there's been people who have already tried pretty much all sorts of fucking shit, and it's like, you know, and even thinking about it, even for myself, because I remember when it first blurted out of the whole Van Gogh soup shit, like, even I was fucking pissed. But it's like, even thinking about it, it's like, you know, like, I mean, you know, like, if we're gonna, you know, realize that, like, there's now a lot more people probably, you know, talking about climate in itself now than there has been in the past, because, you know, some kids threw some soup, you know, on a glass panel that's protecting a painting and glued themselves next to it. Like, if anything, honestly, it's just how they were, you know, saying their message was, if anything, was, you know, probably not the best way to do it. Like, if they're saying, if you think, you know, our planet is, you know, worth less than protecting this pane of glass, then, you know, we have, you know, our problems thwarted. You know, they could have, you know, said something a little different, you know, where it made a little bit more of a punch. And I noticed that at least some people in, like, Vosh's little clip, and at least in the comments of the video, were saying that. It's like, if anything, if they were a little bit more witty, you know, with, like, making a statement, they probably, you know, instead of kind of, like, rambling a little bit like they were, then they probably would have made more of a point where it would have been, if anything, a little bit more on point, where it would have been made more of a message and shit. Right? You know, because honestly, it's just like, what, whoa, this, you know, they were kind of, they didn't really exactly, like, you know, have the punch when it came to their messaging, which honestly I think, you know, for me is what made also me a little furious. Like, they just, you know, they didn't really have, like, they had a plan, but they didn't really, like, have a plan, you know? It's like they knew what they were going to do, but once they got there, it's like they kind of flubbed it just ever so slightly by just trying to not, you know, by just kind of rambling the message. Bezos needs crabs? Yes, he does. So the message is that we shouldn't set ourselves on fire, but other people... Well, I mean, again, there's the optics thing, because, like, I mean, also another point to it, it's like, yeah, at least in, like, places like in UK, there's been mass protests going on with this whole climate thing over there, especially with a lot of the fossil fuel companies there getting a lot of licenses to start drilling and having oil rigs in the North Sea and pipelines in places like in Wessex and shit like that, which, you know, it's like just one of these fucking regions in England. I think it's like the southwest region of England, I don't fucking know, but I mean, it's like, you know, like, and there was at one point where there was mass protests and to fuck up, you know, one of the pipelines that were in Wessex, and over 500 of these climate activists got arrested. But that happened in April, and I only heard about it because Vosh mentioned it in his fucking video from earlier, you know, today, you know, when I was at work, and it's just like, what? It's like, I mean, over 500 people for, climate activism were arrested, and barely anyone heard of it, and only I'm now hearing about it, today. It's like, that's an issue. And it's not necessarily because of the optics. It's because, frankly, I think people probably care too much about it. Because, I even think about when I was at, in 2020 protests a little bit. And honestly, especially when it came to, when the target was right, it's like, yeah, I didn't give a fuck if, something got burnt up and shit, or, if, some Chase bank, got, arsoned out or whatever the fuck, or any of that shit. I mean, there has been times where legitimate small businesses, even ones that supported, a lot of the movements and shit, would get hit. And that's where I would say, this is where it's fucked up. And there's definitely ways where optics does legitimately play a role. And, those are where it counts. And, but, that was essentially, the 5% to, the 1 to 5% of the time out of the entire time that shit was going on. And especially when it comes to the media, especially right-wingers or reactionaries, when it comes to, especially fascists, and when it comes to climate denialists, when it comes to, all these different groups, when it comes to this type of protest action and shit, they're just going to look at the most extreme shit and not give a fuck. So, it's like, with that in mind, it's like, how much do optics really truly matter and shit when it comes to the outrage, when the same type of people don't give a fuck and they're always going to look at the worst type of stuff. And then, when it comes to actually making the fucking point, I mean, it's like, really, that's what matters. At the end of the day, fuck the optics. It's like there's a lot of, liberals and centrists that are like, hey, we can't be violent and use aggression, this and that. It's like, I don't care. I'm going to punch a Nazi and beat him to the ground as far as I give a fuck. In Minecraft, satire, YouTube. But, it's just like, it's like, oh, is that bad optics? Yeah, probably, sure. But guess what? He's a Nazi. I don't care. The outcome of that is better than the optics of having the back and forth and the battle of ideas. Because I'm not going to enable that shit when it comes to, the Nazi. I ain't going to enable that fuck. I don't care if it optically looks bad, to not enable that. Did you see the group chat about the public funding for elections? A little bit. To be honest, I don't remember, so I'm going to go back and go into that. Where is it? Counterpoint. They support an ideology that baked the Jews alive. Exactly. So a corrupt judge badly fucked up the program. Okay, I see it. So a corrupt judge pretty much gutted the rules of Portland's small donor election program. Most city appeals and wins. Publicly funded elections aren't a feasible way to get money out of politics because the bare minimum anti-corruption rules can't be enforced for shit. Oregon judge clears Rene Gonzalez of historic elections fine. Are you fucking kidding me? They let this piece of shit, clear of his... Oh my god, you gotta be kidding me. Aw, look at you, little butt. You little booty boy. You look so cute. See, this is where I could say fuck optics. It's like, oh, so... Renee got cleared? Who's the judge? It'd be such a shame if the judge, had, eggs thrown at their house or something, and they were heckled. It had, glitter chucked at their car or something with, super glue all over it, so they can't wash it off. I mean, it's it'd be a shame if something like that happened. See, also that's kind of another thing, too. If you want to, really, make a point, but also not necessarily harm anything while also doing civil disobedience and some soft vandalism and non-harmful action, doing like fun things like glitter bombs or like, you know, just some, you know, good old fashioned spray paint too, you know, and stuff like that, like glitter bombs with like, you know, some glue on it or like, you know, shit like that. I mean, you know, it's like doing things like that, you know, aren't going to be harmful. If anything, fundamentally, they're just a fucking absolute nuisance to deal with, you know, especially when it comes to cleaning that shit. And also, you know, it's like, yeah, it's like no real harm is done, but, you know, your point was made, and it's very fucking annoying. And it's obviously a very major civil disobedience, and at least to some extent, disruption, you know, to the overall normal status quo and the business as usual type of, you know, drive and shit. So it's like, I mean, and that's honestly, you know, what like a lot of these European climate activists have been doing too, honestly. I mean, you know, it's like, did the soup, you know, because like, you know, like I was saying, it's like, did the soup can destroy the painting, you know, and honestly, it's happened more than once. There's, I think in Germany, something that happened like that as well. And it's like, no, it didn't. I mean, the frame, you know, that it's sitting on did, but guess what? They can replace the frame. You know, the frame itself is replaceable. The painting isn't. You know, it's like, and obviously, you know, these museums, you know, like, are going to have this art protected behind, you know, glass or at least some form of a protection because, you know, there are people, whether they're, you know, for whatever reason, even if it's not for protest reasons, there are people that might damage that shit, you know, because there are people that, you know, want to ruin it for everybody, or there are people that want to make a statement, you know, so whichever it is on, you know, the coin and stuff, you know, there are going to be people like that, so, you know, they have at least something to protect the art. But hey, at least for the people that are making the statement, they can still make the statement, but hey, at least the art's not damaged forever, you know what I mean? At least for the people that might be cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs or a drunk fuck or some shit like that, at least, you know, whatever they do is not gonna destroy, you know, the art or whatever, you know, is on display and shit. And it can at least at that point be dealt with more accordingly. Because honestly, it's like, you know, especially for me, it's like, you know, while optics does matter, it, you know, fundamentally should not be the end-all be-all. And I think, you know, like, while I, you know, at this point, I think I've softened onto, you know, whole Van Gogh thing and just like that shit in general, I think it's just because of that. While I do think, you know, it's still probably an op, to be honest, especially considering the organization is, at least in some part, funded by an oil baron heiress. I mean, I don't necessarily think that means, like, those people necessarily are, or, you know, or, like, some people who are, like, the rank and file of that organization aren't necessarily. Maybe the organization itself is, and what they're advocating for, you know, while I think, you know, on a broad level is, you know, some good civil disobedience. I mean, I think, you know, there are definitely some things that, you know, they could probably at least, you know, maybe have some slightly better execution, at least when it comes to the targets of what they're hitting. Like, you know, going after art museums, while I think does make a point, you know, it's, like, maybe not necessarily the best option in comparison to maybe hitting, like, some bourgeois fucking car dealership, which also happened as well by the same group. You know, so it's like, they obviously do hit, you know, good targets, but I just wish they'd do more of that, hit some of the banks, you know, hit shit like that, you know, it's like, you know, hit things that are especially heavily and directly invested by fossil fuel industries and shit as well. Like, I mean, in car dealerships, especially high, you know, ranking fucking, like, you know, bougie, you know, dealerships that have, like, you know, luxury cars and fancy, like, Lambos and shit, like, oh, fuck yeah. You know, it's like spray painting that shit, throwing, you know, tins of soup and gluing yourselves into those fucking buildings and onto their cars and shit and making your climate point there. Dude, fuck yes. I'll be totally in favor of that. Would be way more effective than museums. Exactly. You know, while I think, like I said, like, I think I might have softened my approach when it comes to, like, you know, the Van Gogh soup, you know, shit and all that. I mean, I would still say that there are better targets, and I think, you know, a museum is just not it. I just don't think that's it. You know, I think hitting some other shit, like, you know, an Audi dealership, or, you know, or fucking a Rolls-Royce dealership, or, like, you know, fucking UK National Bank or something like that, that's, you know, heavily invested into, like, British fossil fuels and shit in the North Sea and stuff, hit those places. You know, glue yourselves at, like, you know, the gate, or, like, the fucking, like, bank's vault and shit. Glue yourself to that and, fucking throw soup all over their fucking, like, cash registers and shit and just glue yourself there and make your statement there. Like, nothing gets damaged, you're not jacking money or nothing. Nothing like that's going on. You're still making your statement, it's still shit, the same execution is still happening. But you're hitting a target that would, makes, I think, much more of that, just that much more of an impact. I mean, if anything, it would be far more controversial. Because, initially people are like, are they trying to rob a bank? But then once they realize what's going on, if anything, it makes more of a fucking point. I think it makes that much more of a sting. But actors one of them had to take a shit, gluing themselves to the car and was struggling to get it unglued. Oh wait, one of them had to take a shit. Okay, see, yeah, make sure you have like your toiletry business out of the way before you glue yourself to the fucking side of the building. Make sure your number 2 and your number 1 are taken care of before you do that. You know what I mean? Make sure you're not hungry. Make sure that your number 1 and your number 2 are all taken care of. And, yeah, there you go. Make sure, think, like, that's what I mean, though. Like, I mean, it's like they have a game plan, but they don't really have a game plan. It's like, you want to, because you want to think about what you're about to do, but you also want to make sure, like, hey, if I do this, I'm gluing myself to this building, and I'm going to be staying here for a while. Like, am I going to need to take a shit? Am I going to need to take a piss? Am I going to need this or that? Like, I mean, is there something that's going to come up within, like, the next few hours that I might need to deal with that would be a major problem if I'm stuck there? It's like you wanna make sure that you deal with some things before that happens, Like, if you're like, alright, I'm gonna do this, alright, I'm about to do this here in about 30 minutes, but I don't think I need to take a shit right now, but I feel like I might, so, I'm just gonna go to the bathroom real quick, just, just sitting here, I'll sit in here for a while, even if it's like 20 minutes, 40 minutes sitting in the bathroom, fuck it, if I'm a little late, to the point, I'll be like, hey guys, just, be on standby, I just want to make sure that I'm good, blah, blah, blah. Like, I'm like, fuck, just plan it. It's like, you gotta plan shit. No pun intended. Smear shit on the walls in protest. I mean, see, that's where I draw the line. Like, I mean, that's a sanitary issue. That's like a biohazard. See, like, I get it, but, I mean, nah. That just out of sheer biohazard issue, like, no. I mean, it's like, I think one of the more despicable things that happened on January 6th was the fact that those fucking pieces of shit literally shat in their hands and smeared it all over the Capitol building. Like, a lot of them did that shit. So it's just like, I mean, and frankly, I think that's one of the more despicable things they did. And they did a lot of despicable shit that day. I'd say this shit smearing is on par with throwing the Confederate flag in that goddamn building. It's at least equal to that. Draw shit with spray paint on the wall. I'm thinking about probably getting some spray paint soon, and honestly, like, because I know Portland's known for it, but I definitely want to, do, like, some different, like, spray paint art and shit. I honestly know at least, like, fucking, like, at least, like, 5 places off the top of my head that would be really cool spots, to do some spray paint art. I'm not gonna say them just for my own sake, but, I know some places. Because, honestly, there's a lot of spots in Portland where you could spray paint and, people could see it, and it's cool shit. Unicorn ass cheeks shit in some hella fire smoke. Yes. Accurate. Accurate and true. Here, let's react to that thing. Let's find a thing. Oh, here. I was wanting to react to this actually earlier. I was mentioning about it. Here. Whammo!
They're homeless because the way our society works is broken. Individual action isn't adequate because the problem is systemic.
No,
yes.
Come on, Zuka.
Whammo!
You bonehead.
I got one. Well, I already have one.
Brain broken American anarchists who are literally like, dude, what the fuck are you doing? You should drop everything and like dedicate your life to becoming a social worker instead.
Here's. This is quiet.
He's quite happy to be here, but says he's planning to move soon. So this is the situation in 2022 in Los Angeles. You can basically build your own small wooden house right on Hollywood Boulevard, live in it, continue to refuse offers of city services, and most people around here are okay with it. Others say it has to go.
Most people are okay with it, but others say it has to go. I love how he says that most people are okay with it. So what's the problem? If most people are okay with it, then what? I love the far right bent that this has, the anti-homeless right-wing bent that this shit has, where it's like, most people are okay with it, but some say that it has to go. There's emphasis on that too.
You literally mentioned most people are okay with it. Yeah, this is infinitely better than fucking living inside of a tent.
I mean, for real, dude, look at this little fucking hut. Dude, look at that. Like, that is fucking based. Dude, he got that shit standing on some bricks and, you know, built that shit up. It's got a nice little, like, thick-ass, like, wool, like, tapestry, you know, as kind of like a little door a little bit. But I'm assuming there's probably, like, at least a screen door or something like that, maybe. Or maybe, like, an actual door. I don't know. Something like that, I assume. But, like, you know, dude's got a little setup going on. Protected from the elements. I mean, good luck trying to burn that down unless you have a bunch of gasoline or some shit. Far harder to burn down than a tent, you know what I mean? So it's just like... And honestly, this is really nice. Like, this is actually a really nicely built, like, makeshift little hut.
Buddy.
Like, legitimately. Like, you can't go wrong. Like, I mean, seriously, you can't deny that is, like, a legitimately well-constructed, a nice, I mean, makeshift as fuck. I mean, it's like basically like a fucking, like, DayZ hut or something. That's like a character made. But, you know, hey, it's something, you know?
For him, you know what I mean? He's, like, combating the elements.
He's probably got, like, a little fucking
like,
propane heater in there.
Everywhere?
Probably like a little propane, like, you know, stove in there and shit. Like, dude, this guy is like, you know, for homeless, like, he's like the luxury homeless, basically. That literally means nothing, by the way, but like, versus like a tent and you really can't have anything in there, you know, especially when it comes to maybe something being flammable. In here, you can have like a little setup where you can have like a little cooking stove, you know, with a little propane in there. And you can have like a little corner where your propane heater's at. Like, you know, you can build up, you know, like a little storage of propane and stuff in there. And, you know, from there, you know, be able to have like, you know, enough energy, you know, to heat himself up at cold nights and cook himself some food if he needs to and stuff like that. I mean, it's actually got a decent little setup.
Like this. Like, he should...
Homeless in a dumpster looking at the homeless peasants. I know, right?
Fucking home, okay? You should be able to live
like this homeless person. It's like, I live in my castle with these peasants. Yes.
Actual shelter, permanent shelter. Would you be okay with that outside of your house? Hey, dumb motherfucker, I live in West Hollywood, okay?
Oh shit, oh shit. This is true. This actually is within Hassan's neighborhood. Okay, hold on. We're going to go back so we can really truly absorb all of this. But no, he's actually... No, Hassan's absolutely right. This is in his neighborhood. Like, this is like his little downtown area. Like, he lives in West Hollywood. Yeah. Like, he's streaming out of West Hollywood, for fuck's sake.
Hey, motherfucker, I live in West Hollywood, okay? It's infinitely worse outside my house. This is like fucking one zip code down from me. You fucking idiot. Shut the fuck up. You live in Arkansas. You don't know anything about homeless people. Dumb motherfuckers who are like 14 living literally in Arkansas talking shit. Oh my God, I'm gonna lose my fucking mind.
Oh my God.
Molotov cocktail tent burnings happen outside of my fucking house. 4 Shut the fuck up!
Jesus. And they happen pretty much every goddamn day in Portland, sadly.
You think these you think this is normal? It's not.
It ain't. I mean, this, honestly, what's fucked up, though, this really should not be normal. Like, it shouldn't be normal that, like, oh, yeah, someone made a makeshift hut because they're homeless. Like, that shouldn't be normal. But yet, it is.
Two of them were in the same week, but...
And honestly, I would literally prefer this, you know, like, you know, than a bunch of tents and shit. Which is why, you know, at the very least, if there was, like, you know, some of, you know, like, empty lots where these were established and shit, even if they are kind of makeshift like this a little bit, which, I mean, there are some places, at least in Portland, that are kind of like that, but there needs to be just a shitload more of them. And also, like, you get the fucking barbed wire off the fences that surround them and shit. I noticed this a lot with some of these, you know, places and shit where they have, like, little mini homes like this, like this guy built for himself. And it's not exactly, like, I mean, it's like, while maybe inside it doesn't look terrible for conditions-wise, I mean... I could tell they're probably not exactly treated, you know, with, you know, like, you know, autonomy like they probably deserve. Like, they probably have to have a lot of prerequisites. I mean, I know a lot of places a lot of shelters and places like that, you know, don't allow people to have their pets and things like that. So, it's like, I mean, you know, it's like there probably needs to be some lucidity with some of it. Portland has some, but not enough. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, there's one... And yeah, near Barber, yeah, there's only been one recently, you know, when there needs to be like 10. And that's just the minimal. Like, one's barely enough. Like, what, you helped, like, what, 20 people? It's like, cool, there's like thousands more. At least it's something. At least, you know, those like 20 to 30 some plus, you know, people at least get something. Jeremiah is completely incompetent is a part of the problem. I know. I know. Tell me about it. So much of the problems in this city are just, ugh. Dude, sad fucks like Wheeler, Ryan.
They'll never live in a city.
Hopefully not Gonzalez, but who knows.
And they try to tell a fucking city boy like me what it's like. Bro, they're cutting this news coverage like basically in my fucking backyard. What are you telling me? What are you talking about? Remember when the shit was happening, when the like...
And they're a sad joke. And they're honestly, like, making the problem worse. Like, I mean, for one, you know, for people who are being in charge of the homeless problem, they are pretty much like, hell-bent on basically doing literally anything to either keep it literally as is or worse.
That was happening. And I was telling you, or the follow home robberies were happening, and I was like, guys, these are greatly overblown, and motherfuckers were like, you don't understand, bro. I was like, what are you talking about? They're talking about my neighborhood. Like, why are you living in a Connecticut McMansion in the fucking suburb?
Connecticut McMansion.
What is going on? Apparently in my fucking backyard. You think you know better than me?
No, for real though. Honestly, it's just like, there are motherfuckers that, you know, will, like, try to be like, oh, you know, LA or Portland or blah, 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 blah. You know, try to talk about the problems and the plight in these cities and shit. You know, especially conservatives and, like, you know, fucking, like, you know, right-leaning liberals, you know, and shit, and centrist ivory tower sitting NIMBY libs being like, oh, you know, only Portland and LA and San Francisco and all these other, you know, hardcore progressive Democrat cities who just get to act together. And it's just like, bitch, do you know? It's like, excuse me. It's like, do you know fucking better? It's like, bitch. It's like, do you live here? Like, you're saying that shit out of fucking bumblefuck Texas, out of bumblefuck Connecticut, out of your McMansion, you motherfuck. Like, excuse me. Nice little fucking decent little like middle class home out in fucking Arkansas and whatever the fuck. Like, fuck you. It's like, you know better and shit, and yet, like, also, like, some of these motherfuckers, at least the far right especially, will be like, we need to, like, mow out Portland and that. It's like, come live here, you know, and actually, you know, see what the actual experience is. Like, for real. Because especially when it comes to the most extreme cases, even on like the Portland / subreddit, like they'll talk about like some of the worst elements about the homeless, thinking it's literally like the entire fucking homeless people in population and like every area that is homeless when it comes to fucking Portland, saying it's like exactly as the worst of them. And just like, you know, basically, you know, like saying, oh, well, you know, if only, you know, it's like, you know, we had a more stronger, you know, view about, you know, having anti-homeless policies and blah, 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 blah. And, you know, it's like, bitch, it's like, you're only exacerbating, you know, the worst extremes of this type of shit. And you want to lecture that, oh, well, you don't live here, you're not part of this specific area where this stuff happens. It's like, yeah, because you're in an area where the homeless problem is, you know, yeah, significantly worse. But do you think every fucking area where there's a mass population of homeless people that are populated in these blocks and in these regions and neighborhoods of Portland and shit are the same fucking way? Because there's plenty of places where I've seen like straight up like little homeless camps in Wheelervilles, like, because these little tent cities that we have put up, the nickname for them is Wheelervilles, out of, you know, the honor of Ted Wheeler, or the dishonor, I guess you could say. But either way, it's just like, honestly, I've seen some of these places where they're actually pretty kept up pretty well, and I could tell that at least the homeless people in these little, like, you know, Wheelervilles, or at least they're trying to keep, you know, keep each other up and, you know, look out for each other a little bit. But yeah, are some of those, you know, same like type of tent cities in other parts of Portland, you know, pretty much the antithesis of that, and they're all like drunk, feeding out, like having fights, you know, like antagonizing, you know, pedestrians walking by and shit like that? Yeah, of course. But it's like, it's the idea of just making like that pretty much all of the homeless people, instead of, you know, actually understanding, you know, the plight of these fucking people, and understanding that most of them, at the very least, like a little over half of them for sure, are not, you know, some of these worst case scenarios. And demonizing them and discriminating against them ain't gonna do fuck all besides make it worse. And if anything, make it so they end up more likely, you know, the worst case scenario, because they end up more likely to fall into drug addictions or drug habits and mental breaks and shit because, you know, of their fucking predicament. It's like, fucking hell. Portland's still on the we've tried nothing and are out of ideas phase, which the sad, but, you know, the thing is that it's fucking bullshit. It's like we haven't, you know, it's like we haven't tried anything. I mean, obviously we've tried nothing, you know, and it's like we're out of ideas, but it's like, no, we're not. It's like, look at fucking Vienna, for fuck's sake. I mean, look how they've done, you know, their city planning. I mean, they were saying there, like with Helsinki, like they solved the homeless by, you know, giving them housing. It's like, I mean, and also they even, also like Finland in some place, you know, at least for some prisons, they literally don't even have like walls or gates or anything like that because, I mean, one, it's so fucking cold. If you escape, like, you're just gonna freeze to death. But two, like, they actually have a very humane way of looking at the prisoners and shit, to the point where it's like the prisoners don't really have a reason to try to escape and leave. And even if they try, they're essentially tracked anyway. A lot of money at grifting nonprofits, and that shit needs to fucking stop. Like, it needs to be, like, you know, based on public initiative, and honestly, stop relying on nonprofits. As much as charity and nonprofit work, you know, does have its moments in helping, like, especially in Portland, it's just fucking a fraudulent grift. It's just nothing but a fucking money game. Like, I really honestly don't trust nonprofits in Portland, unfortunately, because of that. You know, and it's just because, you know, it's all just talk and bullshit. We have built some housing, but it isn't enough. Of course it ain't enough. Which, of course, the shit-lips hate because they're the only level of government doing anything. Yeah, it's... I mean, you know, Metro does have its flaws and shit, but, like, Metro at least is doing things how Metro's making progress. Yeah, of course. It's specifically the Metro. It's committed to making swift progress. Yeah, of course. Rents are regulated to be affordable between different income levels, between 6 and AMI, but... Okay. Guess this... Oh, it's like graphics. Okay. Okay, so... Yeah, it's like the general, like, kind of... Okay, yeah, so... Yeah, wow. So, you know, like, the one element where Portland is actually having progress, and of course, shit libs, NIMBYs, and of course, you know, conservative Republicans, too, are just gonna be like, boo! It's not anti-homeless architecture, it's not, you know, having little accountability to police to basically fuck the homeless people and slowly execute them, basically. Like, I remember the one time where I think there was, like, you know, some homeless dude who was having a mental break and shit, and there was, like, 11 fucking cops on the dude, and all of them literally, like, basically unloaded and mag dumped him, and basically made the guy fucking Swiss cheese. And it's just, like, over a homeless dude. And there was also another incident in a homeless shelter, too, where there was a bunch of cops that killed a homeless man and basically made him fucking Swiss cheese as well, because there's like 5 or 6 cops, you know, with their fucking Glock 19s, which have like 20 rounds each in their shit, fucking aimed at his ass. Just because he wouldn't put his hands up, because he was sitting there dazed and confused, just woke up being like, what the fuck is going on? Not even knowing what is happening. And then, oh, well, because of that, your crime is, well, you're executed. You're Swiss cheese now. You're human Swiss cheese. And that's the Portland police without accountability. And with accountability, they literally do nothing. We hate the fact that we're held accountable, so we're basically going to barely do anything when it comes to doing our job as a way to, like, strike against it, so we can have no accountability again, so you can basically shoot the fuck out of people again and beat the shit out of them and, you know, fucking oppress the people of Portland, especially black and minorities and homeless people, because we're fucking Nazi scumbags. Which is the main reason why the homeless problem is never addressed by Wheeler and, you know, all these other fucking disgusting scumfuck parasites, because they're partially in bed with the Portland Police Bureau. Like, fucking Wheeler's supposed to be, you know, in charge of the PPB as well, and, well, literally look what's happened. He's funded them more, he's given them more funding, and look what the result is. Literally a worse, you know, situation for Portland. And all it does is embolden the fucking right-wingers and shit, to the point where now, like, Oregon's literally, you know, one of the more bigger fucking, like, you know, states when it comes to the midterms because of shit. Mainly because, like, really all thanks to fucking Wheeler. And, you know, the fucking, Portland government. Because, frankly, they're kind of in cahoots with the fucking, Republicans and shit, because they're part of the old guard DNC, frankly. And the old guard DNC wants a strong Republican Party. Nancy Pelosi said it herself. Like, that's what the DNC wants and advocates for. They want a strong Republican Party, you know, so they can do more bipartisanship with, which basically enrich themselves. That's all it fucking means. Big money split the vote. Yeah, and they're cahoots with it, too. Like, it's all fucking money gain to these pieces of shit. This is just, you know, what we see on the local level. This is what happens when all that money gets, you know, trickles down to the local level. This is the result we get. This is what happens because of how corrupt the national level is. And sad but true, but, you know, we're not the only place, you know, that this happens, you know, at every fucking election cycle. There's somewhere in the country where this type of same fucking scenario in one way, shape, or form, you know, for whatever fucking reason, for different fucking political issues, is happening in some other fucking state. Or multiple states. It's now, you know, for this midterm, Oregon's one of them. Well, at least one of the more bigger ones this time. Outside a few others. I know Pennsylvania's another one especially. I know Georgia too a little bit. There's a lot of states right now that are like this right now, at this point. In fact, probably more states than ever. At this rate, just because of the political dynamics at this point. Oh shit, it's clogged up. Boo. I packed it too deep. Pussy too tight. Gotta loosen it up. There we go. honestly, it's just like, you know, kind of also when it comes to local level shit, I guess on a weird level, at least when it comes to the conservative Republicans, like, at least for me, personally, like, there's at least only one Republican that I could think of off the top of my head that I can at least respect a little bit. And he's literally just some local county fuck. A dude named Paul Savas. And the only reason why is because, like, at least when it comes to the, from what I've noticed, at least with, like, the pamphlet, when it comes to, like, the election pamphlet, and when I've looked up about him and Leave It Forward, etc., and all this other shit, he's not, like, this woke Trump QAnon Republican. He's, like, the literally, like, old school, like, yeah, I'm like the working Joe Maverick Republican type. Like, he's unironically one of those dudes. Like, the rare breed of Republican that's out there that is almost like a McCain Maverick type. And because of that, and he's actually legitimately, like, kind of conservative when it comes to those positions, you know, but also, like, at least somewhat pro-working class, because pretty much most of the fucking local unions around here endorsed him over Lieber Ford. Which I also kind of think is a little unfortunate, but I do I voted for Lieber Ford, but I at least trust that, you know, like, you know, I do kind of think she would win anyway. But, you know, when she does, you know, and goes for re-election, that, you know, a lot of those locals would endorse her afterwards. But I think the reason why is because Paul Savas is the incumbent. So I think that's kind of the main reason why, you know, either way. Because I guess he has, like, the track record or whatever the fuck. Which, I guess when it comes to, like, working class issues, like, he isn't terrible. He's not great, you know, but he's alright. Hence why he does get the union endorsement, because he does, you know, go to these unions and talks with them and interacts and shit. I mean, I've never talked to him personally or anything like that, but, you know, he has, you know, walked the walk, and at least, you know, some of his background does show that a little bit. You know, and obviously a pro-union dude. But at the same time, he has anti-homeless policies, and it's more of the fiscal conservative, you know, small business, you know, blah, 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 you know, like lower taxes for businesses and all that shit. Like, he's still a conservative, obviously. But he's like that Maverick type and shit. Like, he's literally like one of the rare breed of conservatives that doesn't exist anymore. Like, legitimately. And, you know, it's the only reason why, you know, especially when it came to filling out my ballot while, you know, looking at the two, I was like, fuck, this is actually kind of a little difficult, because both of them were, Lieber Ford and Paul Savas were advocating somewhat similar things a little bit. Definitely different approaches for sure, but somewhat similar things. And a lot of the stuff that, you know, that they also were in favor of, you know, was also kind of similar, but yet different approaches, at least when it came to the big issues that, you know, are major, at least for the county, you know, like, I mean, at least when it came to at least looking at the big ones, when it came to, like, the infrastructure, the I-205 thing, et cetera, especially, like, the toll roads and shit, like, it's all essentially relatively the same, almost, just slightly different approaches, you know, one more progressive left one, and the other one's somewhat a more conservative leaning one. And it's just like, shit, I mean, it's like, okay, this is a little challenging, because at least some issues they are somewhat kind of in agreement with, you know, so it was like, alright, well, fuck, it was actually a rare time where there's a conservative that actually is, like, not terrible. I mean, because honestly, he isn't. I think I think I might have voted for him in the last election, to be honest, just because, you know, mainly of the union endorsement and some of the other things, because the other person was just literally like some nobody that was vague as fuck, like a plateau cliche centrist dude, which had nothing to it. So I think, like, at least, you know, from what I remember, I think last time I might have. But just because Lieber Ford has a lot more policy and also extra stuff, you know, attached to what she's wanting to advocate for, and, you know, her background, especially coming from that working class background herself, and, you know, being a single mother, and, you know, on top of a few other things, like, you know, honestly, I feel like I trust her a little more to be, you know, like, understanding of, like, you know, the current plight of, you know, the working class folk right now. While Paul Savas, he's kind of, he's made it for a while, and while he might, be an advocate to an extent, I don't think he would know as much of the current plight with people right now like Lieber Ford would. This is why I trust her, honestly, far more. It's like, it's weird, it's like a conservative and a progressive lefty type, it's like both I actually kind of, like both respect and actually kind of like a little. I mean, at least, Paul Savas just, I like, for a conservative, it's like, I don't necessarily like him, at the end of the day for, being conservative, I guess, but he's definitely better than pretty much any Republican or any conservative you could think of now. Like I said, he's almost kind of like a McCain type, because there was, like, the rare time McCain would kind of have, like, alright, kind of a good thing here and there. It's still a piece of shit, in a lot of ways. Which I'm sure if I really was able to dig deep on Paul Savas, I'm sure there's, like, some scummy shit things that he's done too. So it's like I said, he's kind of like that Maverick type, where it's, like, definitely some shitty things that he probably believes in, but at the same time is, he's got some takes that are actually okay. And honestly, the only reason why he was running for election, because he, wants to have one more term to make sure that, like, his, idea, his policy of things is, done completely. Like, that's, he pretty much literally is like, I just want one more term. Which, at least for him, I would believe, because he's, been pretty honest about himself in comparison to most conservatives, most Republicans these days. But, who knows? Obviously, after that, he could be like, okay, one more term, he probably would be like that a little bit. So, I don't necessarily buy that. And also, that's not enough to just win me over. One more term, guys, I promise, please. Yeah, exactly, yeah, it's like, maybe you're being honest, but it's like, hey, I just trust somebody else to do, a little better. At least, especially when it comes to the current issues, who's understands them a little more, it's like, it's really that, like, I mean, it's like, if this election was back in, like, 2003, and I was, like, 25 then, I might do Savas just because, like, well, I'm just, he's, been consistent, and things are okay, blah, 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 blah. But if it was, like, obviously now, it'd be totally different. And even then, I probably still will vote Lieber Ford, but honestly, I can see at least Americans back at that time probably be far more likely, at least around here, probably more likely to vote for Savas. At least when it comes to the county commissioner position 2 or whatever the fuck it is. The other one, though, between Sonia Fisher and Ben West, though, that one's... I hope Sonia Fisher wins, because Ben West is literally the exact opposite of Paul Savas, where it's like... He's the Trumpy QAnoner type, literally has lied and slandered Sonia Fisher while lying about his own fucking shit. It's like, he's a fucking rat. And he looks like a botched clone of Matt Walsh. I'm not kidding. He looks like a botched Matt Walsh. Without the glasses. It's just like, ugh, God, please, no. Please, for the fuck's sake, do not let that guy win. Honestly, Ben West looks like a botched clone hybrid of Ben Shapiro and Matt Walsh if they had a baby. Thinking about it. Now that I'm thinking about it, that seems like what it would be accurate. Because Ben West has a little bit of that, like, baby Ben Shapiro face a little bit. But he still has, like, that head of Matt Walsh on him. Just a little bit. Crime, I know. Let's double down on terrible policies I enable kind to begin with. Yeah, that's kind of what I feel like a little bit. Because Paul Savas obviously is, I mean, we're talking about back to that. Like, he's definitely obviously more pro-cop and shit like that. I wish Mike would bully Matt like 90s movie bully. No, stop, Mike. Give me your money, you little bitch. Especially in his voice. Give me your money, you little bitch. Because he has, like, I mean, for such a, like, lumberjack-looking dude, Mike Figueredo has, like, legitimately, like, a pretty gay voice. I'm not saying that in a bad way. Honestly, I think his voice is cute. I'm just gonna be honest. I think it is. But, I mean, also honest, it's a gay voice a little bit. Like, but that's okay. I mean, it's totally fine. But, like, I want to, like, see Mike in that same voice just, like, bully the fuck out of Matt Walsh. And honestly, I want to see those two actually, like, quote, debate each other. Just so Mike could just fuck on Matt endlessly. But you know Matt Walsh will never accept that. Because he's a fucking bitch. But that's the point. Yeah, it's like, he just needs to be made for the bitch that he is. I hope that motherfucker makes another documentary and specifically comes to Portland. Like, if he makes a Portland documentary and I happen to see him, oh my god, I'll make him look like a sad fuck. Like, I know it will be, like, all edited out to make me look like the bad guy, but I don't give a fuck, dude. I would actually welcome that. He can slander me all he wants. Like, I don't give a fuck, dude. I would welcome it. And it's like, alright, what's her name for the interview? You know, just so we can have her name for, you know, the edited purposes. Ignore Husky. I'm just gonna say that. I won't even say my real name. You know, so then when people look that up, boom, baby. I mean, I would get right-wing trolls and be like, lol, you're a fucking SJW, woke groomer, lib, blah. I would get those fucking parasites, but you know what? It's worth it. I don't care. I'd welcome them only just to fuck on them. You know? Just like I did Matt. I wouldn't give a fuck. Because if you are going to platform, like, overt fascist piece of shit like that, do so to fuck on them. I will admit, I would have, like, a strong urge to outright punch him in the face. And frankly, like, I'll probably do that after the interview. Like, I'll pretend I walk away, and then I'll be like, alright, see, like, okay. Boom! You know, just blammo! Just, like, out of nowhere, son. Like, I mean, straight up. Like, I'll make sure the whole interview thing is done, and then out of nowhere, just blammo, and then just run the fuck away. So he does have time to, like, okay, get the camera, get him, you know, and by the time I run the corner and shit, the camera records, it'll be like, damn. Mike C. Matt, he thinks, damn it, how did one of my botched clones escape? For real, like, honestly, like, I'm sure it's been mentioned. I don't know if anyone in his Twitch streams has mentioned it, but, dude, he does look like Matt Walsh looks like a botched clone of Mike Figueredo. It's just like a fascist alter ego. Like, you know how, like, in Star Trek, there's, you know, the Federation timeline, but then there's the alternate timeline with the Terran Empire? Like, Matt Walsh is basically the Terran Empire version of Mike Figueredo. You know what I mean? It's, like, that's just what it feels like. Like, because those two look way too fucking similar. We should shave Matt's... Yes. Yes. For such a fucking bitch, he does not deserve the right to have that beard. He has no right having the beard. That little bitch needs to have it shaved. And then we need to give him, like, a shitload of, like, hair growth hormones and a shitload of estrogen and just, like, make his hair long as fuck. I would not be surprised if it was fake. Dude, how much you want to bet it actually is fake? Like, I bet it's fake in the sense that it's literally, like, a hair transplant. Like, he couldn't grow a beard, so he literally had, like, his pubes, like, laser surgery on there. And then, you know, like, they would grow back, and then he would just, like, laser surgery them out again and then transplant them back on his face. Because I will admit, have you ever seen him trim the beard? Have you ever seen him, like, you know, do a goatee? Have you ever seen him, like, it literally is the exact same no matter what. So, it's like, them hairs have not changed whatsoever, so thus, it's like, I mean, the only way is, like, you know, he would basically just, like, you know, laser some of those pubes off, let them grow back and shit, and then just, like, literally transplant them into the pores, like, surgically and shit, to look like a beard. Either way, you would still have to shave it at that point. It's just been colored a Sharpie! Oh, man, dude. All this time, just colored a Sharpie. Well, that explains why he's such a fucking retard, because he huffed all the Sharpie. He was huffing Sharpies all this time. He was literally just like, oh, oh. I'm not actually gonna do it because I'm not an idiot. But he was like huffing these fuckers, like shoving it all the way up in the nose and be like, it's like filibert. Oh. Okay, well, that was the only time I sniffed it, and holy shit, that did not make me feel good. That little it was actually legitimate. How? Okay, ugh. Oh no! God damn it. I spilled blood on my shirt. In my pants. In my chair. Luckily it wasn't much. Brewski voted in Pennsylvania today. Did he tell you who he voted for or anything? Matt. See, the left is using violence to silence me. Shut up, pedo. And then we stomped the shit out of him. Yep. Dude, based. Dude, I would 100% be okay with that. I mean, honestly, that would be pretty funny. I mean, there's also, you know, Richard Spencer getting punched in the face. We always can, you know, reminisce on that, too. Because I love that shit. That was the most base thing to ever happen to Richard Spencer, was getting punched. He says straight D for the first time ever. He is hell pissed about you. People like student loan forgiveness in a row. So, Pennsylvania, that basically means you voted for John Fetterman as well for Senate. That's essentially what he's saying. He said he especially likes Fetterman. Really? So even despite, you know, his stroke, you know, Fetterman is still showing that he has his strengths. See, I mean, I knew it. Like, because Fetterman's still a strong candidate, I feel like he's still, like, somebody who his heart and his brain is in the right place. But that stroke, it really did fuck him up. And honestly, there is truth to where he does need some time to, you know, recover a little bit. But, you know, I mean, either way, like, hey, I mean, even if he is in the Senate and still needing time to recover, like, at that point, being, like, some public figure and all that shit, like, I mean, you know, that's not really that big of a deal. Like, you know, if he's talking one-on-one with some other politician about some legislation, like, you know, they'll let him take his time. Because they obviously know he had a stroke and shit. So it's just like, I don't necessarily think, you know, it's going to be a big deal once he's actually in office. But, you know, at least for the campaign and shit, it really has been kind of a worry for me, I would say. I will say, though, at least, you know, I do think that, you know, it seems like he might pull out. Hopefully. Dude's a Zimmer, though. He is in a middle-aged suburban white mom. That is true. I mean, like I said, I do hope that, you know, at least maybe shows, you know, the dynamic, you know, is that because of the GOP and what they have been doing, you know, then, you know, the soccer moms are who Fetterman has to win over. And, well, the soccer moms that care about abortion rights, though, and stuff like that, might have an edge when it comes to him. You know, so, I mean, it's at the end of the day, it will be close. But I still, a part of me still feels like Fetterman might win. I'm still feeling that. I mean, you know, and honestly, especially with that last debate that I saw, like, you know, the silver lining is most Pennsylvanians are not going to see that. They might see some highlights here and there, but even then, most of them will still not see that. How's Shapiro outperforming Fetterman also? Isn't Shapiro born as all shit? Well, Shapiro? Isn't a Mehmet Oz running against him? Shapiro? No, Shapiro's a candidate for governor. Oh, yeah, there's like some other random ass Shapiro. The only Shapiros I'm aware of is the fucking bench in Abigail Shapiro. He's more up in the polls than Fetterman is. Huh. I don't know much about him. I've only been paying attention to Fetterman mainly. Mainly because he seems like to be... I mean, honestly, Governor, frankly, is actually a little bit more important, though. So, I mean, I'm assuming he's a Dem. And honestly, if he's up more in the polls than Fetterman is, that actually, if Shapiro's the Democrat, then that actually might be a good thing. Because the governor of Pennsylvania, you know, is, like, a little more important than the Senate, I mean, to an extent. At least especially when it comes to local issues and state issues. I mean, it is. But national issues, you know, having Fetterman there as an extra Senate seat, you know, let's say if, you know, everything else stays the same, it's still good. You know, because obviously he will be in favor and be more in line when it comes to, you know, trying to make progress, especially when it comes to, like, Bill Becker or stuff like that, and marijuana legalization. Like, I mean, he, you know, when it comes to Senate, him being there, regardless, stroke or not, is fundamentally going to be a good thing. You know, he's, you know, because his policies are in the right place in enough areas to where it would, you know, if there's at least a couple more like him, you know, it would make a decent fundamental change. And when it's shit like this nice little shack. I mean, the shack is nice, you know, in Hollywood Boulevard here, but fuck, I mean, shouldn't have to be a thing. We'll vote Shapiro if you're running federally, but state level, there isn't really any choice because GOP dude is fucking the same moron ass. Moron status, yeah, March of Terry Green status, yeah. It's kind of how I feel like with Beto at work, too. I wouldn't vote for him on a national level, but, like, you know, when he was running against Greg Abbott as governor, you know, I thought that would have been a good, pretty good idea. Yeah, let's get back to this little clip. Get more to this guy. Walker, but decided
dude,
less
I'm such a good leftist.
Ugh,
I
God.
want, you know, mentally ill people jerking off outside my house, actually. That's the best way to fucking, that's the best way to showcase how leftist you are.
Yeah, being a good leftist is letting homeless people jerk off in front of your lawn.
By saying shit that...
What I love is that there's no situation that makes us look good. I think about it, if he wins, it'll only be because his opponent had to have a stroke for it to happen. Yeah, basically.
That's how you become the best leftist. You say it on Twitter.
Basically, okay. Oz would literally serve one term. Is what would happen.
And then you get all the leftist brownie points. You're like, I'm the most leftist dog. Like, I would let the homeless person jerk off in my mouth, actually. You should be catching those cummings with your mouth. That's what I would do. I'm the best, dude. I'm the fucking best, dog. It's like, meanwhile, you literally live in, like, some fucking wealthy white suburb in Idaho, and you're just saying that. You're just saying that on Twitter. And the reason why you live there is because your mom and dad are terrified of the fucking city life, okay? And you've never experienced it yourself, so you're just fucking tweeting about it.
Yep. Basically. Because that's how, like, a lot of my, you know, cousins in Texas are, honestly. Sad but true. Like, a lot of them haven't been directly exposed to city life and shit because a lot of their fucking... because a lot of their parents are so scared of the city life because of how liberal Democrat it is or whatever fucking stupid shit. And don't actually look at the root cause of the problem, so they live in more gated, upper-class, bougie communities and shit where, you know, they don't actually understand the real ramifications or real issues when it comes to these fucking problems. So they just have like some weird fucking ignorant idea about how things are and shit, and want to lecture people that actually are in these fucking places about how it is when they don't. Oz winning like that, or the way Biden won. I think Oz winning like that, frankly, because how Biden won, I feel like that, you know, is understandable, considering the opponent, you know what I mean? But like, also, like, that's, I mean, it's kind of worse because, like, there's, I mean, because his opponent, it's like, there's nothing really wrong with him besides, oh, he had stroke once.
Personal vested interest in this. Everyone does, though, okay? It's a win-win for everyone. I'm using the individualist argument for those who have no empathy in their fucking hearts.
Yeah, it was that literally kind of the reverse. You're right, yeah. I mean, yeah, honestly, that's pretty much it is. Like, yeah, so that's why I feel like, honestly, Oz is fundamentally worse with how he might win in that way. Because Biden was, like, while, yeah, is old as fuck, and at least cognitively is deteriorating in that way, is not a dementia-addled, you know, like, Alzheimer's-induced fucking fascist psychopath like Trump is. Who's also old and deteriorating in that way, too, on top of all that. So, it's just like, I mean, you know, there's extra levels of mental cognitive decline, you know, going on, you know, that are just, yeah. I mean, and if anything, in a weird way, I feel like some of that cognitive decline has worked into favor. And because of, like, how, I guess, in a way, you know, some of these things that every now and then Biden's been doing, including, like, the marijuana thing, too, a little bit. Like, you know, potentially, you know, that might get, at the very least, decriminalized, hopefully, you know, federally. So it's just like, I mean, in a way, maybe that's probably worked in the favor of, for us in a little bit. It's like, oh yeah, that marijuana check, it's kind of helped me keep myself more focused and stuff. Yeah, I like that. Who knows? Maybe Biden does smoke some weed. You know what? Honestly, maybe he does a little bit. Maybe it's how he keeps himself a little in line along with his uppers. You know what I mean? Have his uppers, but keep the marijuana on, you know, a little bit on the side, you know, just kind of keep him a little leveled, you know? Like, you know what? Maybe, but now that I'm thinking about it, yeah, I feel like Biden does smoke some weed, or at least has some edibles. Like, Biden strikes me that he at least does edibles. I mean, he does kind of do that, you know, the cough every now and then, you know, so... Yeah, not often, but every now and then you have like a little, like that old man cough. So it's just like, I don't know. I don't know. I feel like he does, you know, he ingests THC on some level. I feel like Biden does that a little. I mean, it's like, look at his son, you know what I mean? Hunter Biden. I mean, I don't know. I feel like Biden, you know, the other Biden, Jack. Listen, fat, the other Biden. You know, when it comes to a Joe, like, he's not like his son Hunter, obviously. He's not like, you know, well, maybe he was in his youth, but at this point, he definitely isn't. But I feel like, you know, he definitely's got his uppers. He definitely has some medications to keep his mind at least awake and adrenaline induced to some extent. But I feel like to at least keep that shit level, I really do have a strong hunch that there might be, like, some edibles or, like, you know, a joint or something. I feel like there's something to kind of keep the edge, you know, from, you know, going a little too much, you know, when it comes to some of the medications that he might have to take, you know, to kind of keep himself focused. Because, I mean, you know that motherfucker is. Like, you know, like, he has to take medications to keep himself, you know, from wandering off like a weirdo. So, I mean, like, I have a feeling. Like, honestly, now thinking about it, I did not inhale. He has like the Bill Clinton excuse, you know? If push comes to shove, you would do the Bill Clinton excuse. I did not inhale. It's like, yeah, he did. Shut up. I love how Bill Clinton's basically like one of the first presidents publicly to basically admit he smoked weed. I won't give Bill Clinton that. And the fact that he played sax. I mean, Bill Clinton's a shitty dude, but there's a part of me that actually does feel empathy for him. He has to be, unfortunately, slowly having his life force drained because of Hillary. Yeah, I mean, you know, he's a sax player. He smoked weed. He's kind of like, as an individual, as a human being, personally, you know, it's like a happy-go-lucky, you know, kind of guy. I mean, there's a charm to old, you know, Slick Willie, you know what I mean? There's a charm to Bill Clinton. You know, so it's like, you know, I don't know. I feel like at least, you know, on some level I can hang out with him and like him, but as a president, he was a piece of shit. Frankly. I mean, but at least on a personal level, though, I kind of like him. On a personal level. As a politician, horrible. I mean, as a politician, I'd argue that at least in some level, his policies led to shit like this. So, yeah, I mean, definitely a shitty politician. This is outrageous. People are going to be doing drugs left and right. Me, I'm sorry. Aren't you supposed to be coming up with arguments against this? I mean, for real.
Wooden structure propped up by metal carts and car batteries. A power cord unplugged trails down the sidewalk, which is piled high with assorted power tools and electronics.
Piled high. It's not even piled high. It's like on a tarp. And it's organized and, and shit. This is not piled. Dude, I hate the fucking local media framing with shit. Dude, our local media does the same exact shit, by the way. And honestly, they have a far more venomous approach when it comes to it. Like, this isn't even that venomous when it comes to, like, how, this media is fucking doing it. But, like, I mean, like, that's not piled high. And honestly, it's like, what? He got like a little wind blower, a generator thing, a lawnmower, and like actually some blocks of wood. I'm assuming maybe for like a little cooking stove or something. What if kids see? Well, it's never too early to learn how to roll a mean one. I mean, no shit.
The action mixed. What do you think of that?
I don't like it. It's not good. It's bad.
It is a little out there, but he is safe and he doesn't have to worry about someone burning his tent down.
I don't even know.
Yeah. I mean, to be honest, yeah, sure, it's a little out there, but you know what? He's, that homeless dude, he's ingenuity, he has some ingenuity, like, he's obviously got some engineering skills. Like, he's actually putting the effort to try to clean up his own space by organizing it, by having it, in like a little hut, like in a little cabin that he made for himself. Like, he's not just like somebody who's just gonna like roll over, so to speak. Not saying that all homeless people are like that, but when you're in that situation, it's really hard to, especially when you're in that situation, it's really hard to motivate yourself. But obviously for this individual, hey, that was the inside. You don't have to worry about. Shut up. Hey. But obviously for this individual who made his little cabin, like, despite his homeless situation, that didn't stop him from being like, you know what, I'm going to make sure my shit's better and shit's good.
It's crazy.
That shit happens so frequently, by the way. More frequently than the top of the hour ad break, which comes at the top of the hour. I forgot to run at the top of the hour.
Oh my god, Hassan, you piece of shit. No, Hassan, you debated. You did a debate. Play the clip. You did the debate.
There's telling you, there's also, violence that breaks out regularly.
Homeless man can get a job, because Colin said, because so many places will fire homeless people living on the street.
It's crazy, to say the least.
Is this okay?
It's not okay that it's gotten to this point. The fact that he's here, I don't see an issue with it.
Anybody home?
Well, hey, there you go. Like, that guy is pretty much, honestly, that dude said it. It's like, it's, it's wrong that it's gotten to this point, where this dude has to get to the situation where he has to build up a little cabin for himself, because he's homeless. But the fact that he's there and has it, that's not a problem. If anything, he's actually made it safer for himself and for other people, too, in a sense, because, also when it comes to having a tent and that burning down versus this burning down, what's quicker to burn down and spread when it comes to a fire? A tent, not this. Like, this is going to take a long time for a fire to even spread. Like, if someone tried to start a fire on the side of this, wall, like, it really ain't going to be spreading much, and it wouldn't do, it would do damage, do some, fire damage, obviously, and, you have to replace a lot of shit, but, like, he won't have his entire tent burned down, and his entire, all of his belongings and everything else in between burnt down, and at the very least, he would definitely be more likely to survive if that would happen. Especially, very least, if we're inside it.
Call the city and the LAPD to see what, if anything, is being done to help.
Wait, what?
Anybody home? After I called the city and the LAPD to see what, if anything, is being done to help or clean up.
Oh, fuck you. Fuck you. You know what? Maybe I hope that, like, this motherfucker sets up, like, 5 of those cabins in front of your house and has, like, 5 different homeless people living in them, you piece of shit. Fuck you. Let me call the city and the cops to see what they were gonna do about this guy in his little cabin. It's like, go fuck yourself, you ratbag fucking news reporting right-wing grifting fuck.
Dude, what is wrong with this motherfucker, bro? What are you doing? The dude's trying to live, man. What the fuck?
Police did come and talk to the man. They've been here before. They described him as young, healthy. They offered to connect him with services. He declined. They left. Summing up the municipal code, the only enforcement is if a person is blocking the sidewalk on an active driveway or business. City Councilman Mitch O'Farrell says he hopes this can be resolved with what are called Care Plus teams, which pair comprehensive outreach.
Which are basically just fucking sweep teams. Which what they do is go to these homeless camps, the cops drive out the homeless people, and whatever's left over, these people are basically there to clean up it. And clean up the trash and basically steal and appropriate all their property and throw it into dumpsters, and it all just gets sent straight to a landfill. Like, I mean, it's fucked up. Like, that's, at least around here, that's how it works. I'm sure it happens just like in the LAPD too.
And cleaning services needed to make the public right-of-way safe and accessible.
I think it's pretty funny that we care about walkability on our sidewalks when it comes to homeless people. But, like, there are so many areas where there are just no sidewalks, or sidewalks are in a state of fucking disrepair.
Oh, weird. Kind of like Portland. Yeah, like, a lot of the city council will cry about the walkability of sidewalks because of the homeless people, but will never actually address, you know, the fucking policies, you know, or the fucking disrepair of the actual sidewalks themselves. Just the fact that there's homeless people on them is the problem. But actually fixing the sidewalks, nah, who gives a shit about that?
Like, the only time they care about, you know, walkability is when they can fucking kill homeless people. Awesome. Love that. Ironic, because if they did genuinely care about walkability and had adequate public transit, that would lead to less homeless people. Because ease of access to a fucking job without having a fucking car allows you to, you know, be able to live further away in a cheaper house and still maintain your fucking profession, your job. Less likely to fucking lose your house all of a sudden. But, you know, it's all built, it's all interwoven. The entire system is built on this fucking weird contradiction. So, when those contradictions become more apparent, you see more of these issues crop up left than right.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna be making caramel apples for all no suggestions to cope with. So far I got chopped pistachios and chocolate chip cookie crumbs. You know, candy corns? Like, chop those up into little bits, coat it with that. Sounds like it'd be pretty good.
Person had the desire to get a job. Yeah, this kind of rhetoric is so fucking funny, man. Yeah, dude, it's because homeless people are like, man, I hate jobs. That's why I want to be homeless.
Yeah, like, get it all, like, crumpled up. Like, you know, get it into little bits instead of, like, you know, the little cones that they're, you know, shaped in. Just get it in, like, little bits and, you know, coat it in that.
Totally.
Why not?
Also, you're watching Twitch at 1:19 p.m. You either are in a comfortable job where you can do a work from home bullshit fucking thing.
Butterscotch? Yeah, that'll work too. Ooh. Crumpled snickerdoodle cookies. Instead of chocolate chip cookie crumbs, snickerdoodle cookie crumbs. That might be good. Actually, that sounds like it'd be fucking banging.
Upper middle class family members that literally allowed you to be able to go to a fucking state college or something like that, and then you got a fucking nepotism hire job somewhere, and you can do a work from home thing where you're literally fake fucking typing on your computer as you're watching me, or you're jobless, okay, and your parents are keeping you afloat, and you're simultaneously talking shit on people saying, oh man, these guys are homeless because they don't want to work, am I right? Like, that's not how this works. Okay?
Coat them in chopped trail mix. That sounds like it'd be pretty good. Oh shit, fuck. Oh no. God damn it, fuck. I think it's somewhere around here. Wait. Pretzels? Ooh, pretzels would be pretty good, too.
And had adequate public transit, that would...
Yeah, I was around here.
Because for middle-class family members that literally allowed you to be able to go to a fucking state college or something like that, and then you got a fucking nepotism hire job somewhere, and you can do a work-from-home thing where you're literally fake fucking typing on your computer as you're watching me, or you're jobless, okay? And your parents are keeping you afloat, and you're simultaneously talking shit on people saying, oh man, these guys are homeless because they don't want to work, am I right? Like, that's not how this works. Okay?
I don't really like
we are all profoundly privileged in comparison to fucking homeless people that are suffering in the streets. God damn it, dude.
Tell me no shit. I don't normally like our pretzels, but that salty crunch is sweet. Might be just the
There's
thing.
nothing wrong.
I usually hate pretzels, personally. But let's just like that pretzel bread. That actually is kind of good. But like the pretzel, like pretzel. I'm not really a fan of those. But honestly, with the caramel apple, that actually might be really good. Legitimately. I would probably, see that as a banger. But there is something
wrong with fucking acting like homeless people are would be in a better situation overall. They just can't fucking bootstrap themselves out of that.
Meantime, across the street, where Jamila Ali and Rance Shaw run City Vibes Coffee, compassion is still on the menu.
He hasn't bothered anyone, and honestly, I'm glad that it's right there because I honestly feel safer with him there. For some reason, I don't know why. It's just it feels like he knows what he's doing, and he's not here to hurt anyone.
Unfortunately, they have to make up.
Wow, so you got a guy who's a small business owner, by the way, who's just like, I actually feel safer with this homeless dude who happens to have a little cabin that he made for himself, across the street, because, I don't know why, but he just kind of does. This possibly homosexual individual is based. Yeah, it kind of is. Yeah, I mean, he is. Honestly, I kind of feel it, because it's less likely for a tent fire and, fire hazard, because good luck burning it down, like I'm saying. I mean, it's not like, it's impossible to burn down, but, it's going to be far more fucking harder. And he obviously knows what he's doing. He's not, bothering nobody. He's, just trying to have, a roof over his head and, be in an area where it's, relatively safe, to at least sleep at, be around. He's, and if anything, if he has enough money, maybe he might grab a coffee or two. Maybe, a little, a scone or something that, this coffee place has, if anything, they, these people probably have, gotten business, if anything, because of that, probably given him some stuff, that would have normally been thrown away or whatever, distressed or something, or sent to a donation center or something.
Comfortable for them to be comfortable, and I think that's just the problem in LA. No one realizes.
That's the funniest part, is that that is the most empathetic liberal take. Is just yeah, we just got to be a little uncomfortable. It's no, man, no, you don't have to actually.
Yeah,
there is a better future. And these people are very empathetic.
I mean, look at Red Vienna, honestly. If you want to, really see, why no one really has to be in that situation, it's just, look at fucking Vienna. I mean, look how they do housing. Look how they do city planning.
Bad people, okay? These are good people. These are kind people. The reality, of course, is that, they are still kind within the boundaries of capitalism, within the confines of capitalism. For most people, so they just think, oh, we should be, cohabitating this space together. It's no, that's not. No, they should not have to live outdoors. I promise. That's a thing.
No, the capital of Austria. Vienna, Austria. I mean, fuck you. Yeah, the sausages too. Why not?
Live outdoors. They should live indoors in a house, in permanent shelter. Not a homeless shelter, permanent residence, permanent shelter.
Realizes how much of a burden it can do to our mentality and just the way we carry ourselves.
Q tells me he's from Kansas City. He's been in LA for about 3 years, been here for a few months. He says he's self-employed. He fixes bikes.
Who's paying for the permanent shelter?
Self-employed and fixes bikes. Well, it sounds like he's able to at least, scrap around some money. And you know what? I didn't even notice. He has little plants, hanging on the side, on the front of his little hut. Like, he's even, you know, trying to, like, put up the effort to make it look nice. Like, I mean, this dude obviously, you know, gives a shit. I mean, if anything, he's kind of proud to make it his own. I mean, you know, and honestly, there's no, you know, like intrusion, you know, on the public, you know, sidewalk here. You know, like, people can still walk back and forth, or, you know, and shit. Like, I mean, like, if anything, like, this is legit, like, you know, for what it is, it's actually really fucking nice. You know, for being a homeless cabin, you know, that this dude made up, it legitimately is actually pretty nice. Given the circumstances, you know? I mean, it shouldn't have to be the case. Like, this dude should have, like, a little studio apartment at the fucking minimal, you know what I mean? But, like, you know, you know, given the circumstance, you know, like, he's proud to make that up.
Motherfucker me. Rich people like me, okay? How about that? Is that better for you? Not you. Says you with a $2 billion house? Exactly. Troll face.
Oh my god. I love this chat.
Like, that's the thing. Like, I already paid for it. I just want to see some returns, man. If we're going to think about the government as a business, I want to see a return on my investment.
I mean, oh my god, you know what? That just made me think about it. Like, you know, these conservatives are like, you know, we need to go to this basis. Like, alright then. You know, taxes, right? Think of that as, like, you know, investment on like a stock or something. You don't want to see a return on the investment, right? Well, think of taxes as an investment in a return in the local/national like, oh my god. Well, that's like a fucking, you know, way to swing an argument, you know, to make, you know, some pro-lefty fucking takes while making it sound capitalist is, well, Jesus. I didn't even think about it like that. But he's actually right, though. Like, I mean, if you do think about it as, like, an investment capitalistic mindset a little bit when it comes to, like, taxes in the government, whether state, city, federal, or whatever. Like, obviously, you know, we all collectively put taxes / an investment, you know, collectively to, you know, see a return, you know, for the collective benefit of, you know, of everybody that, you know, is doing that. But obviously, that isn't the case when it comes to various different things. When it comes to, like, healthcare, we don't see return investment when it comes to that. We don't see that when it comes to infrastructure. We don't see that when it comes to a lot of fucking things. You know, so it's like, we see a return investment for a lot of military industrial contractors and shit like that. You know, we see a lot of return investment for the bankers and a lot of those motherfuckers, but, you know, never for, you know, everybody else that, you know, invests in the government and all that other shit. You know, so it's just like, I mean, honestly, though, like, I mean, that's one way to kind of, you know, enlighten some people in some lefty takes when they have such a hardcore capitalist mindset, honestly. I didn't really think of it like that. It's actually kind of a smart way to convince some chuckle fucks, maybe.
Is all the dollars that I'm funding the California state going directly into the pockets of the fucking police department? Let's fix some goddamn potholes, and let's put some fucking permanent shelter out there. What the fuck is that about? I have a right to be mad. I have a right to be angry.
I mean, we all do.
He wants to
I mean, if we're not seeing return investment from the taxes that we put into the government, whether it's state or federal, like, we do have a right to be mad because we don't see a return from that. It's not because returns, I mean, you know, that's not it. It's you know, it's like the return of what I'm all talking about. You know, because of where the budget, you know, from all those taxes when it comes to the federal or state or local budgets go to. I mean, it's like, you know, it's like, where do we, you know, who, you know, partake in those taxes and shit, get to see a return from that? We barely do. If anything, it's the bare minimal to make us feel complacent, to be like, well, there's at least something. It's like, that shouldn't be the, you know, that shouldn't, you know, be like the accepting, like, all right, that, you know, that's how it works. It's like, no, we should be mad that we don't see a return on this shit.
And that he is...
Honestly, it really is kind of a smart way, potentially, to, like, you know, really, you know, push, like, a more left perspective, honestly. It's just, like, to kind of frame, like, yo, we don't see, you know, us as Americans who have, you know, who have taxes that invest into the government, local or otherwise, you know, see a return investment because of that. Like, using some more capitalistic lingo in that way, you know, actually might be kind of a smart move a little bit. I mean, I didn't even really think about it that way. I mean, you're still saying the same thing, but, you know, it's just, you know, you're just using different language, different verbiage. And I think that actually is, you know, would be a smart way, I think, you know, especially when it comes to maybe more national level, you know, optics, I think, when it comes to at least pushing more leftist, policies and shit. Because at least, when it comes to just the slight, little word of just, saying investment, just, or like the return investment, like, especially with how ingrained the capitalistic mindset is, especially in Americans, like, just those words, alone would be like, ooh, what? That's capitalistic framing, huh? It's like, well, technically not. We're just using the capitalistic words, to frame it, like it is. But it isn't. That actually really, like, the more I think about it, the more smart that it really seems. It's like giving the pill with the applesauce around it,
Saturday, Alex and Marla, the city tells me they're planning to clean this all up as part of this Care Plus program.
Yeah, they're called sweeps. That's what it is. They make it seem like they're doing something that's good when they're not doing something that's good. They're just fucking destroying someone's, like, shelter, pretty much.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about earlier. This is what this fucking news dork is talking about. Where these sweeps are literally just like, police come in, clear the homeless people away, and then the social workers come in and literally just clean up the, quote, trash that these people, were initially living in, which is like their tents and some of the property that are inside and around those tents that they had. That's what sweeps are in these major cities when it comes to, like, dealing with homeless people. They're not actually helping them. They're just literally forcing them and pushing all the shit under the rug and hoping that they just don't come back, which literally, like, either later that day or sometime later that week, they always do. With more shit that they, unfortunately, probably stole. But, maybe if they quit doing that shit, maybe there would be less fucking poverty of crime where, like, Columbus Sports Cove fucking has a couple tents stolen or something. Like, ooh, boo-hoo.
Into the underpass.
Quit doing sweeps. Maybe that would help.
Gower on the 101 freeway all cleaned up. So
just like
it's going to be interesting to see what, if anything, happens to this man. As I mentioned, he's perfectly happy being here, and most of the people around here are happy to have him. Live in Hollywood, I'm Phil Schumann.
First up, how is he not blocking the sidewalk? And secondly,
fuck off.
Come on!
Look at you fucking asshole! Like, there's literally at least, like, 4 to 5, maybe at least maximum 6 feet of, like, sidewalk there, you piece of shit. Fuck you, dude. How's you not block? That's at least 5 feet. That's at least, like, 5 to 6 fucking feet of sidewalk that's not obstructed, you piece of shit. He's not blocking the sidewalk, asshole. He's taking, like, some of the sidewalk, but he's not blocking it, you piece of shit. You fucking news reporter. I hate local news, dude. Like, I guarantee you, owned by Sinclair Broadcast Corporation, I absolutely guarantee it, because they always make sure that their fucking media, local or otherwise, is always from a fucking right-wing bent. Ugh. Oh, well, hey, look, right there, Fox 11. Hey, what do you know? Owned by Fox.
Business owners there have to spend a lot of money in taxes, have to go through permitting.
Yeah, look, that person literally just, like, casually walked by not giving a fuck. Oh, yeah, they're blocking that sidewalk. How's the police not doing anything about it? Fuck you, dude.
It's like, these are like, otherwise kind individuals, but, like, the moment you fucking see homeless people, they just, like, lose their minds, bro. I swear to God. Like, that's not good, okay? That is better than, like, tent cities, okay? But that's still not good. That is inadequate shelter, okay? Yes, I do know Alex. I do know him. I've been on a show multiple times. I've debated literally this issue in Los Angeles against Larry Elder, who ran for fucking governor.
Oh, my God. So he's also, I'm assuming he's probably been on, like, the local news, and, probably because I'm guessing he's, like, somewhat of an influential dude. I mean, obviously he is. He's a Twitch streamer, so obviously he has, recognition. But, like, he's debated that little news reporter, because I guess that same dude also tried to run for governor. Oh, my God, dude. And California's politics sound more convoluted than Oregon's, because Oregon's honestly does have some interesting politics, from time to time, and right now especially. But, I mean, holy fuck, I mean, man, especially to be, like, a Los Angeles or, like, a California especially, oh, my God, I imagine just take whatever I gotta deal with and just times that by, like, 20. At least it'd be entertaining, I guess.
In California have lost their fucking goddamn minds. I've been telling you guys this for a year.
Well, it is California. You damn libs.
Plus, I can't change people's attitudes, especially rich people's attitudes, okay? I try, but I can't. They just don't want to hear it. They think, I'm seeing the problem right in front of my eyes, and something needs to fucking change. And that is, I fear that is a descent into way more reactionary policy provisions.
I mean, it's basically the same fucking, like, mentality. He's basically talking about the same mentality that Portland has. Like, we've basically tried nothing, and we're out of options. Basically, just let us have the police just, like, you know, round up the homeless people and shove them in camps and stuff, please. Like, because that's essentially is the position. Like, Portland's literally in the exact same mentality, at least when it comes to, like, the government / like, you know, the NIMBY, neo-lib factions of it. You know, of the, you know, populace and shit. Like, I mean, essentially, it's like how, like, I mean, it really just shows that, like, every major city on some level has pretty much the same fucking problems. Like, maybe they are heightened or lessened depending on, you know, how, you know, the local area addresses these fucking issues. But, like, it's like, at the end of the day, they all had the same issues. Like this shit right here, outside of, I guess, like, homeless people being a little bit more, you know, ingenuitive about how they, you know, make their camps. Like, I mean, obviously, you know, I guess LA is, you know, some of their homeless are a little bit more creative in that way. At least in Portland, I don't see that as much. I mean, I have seen some homeless people make, you know, some pretty legitimate, like, you know, pretty nice little setups for themselves, you know, but not necessarily directly in Portland, but I've seen some, like, in the outskirts, like, there's a little watershed that's nearby, it's a Johnson Creek watershed. It's a fucking huge ass, like, it's a gigantic watershed. Like, I'm just, like, near one tiny little spot of it. Like, it goes all the way to fucking Bend. Like, Johnson Creek is a fucking long-ass creek. Like, that bitch go all the way up to Bend and I think even further. You know, so, well, not Bend, Boring, Oregon. Not Bend. Why am I saying Bend? Boring. So, like, it goes all the way out towards, like, Boring and shit, and I think it goes even just a little further than that before it stops. And it's, like, and, you know, it's a fat-ass watershed, you know, there's a fat-ass bike trail that goes all the way up and down most of the watershed. And, yeah, there's homeless camps up and down this fucking place, and up and down the up and down the watersheds, you know, and the trail. And honestly, some of the homeless people and their little, like, setups, while they do have tents, like, they're not just, like, these tiny little tents. Like, they have some, like, fucking huge-ass, like, tents, like, where it's, like, almost like a yurt. Like, some, like, I know at least, you know, for some people, they've, you know, scraped up enough to make, like, a ramshackle little hut and stuff. Like, I mean, you know, some homeless people, at least on the trail and stuff, like, you know, they can get pretty creative. Like, I mean, because they're, you know, usually have been there for the long term. So once, you know... And there's definitely a lot of little hideaways in the watershed and little side trails and shit where you can find, like, a nice little flat little spot where you can make up a nice fat camp. And because my friend has been homeless himself, I still currently know homeless people, and you know, because of my friend, mainly Harley. But you know, he has friends who are homeless still. And or at least used to be homeless, and I used to go to their camps, and they would have legitimately nice little setups. Like, they might still have a tent, but they would actually have it decently nice and clean, relatively organized. Like, it wasn't just all, like, just shit everywhere. I mean, you know, it's just like, they actually, you know, were trying to keep up and actually, you know, like, put the effort in. You know, so, and it's like, that's pretty much like what most of these people are trying to do. This guy, you know, at least this dude right here in Hollywood Boulevard, like, he went a little extra. But that's just what most of these people are trying to do, because they're just trying to fucking live and at least be comfortable given their fucking circumstances, which they shouldn't be in the first place. Like, the fact that they have to try to be creative with these fucking situations and shit, given their circumstances, is fundamentally the problem. Not the fact that they're doing it in the first place. I'm sorry. Boring? Yes, there's a town literally called Boring, Oregon. I'm not kidding. It's very boring. It's actually not a bad place. It's actually kind of a nice area. I mean, unironically, there's nothing to do there, really. It is boring in that sense. But it's actually kind of a nice little area. It's very scenic and shit. Like, I mean, it's a cool spot, but... I mean, yeah, the name lives up, unironically.
Policy proposals.
Like, I legitimately never hear anything out of boring. So, it honestly does kind of live up to the name. Like I said, though, it's a nice little quiet place. It's a little quiet town.
That lives there have to pay property taxes.
Yeah.
Does he pay any property taxes?
Q.
Wait,
we're
what?
Live on Fox 11, Alex. So we'll.
It's like, hey, you know, a lot of people in LA and Hollywood and stuff have to pay taxes. Does he have to pay taxes? It's like, fuck you, dude.
It's a great idea. Hey,
like, how about you advocate those taxes actually going into proper fucking housing and shit, you fucking rat? Oh, is this a guy?
What are you doing here, and how did this come to be?
Well, I was originally in a tent, and when the sanitation comes, you know, once every 2 weeks, they have you take the tent down and clear all your stuff out.
Yeah.
And so, what I had an idea just to build something on wheels, so that way I wouldn't have to.
Show us what you got here.
Well,
where did you get all the material and everything?
Well, I got most of the material.
Oh shit, it is mobile, dude. Yeah, that's what. Yeah, so he has those little wheel carts, so he can just like slide those underneath this, have the fucking car batteries there, so he can just take those out once those are. Dude, this guy is fucking creative as fuck, dude. I really admire his ingenuity.
Construction sites that threw away old wood, and then some friends of mine that had some wood left.
No, they mentioned that he's an Army veteran, by the way. Yeah, this is a veteran. By the way, remember, we love our vets. We love our vets, dude. Oh my god, we love our vets.
We love our vets, brother.
Fuck our vets. Except when they're homeless, then they're scum. Right? Ugh. Remember, they only think about homeless veterans when it comes to like shitting on undocumented immigrants that are coming into the country. Remember that. Okay? Are they paying property taxes? No, they're not paying. There's not a property. Of course there's no property tax. Shut the fuck up.
Did someone actually ask that?
Dude, this man's net worth is like $3. And you're like, is he paying property taxes? For what, dude?
It's like, I got 3 cents to my net worth. Are you paying your property taxes? It's like, what? It's like, fuck off. Like, what?
Mexican American.
It's like this dude barely has a property, dude.
As I, as a child, thought of it as camping. My older brothers and parents must have been so scared at night. In the 90s, when the commercial real estate market in Texas took a shit, my father lost his job. He worked construction. Like, how was he or my family lazy? Fucking weird chatters who can't muster any empathy. Exactly. These people are not lazy. Look at this guy. This dude is
no shit.
Industrious person. Okay.
Honestly, like, I mean, fuck. I mean, you know, forget this guy who, you know, like, is all for the most part able. Like, one of the homeless people I know, like, I'll just call him Jay. But actually, I mean, I'm pretty sure his name has actually been mentioned here. But one of my Harley's friends, you know, I'm going to say because I know it had just been mentioned actually. Now that I think about it, my Harley's friends he's mentioned before, Justin. He has, like, he actually, like, tried to, he legitimately tried to Roblox himself and jumped off a bridge, and he lived, and he broke his back, and essentially had to basically, you know, have physical therapy to learn how to walk again for the most part, and he still isn't fully recovered. Frankly, I don't even think it is recoverable with the fucking height that he fell from. But, which is like, I think 70 plus fucking feet or some shit. I mean, shit. But, either way, like, I mean, this dude, I mean, you know, he's, for the most part, you know, sadly still homeless, but yet, like, I mean, he's, like, ingenuitive as fuck. Like, I mean, he's still able to, like, you know, like, muster up, like, you know, a little something, obviously not like this, you know, like this guy did. But, like, I mean, you know, like I said, I've, you know, seen his camp before, even after the fact that he's, you know, been fucked up like that, you know, because he's had help, he's had family and friends. I mean, you know, it's like, because, you know, like, even though you're homeless, I mean, like, you know, while many of them don't have anybody to go to, there are definitely a lot of homeless people that at least still have family or still friends that, you know, maybe at least, you know, can't help in the sense of having a roof over their head, or at least still able to help. And, you know, at least have, you know, people that are able to, you know, kind of pitch in. outside of, like, maybe, some of the, helpful charity that some bystanders, might come by with, a little change in the pocket or something like that. I mean, it's just like, like, homeless people are honestly, frankly, like, some of the least laziest motherfuckers I see. Like, yeah, there are some out there that maybe aren't necessarily lazy, but just have pretty much given up, quote unquote, basically, because, I mean, I don't blame them. Like, it doesn't mean they're lazy. They just are at a point where they've given up. That doesn't mean lazy. Like, frankly, a lot of the people that are, like, got a nice roof over the head, basically got mama and papa, taking care of them for the most part, like, those motherfuckers are lazy and shit, who don't have to experience this type of stuff. Like, it's just, like, the idea of being lazy because you don't got a job or, aren't able to, like, pull yourself by your bootstraps or whatever. It's just, like, the idea of what laziness is as a concept needs to be seriously rethunk. Because just because you're poor and impoverished, or you're in this situation or that situation, doesn't mean you're fucking lazy. Or because you're homeless and you've given up, or you're depressed, or you're somewhat of a procrastinator here and there, with shit like that, that doesn't mean you're fucking lazy. Like, the definition of what it is, and for a long time, I think, has been really fucking thwarted and defined, frankly. Because, like, honestly, I see more lazy pieces of shit who are far more fucking privileged than I am, and I'm someone who does procrastinate, from time to time, honestly, legitimately, and I'm honest with that, but that's not laziness. Like, that's something different. That's procrastination. Like, that doesn't mean I'm not, like, motivated or whatever the fuck, or have a sense of just, like, I'm lazy, don't want to do fuck all, whatever the fuck. That just means that I'm a little more slower to get up and going with doing shit. It's like, I still do it, and when I do it, I get motivated and I'm getting the groove. But starting the process of doing that shit, yeah. It's like I said, it's procrastination. It's like, yeah, I'll get to that like an hour later. Oh yeah, I need to do that thing. But once I do it, I get in the groove, so it's just like, I mean, because especially with how I work when it comes to, like, my job, and when it comes to just doing the bare minimum to maintain this fucking, house and shit, like, honestly, if anything, the procrastination is more like just taking a breath from just life bullshit more than anything. So that's why, procrastination is not laziness to me, because sometimes that's more like my brain and body subconsciously, like, no, you really do need the break, just chill for a minute. Like, what you need to do here, like, that you're desperately, like, trying to push is not as important as you think it is. Like, because sometimes on my days off, I'm like, oh, I want to do some errands and, get this and this and do this and this, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, and when that day comes and, for the next day, it's like, you know what? These things aren't really that important, and it's, it's like, maybe resting up for a little bit and just doing these things is probably better. And that's procrastination, but that sure as shit ain't laziness. So it's just like, even then, there needs to be more of a distinction, because I do think there is. I mean, it's just like, societally, I mean, when it comes to procrastination, laziness, especially when it comes to socioeconomic conditions and whether someone's homeless or not, I mean, it's like societally and culturally, I mean, it definitely needs to be rethunk, outside of just, addressing the issues in themselves. Because especially this whole, like, bootstrap mentality, or, like, laziness being tied, to being impoverished or homelessness or whatever the fuck, it just, I mean, for one, just needs to stop, and for two, it just fundamentally needs to be rethunk. Because this dude is not, like, for a guy to be able to basically have, like, a little cabin on wheels like this, like, you're the antithesis of fucking lazy. The antithesis. Like, I mean, it's like, how? It's like, how in the fuck can, someone call you that just because you happen to be homeless and don't have a job? And even then, he does, technically. He's self-employed. He, will be like, hey, I'll fix your bike, on commission, if you got a broken bike. Like, honestly, I bet he has, like, a phone where he has Craigslist ads where it's like, hey, just hit me up and, on commission, I'll have a price, to fix the bike, replacing the wheels, like, $10 if you have the wheel, if you don't, it's like 20 plus the price of the wheel, blah blah blah. Like, I'm sure he has like some commission basis on like Craigslist or some shit where he does it, and on like Facebook Marketplace too. Like, the dude's, like I said, not fucking lazy, and if anything, not even a procrastinator. But yet there will be motherfuckers that'll look at this son of a bitch and be like, you're lazy. It's like literally the opposite. In fact, I mean, even as mentioned, he's actually kind of happy, with what he's built up. And honestly, I've known homeless people like that. There used to be a guy, and I haven't seen him in fucking forever, and I actually kind of hope he's doing okay. He was like an older dude, but his name was Michael and shit, and he was a homeless guy that was purposely homeless and had a legit, pretty decent little setup before. And, and he would use our store to grab one of our burritos and a couple, little hot items and stuff. And, and basically just kind of use our Wi-Fi to kind of, be on his computer, play a game, check emails and stuff. And then he'll go on his bike, and go back to wherever his camp was. And he used to do that for fucking forever, up until, like, I don't know, like maybe 3 years ago about. And then suddenly he just stopped showing up. And at least I know with his backstory, he would just, like, set up for, up to a couple months to a couple years in a spot, and then, eventually just kind of up and travel around, because the dude went everywhere. But, so I'm just imagining, I just kind of assume either, up and moved around somewhere, or, I mean, hopefully not, unfortunately something maybe bad happened to him, but, all in all, I definitely hope he's doing good, because, he would always be able to find a way to make money, and was self-employed a little bit, would help, like, from my understanding, I think he also helped fix bikes up, too, because he had his own bike, and obviously had all the tools, and especially in his bag, to, do shit like that, so I think he had, like, a kind of a similar little hustle going on. And, and he always had money. He was always paid for shit that he did buy and stuff. So, I mean, honestly, for me, especially, in a situation, I always hooked him the fuck up anyway. It's like, here, I'll, like, oh, you want breakfast burrito? Here, I'll let you pay for that. But here, I'll let you have, like, a pound of tenders or something like that on the side, because, I'm just, like, obviously I trust you. You pay for your shit. Why not? It's like, what, you think a multi-billion-dollar corporation is going to give a fuck that 1 pound of $6.99 chicken tenders back in the day? Now they're like $8.99, but like $6.99 back then, like, you think they're going to care that, like, $6.99 worth of tenders are gone? Like, don't worry about it, bro. Even he knew. He's like, oh, well, yeah, obviously I ain't going to say no. I mean, it's just like, because like I said, like, some of the, least laziest people I've met are either, like, homeless people, like immigrants, or people in poverty. Like, legitimately. Like, it seems, because honestly, the people who I would define who are legitimately, like, lazy are more upper class, NIMBY, like, wino types and shit. Because they have theirs. They have their silver spoon. Why do they need to actually, like, work? When it comes to actually, making theirs. They can just, like, sit softly, pretending, do, like, a little office job and do the bare minimal and make their comfortable little wage, make their comfortable pension, or enjoy their retirement fund because they already made it, so why can't you?
So much with so little. Given the adequate opportunities, given actual housing, that dude is crushing it, okay? That dude is turning his life around. But society does not offer that to him. Look at the way that they behave. Look at the way that they're fucking even, this is a telegenic homeless person, right? He's a vet. He very clearly can work with his hands. He can work construction. Motherfuckers, though, look at him and go, oh, he's lazy. He built a fucking rust base, bro, on a corner on Hollywood Boulevard. Very clearly, if circumstances weren't dire, he'd be fine. And even in the most telegenic circumstance, when you see a homeless person, your empathy part of your brain just shuts off immediately. And you're like, well, why isn't he paying for property taxes? Oh, what's going on?
I mean, honestly, it's basically exactly how it is.
Street that had some old.
You have electricity in there?
Yeah, I got a generator.
You have electricity in there?
So
Yeah, I got a generator over
offered
here.
housing, temporary housing from the city and other agencies.
Right.
But you
Like, I mean, he's, got it. I mean, he's honestly, made it pretty well, but, like, this news report is like, oh my god. Like, and it's still, like, antagonistic with, the questioning, too, and everything. It's like, man, if society gave even the iota of a fuck to give this dude just even like a studio apartment, even if, if he doesn't have a job, but just even had the studio apartment just for the bare necessity just taken care of, and had like a UBI for himself, while still being self-employed, like, fuck, he would be crushing it, like, legitimately. Like, if anything, if he had, like, a UBI plus that, like, self-employed, like, fixing bikes on the side, on the marketplace on Facebook or Craigslist and shit, like, I mean, fuck, he'd probably even be able to upgrade a little. Like, even then, you'd probably even be able to fucking be, like, hell, like, I could see this dude being, like, an independent contractor, you know what I mean? Like, if you had, like, the proper tools and equipment and the supplies, like, this dude could probably, like, help, construct a fucking home and shit, dude. Like, this guy deserves to be part of, like, a good union construction company, man. Like, I mean, honestly, like, this guy could be a good fucking, like, like, legit, like, build up a real good quality home. Because he did one for himself. I mean, even though obviously it wouldn't pass OSHA inspections and blah, 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 like, he's got the heart and the mind and the talent and the smarts and the skill for it. He's got all of it. Like, I mean, like... Obviously, where he lives, unfortunately, for that, I mean, there's not much available. And, the proper outlets aren't there for him. And aren't there for most people who are in his situation. And that's the problem.
I kind of do prefer this because it kind of gives me empowerment. A lot of the housing, a lot of the housing programs they offer, they put you in like what seems like a concentration camp. And this is more.
He's right, by the way. Straight up.
Yep. Like, he said himself, like, doing this gave him empowerment. And I feel it. Because he did it himself. Like, I mean, yeah, he had a little help here and there along the way. And he, obviously, I guarantee you, was very appreciative of it. But, at the end of the day, to the root, I mean, it was all him. I mean, because, the only reason why that help came along is because he went out there to, get the help. Like, because he had the friends, he had, some family members. He was able to find, those places. He went out there to go do that. Like, I mean, at the end of the day, it's still all him, even with the little bit of help.
Are so inadequate, dude. One, as a lack of adequate funding.
Yep.
But, like, he's right. Homeless shelters.
Whether because, like, there's not enough public investment into it, or because of grifty fucking nonprofits, like, unfortunately, it is the case for Portland. Like, I mean, it is. I mean, he is absolutely fucking right. Because, honestly, like, a lot of these little, little baby homes, these little mini homes, are obviously far more modernized, refurbished versions of basically what this guy got. But, yeah, they, in a lot of ways, they are kind of like concentration camps and shit. When it comes to how they might treat you. Like, because they obviously are like, no, you cannot have any drugs, including weed. You cannot have pets. You can't have this, that. Like, I mean, you can't have, any of your belongings outside of, like, some of these, exceptional things, like your phone or laptop, blah, blah, blah. Like, I mean, there's just, like, they're very hyper strict when it comes to, like, who they allow in and what they do allow in. And honestly, it's like, I mean, for the drug thing, I can kind of understand to an extent, but, like, if you're addicted to drugs, you can't just go fucking cold turkey. You just can't do that. So, there needs to be at least, a clinic attached to these fucking things where these people can go to where they can safely, deal with their withdrawal symptoms, including slowly weaning off the drug by having lesser doses. I mean, honestly, that needs to be, a part of the treatment, and on top of, other things to accommodate for these issues, and also, like, allow people to have the pets and other things and shit. Like, there are other elements where they can be better, but it's due to inadequate funding. It's due to a lot of grifty nonprofits that don't give a fuck and are just doing it for the fucking money and doing it for profit, even though they're misguised as nonprofits so they can get the tax exemptions and, and other variables. and including the fact that there's not enough of them. So a lot of them that are there will sometimes even be overpopulated too, and would have too many people trying to get into these places and shit. Like and that's the reason why they end up not being adequate. Like if there's far more of them, or at least and especially the more that were a little bit more lax, and especially in the ways I was referring to, then I think they would be fundamentally better and a lot better. And honestly, I think they need to not just be mini homes, but there needs to be at least like an apartment style esque building shelter where it does the same thing, where it's specifically for homeless people to help get back on their feet. In an area where it's a part of a mixed-zoned, mixed-income economy type of city planning. I mean, that just seems to be the way moving forward. And honestly, really, just like look at Vienna. Honestly, when it comes to especially like mixed-income housing, because they got that shit on fucking lock. Like Vienna and Austria, like they got that on lock. I mean, one of these, maybe not tonight, but one of these streams, we'll have to definitely, delve into Red Vienna and the public housing that has been established in Vienna since the early 1900s, by the way. Actually, a lot of it was a reaction to a lot of the more hardcore trade unionists and more communists and more militant leftists at the time. Who were more galvanized by the Soviet Union and a lot of the November revolutions that happened shortly after World War I. So, weird how that works.
One, you can't take your shit with you. If you have an animal, you can't take your animal with you. You can't take your shit with you. They're constantly fucking putting you under drug tests. If you're like, you can't go cold turkey if you're addicted to something. I'm not saying he is. But that's one of the many reasons why people don't want to do it. And lastly, and perhaps the most important reason, it's unsafe. It is deep.
So we're 100 years behind? Yes.
Unsafe.
Basically.
There's a lot of sexual assault that occurs. There's a lot of property theft that occurs inside of these shelters. There's a lot of fighting that happens. Okay?
Here, actually, I have a wiki page that I shared in my Telegram chat. Here, let me do this real quick. Oh, here we go. Cool. Yeah, it was the colloquial name for the capital of Austria between 1918 and 1934, Red Vienna, or Volkswagen, when the Social Democratic Workers' Party of Austria maintained almost unilateral political control over Vienna and, for a short time, Austria as a whole. During this time, the SDAP pursued a rigorous program of constructing projects across the city in response to serious housing shortages, and implemented policies to improve standards of public education, healthcare, sanitation. Ultimately, the collapse of the First Austrian Republic in 1934. Of the First Austrian Republic, 1934, after the suspension of the Nationalrat by the Bundeslandes Dollfuss. A year earlier, and a subsequent banning of the SDAP in Austria ended the period of the first socialist project of Vienna until after the Second World War. So thank the Nazis for killing this. But, yeah. Basically, before Nazis before the Nazis were like, yeah, no. Like, before that happens, like, yeah. Austria was, essentially, like, at least for a time, especially Vienna, was essentially unilaterally controlled by, Democratic Workers' Party. Yeah, we can just kind of delve into it with this. The SBO. Founded 133 years ago. Does it still exist? Oh shit, it still fucking does. Wow, it actually still exists. Light der Arbeit, Song of Labor is their national anthem. Oh. Or the anthem of the party. 6 out of 9 state cabinet. Yeah, so they have a legitimately significant control still of Austrian politics. Even a little bit of European Parliament. based flag. Flag is based. Yeah, wow. So yeah, they're still a thing. November 2018, the party has been led by Pamela Lendi Wagner, and is currently the second largest of 5 parties in the National Council. So yeah, there's still strong. There's still a thing. Dude, Austria is like based as dude. I love Austria. Austria be based. They had a moment where they unfortunately were kind of like co-opted by Nazis for a time, but after that they regained their baseness. They had a moment of being unbased, but that was not due to their control, I would argue. That was German Nazi collaboration. I don't know why I did that. That I would say that pretty much all essentially looks like German Nazi collaboration that would help enable the Anschluss. But before and after all that, I mean, Austria looked like they were essentially going base mode. I mean, they are. Like I said, we'll delve more into it, probably tomorrow or something like that, because, I mean, probably a little late for that right now at the moment. But at least that's kind of a quick little cursory glance. But yeah, I mean, honestly, Austria historically has been a very strong, lefty, progressive left, worker, type of, element, within Europe. I mean, it's not really mentioned as much. I mean, I guess outside of, today, with its housing and shit, but a lot of it is due to its history of that, though. Because a lot of that, started, even, before, the Anschluss of Austria and shit. And if anything, like I said, it was a reaction, to help kind of, simmer a lot of the more militancy within a lot of trade unionists and communists and anarchists at the time. And honestly, I kind of noticed it said, kind of center-left and international socialist, so I kind of imagine, maybe for Austria standards, center-left is basically, democratic socialists, essentially. So, that's why I imagine why they're also kind of aligned as international socialists as well, because they're essentially kind of maybe the more right-leaning elements of it, but beyond that, they're, pretty left-based. What?
Is not shelters. What they need is not a concentration camp style temporary shelter. What they need is permanent shelter, a home. That is at the heart of. Not true about animals and drug tests. Wait, what? You're wrong about that, I think, or maybe you're thinking about your own personal homeless shelter that you worked at or something.
Yeah,
shelters literally operate like a lot of shelters, especially in big cities, operate like institutionalized, criminal centers, basically.
A little bit. You just have a little bit more autonomy, when it comes to it. And yeah, I mean, a lot of them.
What are you talking about?
We're kind of going off and on a little bit while delving into side topics, but all kind of root to this, back to a homeless dude who had built a literal small house on his, on the, Hollywood Boulevard, and, actually made honestly, it's pretty, legitimately, a really decent looking shack and shit, too. I mean, given the circumstances, but really, it's kind of fundamentally talking about, homelessness and the issue when it comes to inner cities and some of the alleviations that can help mini homes that are sweeping services and shit like that. It's kind of broad topic of homelessness and shit, basically.
Person I've talked to, and every social worker I've talked to that works with homeless people talk about precisely animals and drug tests as some of the primary reasons as to why shelters are not sustainable, on top of sexual assault and other forms of violence that occurs regularly.
Well, as for Portland, I know for sure that, the main reason why a lot of homeless people don't go to shelters is primarily basically because of theft and sexual assault.
Yep.
Yeah. Yep, even he knows. Yeah, those are basically the big two things. Yeah. I mean, those are basically the biggest things as to why, shelters tend to be a big issue, too. I mean, because honestly, you know, a lot of the social workers tend to either be not paid because they're volunteers or barely paid anything at all, so they're not going to give a shit. And they're not going to really actually, like, deal with those problems. And also, like, I mean, there probably should be maybe, you know, qualifications. Like, if you have a background of sexual assault, probably, maybe you shouldn't be at least in, you know, a public shelter like that, but maybe, you know, at least, you know, still have, like, at least some roof over your head, but at least one that's just for yourself, you know, like a mini home or something like that, where you're not going to, you know, likely, you know, have as much of an opportunity to sexually assault people, you know, as easily, you know, because you don't have as much access to that. You know, so it's, you know, there's just like, you know, a lot of different fucking, you know, variables, you know, that, you know, are at play, but the main reason why there are, you know, at that rate is because, at least in America, we don't address homeless like we probably should. Because if there is homelessness in places like in Austria and Iceland and shit like that, you know, because especially, at least in my experience, I did at least see one camp in Iceland, but, like, it's because mainly it's more often not likely just because of choice. Because maybe that person prefers it that way. And there are people that are like that. There are some individuals that prefer to have that nomadic lifestyle of just being on my own and being the rugged individualist and, you know, having the tent, you know, just being, you know, like the free person or the free man or whatever the fuck, you know. It's just like there are just some people that are kind of like that a little bit, that live off the land and whatever the fuck, you know, just sustain and make do with what they got and make do with what they can and shit. Like, there are just some people like that. So, you know, there are, you know, by proxy, you're gonna have some homeless people just on that virtue, I guess. But, you know, it's just like, at least for those that, you know, don't make that choice, like, they shouldn't have to be in that situation. And yeah, and I guarantee, frankly, and I guarantee you, for anyone who might be homeless in Austria, I guarantee you it's because they do it by choice. Just like, you know, the person I saw, you know, at least, you know, the camp that I saw when I was in Iceland, like that, you know, just seeing the camp itself, like, I could just tell it was by choice because it was set up like it was a long-term camp that someone was living there for a while. Like, had like a little clothesline, like a little legitimate like stove set up outside, a whole shebang. Like, I mean, it had like a nice big ass tent, but that was about it. And I wasn't like a little makeshift cabin or nothing like, you know, like this guy has. But, you know, that little setup. You know, I mean, no one was bothering him. He ain't in a situation where he was going to be bothering anybody else. So, and obviously it wasn't. In fact, I mean, the camp wasn't occupied at the time, and so obviously that homeless person was either maybe working a job or, you know, visiting a friend or fucking, you know, just out and about somewhere. Who knows? You know, and either way, whatever. Obviously, you know, at the end of the day, they most likely than not are doing it by a choice. And like I said, there are people like that. And they know how to make do, and if they want to do so by choice, then it's, you know, that's the individual, you know, freedom, I think, you know, that, you know, should be available for people, but again, it's because of the choice. There are people that like to, you know, live in their van and, like, you know, travel from city to city, you know, for example. There are, you know, like, that's one way, you know, there's people that have an RV that's how they live. They're like, I'm in an RV, I make money, you know, just like traveling from place to place and doing little side jobs, saving up enough money to travel to the next place, you know, and visit places in between, and blah, 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 blah. And, like, some people like that. And honestly, you know, part of me is kind of like that. But, you know, at the end of the day, there needs to be a fucking, you know, a system in place to where that is available as a choice for people. If they don't necessarily want to have, like, you know, a roof over their head, or maybe they do, but also want to have the option to be nomadic, like, you know, that should be the choice. That should be an availability and the opportunity and the idea of what meritocracy is supposed to be about. Even though, unfortunately, in this system, it's just a bunch of fluffy bullshit. Even though it shouldn't. Because, I mean, unfortunately, at that point, we all have to basically just, like, make do and achieve our own personal meritocracy with what the fuck, you know, we are dealt with when it comes to the cards we're dealt. It's like, but at the end of the day, how's that meritocracy? It isn't. It's just fucking hoping that, you know, you're making your situation just less shitty than it already is. Almost go to a shelter than live in one. Say, like, yeah, no shit. I've been to them before. I mean, at least for myself personally, because I've been to one that, you know, has done, like, that's also, like, a part soup kitchen and shit before. And honestly, dude, you see some shit there, you know, like, even just being there for a day visiting, like, I've seen some shit that, frankly, I'm just like, what, man? It's like, it's like, what do you say? Like, because honestly, there's been some, like, I don't even, it's like, part of me doesn't even want to mention it, but, like, at least one thing that really stuck to my fucking head when I was visiting the soup kitchen, because it was around the time my friend Harley was homeless, and that was one of the places he would go try to grab free food. And I decided to visit him one time and going there. And honestly, like, at least one of the things I saw was, like, I mean, one of the people obviously just, like, just, you know, literally the lowest of the low, just gave up on everything. Like, the dude essentially, like, I don't even know if I want to describe it, because it's just like, because on one hand it's disgusting and repulsive and gross as fuck, but on one hand it really emphasizes the fucking point especially when it comes to shelters, because, like, at least on, you know, one variable of it, because, like, the dude basically, like, he had his pants around his ankles, and I don't know if he tried to do the deuce, but, like, whatever the deuce was all over his lower half of his body instead. It was not exactly a pretty sight. Like, it's just like, man, what? Like, because I looked at him, like, and I was like, Jesus. And it was also I think one of the times where I realized, like, man, like, how society, you know, looks at homeless people, treats homeless people is fucked. Because this is, you know, the result of it. Like, I mean, it's one of the times where I, you know, realized, like, we've, you know, not individually, but at least societally wise, you know, in America, we've, you know, been set astray when it comes to treating our fellow man on that. Because that's the fucking result. Because, like, I mean, because where do you even begin to help that person? I mean, honestly, it's like, where do you start to help that person? Obviously, clean them up, you know, and trying to give them, you know, maybe a clean shave and shit like that. That's obviously to start. But, like, that doesn't even get close to even beginning to help, you know, someone like that, you know? And it's like, how in the fuck? I mean, you know, especially because, you know, even though I don't literally, like, live directly in Portland, but just living out in the greater Portland metro, and basically Portland is literally in my backyard. I mean, you know, I've seen, like, every different walk of life of homeless person, and it's just like, I mean, you know, regardless if, you know, they're one of the people that have literally given up, or one of the people that are just making by, or somebody who, you know, is, you know, trying to, you know, get back on their feet and, you know, get the house again, or get the job again, or, you know, maybe, you know, has ambitions, you know, to maybe hopefully get their small business, you know, up and running again and shit, because they used to have one, but the 08 recession fucked them up and shit. Like, I've heard those stories before. Like, you know, people that have had pretty successful lives, but then they become homeless and drift around the country a little bit, and they just happen to be in fucking Portland, you know, the time I interact with them and chat with them for a bit. And they're hoping that, you know, in their ambitions to get back on their feet, you know, they're able to get their home again, you know, get a loan so they can get their business up and running again, and blah, 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 because they used to be like a contractor or something. It's just like, I've heard those fucking stories. I mean, and it's just like, and we treat these fucking people like they're just literally the same like litter that, you know, might be left, you know, on the side of a public trash can or something. It's like, bleh, how dare this not be in the proper trash bin it belongs in? Bleh. It's right next to it. It's like what? I mean, I've never been homeless myself, but I've, you know, been around homeless people enough, and I've known people who have been, you know, homeless, and known their experiences enough to just understand it and know what that is. Because I've just been around it way too fucking much to just not know that. And I know how fucked it is. I know how bad and dangerous and scary and horrible it is. I mean, fuck, there's even times I've been pretty close to it. I mean, honestly, frankly, I'm probably in a situation where it's coin toss for me now, in a way. I mean, not maybe like tomorrow I'm going to be homeless or something, and maybe not like that, but next 5 years, I don't fucking know. I mean, it's like, considering, you know, the socioeconomic conditions just nationally, let alone my own, I mean, I don't fucking know. You know, it's like, so, there, you know, at least on that level, there's still a fucking coin toss, at least in my mind. I doubt it, because I know I have family and friends that would basically, you know, do anything in their power to basically not let that happen. But, I mean, at the same time, it's just like, who knows? I mean, you know, 5 years ain't now. So, it's just like, right now, things are fine, things are comfortable, but, like I said, you know, it's like things can't change. And that's, you know, like, in considering that, you know, there are people that are just, you know, not as privileged as me, that might have had a roof over their head, like, not even 5 years ago, but are now homeless and shit. And yet there are just so many people that just want to demean them and say that they're the guilty ones or they're the ones at fault. It's just like, I don't even know, dude. I see a lot of people like that on the Portland subreddit, and, you know, a lot of that mentality around and shit, just in general, and it's just like, how in the fuck? It's like, it really, honestly, legitimately does show their privilege, like shit, specifically. Because I understand mine, but, I mean, you know, it's like, I don't necessarily want to be privileged. It should be the norm. Because, like, if you're so, like, you know, nice and comfortable that, you know, you pretty much, you know, feel like, oh, you know, I could demean, you know, someone who's, like, literally fucking houseless and don't have a home, you know, to call their home, it's like, then, yeah, at that point, you deserve to be called a privileged fucking little bitch. Because that's what you are at that point. Because you don't understand it, and you don't, and at that point, you're especially not going to be advocating for the betterment and, you know, for, you know, these conditions. You're going to be advocating for policies that'll make it worse. So, yeah, you're a little bitch. Fuck you. Privileged asshole. I mean, that's how I feel, because that's what they are. Like, they might, you know, be like, oh, well, you know I do advocate for this stuff, but, you know, I lost my empathy because I have empathy fatigue, or, you know, there are just too many, you know, dangerous, you know, elements and this and that. It's like, then quit fucking advocating for the shit and, you know, that lets it happen, or quit letting it just, like, do nothing, you know, while shit continues to get worse. While, you know, sitting on your fucking ivory tower while, you know, lecturing how, like, oh, I'm mightier than thou and the more, you know, progressive and shit, while you're just nothing but a do-nothing lib. It's like, shut up. It's like, they're, you know, it's like, if anything, you're just as fault, you know, for letting these people fall under the wayside and shit, just as much as, you know, as these politicians that allow it to be this way for, you know, for the past, like, for fucking generations at this rate. Because you've bought hook, line, and sinker to their fucking shit. Because you, strangely enough, have, you know, still faith in the institutions. Even though they fucked you too, one way or another. And we'll bitch about it when it comes to that. But never want to actually, you know, change the fucking shit when push comes to shove. And then they also want to bitch, like I said, you know, why is there so much homeless? Why is the problem so bad? Why is there so much poverty? Why is there crime and this and that? At this rate, look at the fucking mirror. It's because of you, at this rate.
Dolan fights 24/7, he's right, Chatter, shut the fuck up.
Because you enable this shit.
So basically, get off your ass and stop being a homeless loser. Yeah, dude. Instead, you know, get on your ass and
being a liberal NIMBY and, like, you know, and this type of shit, sitting on your ass. Like, I mean, at this point, it's like, yeah, at that rate, you know, it's like, look in the mirror. You're the problems as to why, you're the issue as this, for these problems. Because you're sitting around enabling it. If anything, advocating for it to be worse. Remember the debate TJ had those 3 guys? Yes, I do. And one of them's like, why don't you let a homeless guy live in your house? And you know what? I honestly wish I was there debating those motherfuckers. Because I would say, you know what? I fucking have. Like, honestly, there's been, within the last, 3 fucking months, doing these streams where I've let one of my coworkers who was homeless for a minute live here. And, and there's times where he was on the background for a minute. Chatting for a little bit, but, he was kind of doing his own thing, chilling. But, I have literally let homeless people live in my house. Who are my friends? Who are my coworkers? God, honestly, I wish one of these fucking bitches who make those fucking points would say that to me. Because it's like, you know what? Not necessarily by choice, but because I'm a compassionate, nice fucking human being. But yeah, I'd fucking do that shit for people. And I have. And it's just like, I don't expect that from other people. I literally don't expect people who have a roof over their head to do that shit for other people who are homeless. That's just what I've done. It's just like, it's not supposed to be a fucking flex. But when it comes to these fucking bitches who want to make that point, it's like, yeah, I have. Have you, asshole? That's what I would say. It's like, yeah, I actually have. You want to hear every single fucking story of every single one of them? Because I have multiple, it's like, oh man, I would love to fucking, I'd love to have convo with those sons of bitches. Because they don't know what they be messing with when it comes to me as a leftist versus TJ. Because, yeah, maybe, TJ wasn't necessarily, as, I don't know, I guess, as caring about their fucking shit, but holy fuck, I mean, when it comes to some of their bullshit that they're spewing, there's some shit I'm like, oh, I would be going the fuck off. And especially that shit, now that you mention it, now it reminded me, oh, I would be going the fuck off on their ass, and then at the end of all that rant, I would be like, and have you fucking done any of that shit? And if not, then shut the fuck up. And you start doing that shit before you start lecturing on me, about, have I let homeless people be in my house? Because that shit's just so stupid. Because, those people that do make those type of, questions, fucking, spin those fucking, shit at you, would never do that, at any point in their fucking life. If literally some homeless person just walked up to their fucking door and knocked on it as some random stranger saying, hi, I happen to be homeless, I mean no harm, but it's okay if I spend a night or 2 here, to keep warm. That piece of shit would say, fuck off. All those motherfuckers that he was debating with would literally say, fuck off. Every single one of them. Because, they don't care. And, it's like, oh, I have mine. Pull yourself by the bootstraps and get yours, bitch. Fuck you. And we'll close the door on them. And if that homeless person stayed there, knocking the door again, they would just call the cops and have him escorted and fucking arrested for trespassing. And make that guy's life fucking worse. That's what they would do. Not me, though. I mean, honestly, I probably would turn some way, but I wouldn't call cops on their ass. I'd just be like, hey, look, I mean, unfortunately can't at the moment, but, I mean, when it came to coworkers and when it came to friends, people I know, though, that need it, yeah, I have. I mean, I won't do it just for some random-ass stranger, because I don't know what they will do, and I don't know what their intentions are, but if I get to know them and chat with them, get to actually know what their backstory is a little bit and kind of get an idea of who they are, maybe I feel different. So I say, why don't you ration your food when a free buffet is 10 feet from you? I mean, for fucking real. I mean, how many homeless people have you let stay in your house? How many unaborted kids have you adopted? Yeah, for real. It's like, I mean, they're always going to be fucking hypocrites on this shit. Because realistically, they don't really care. They just want to, have the, extra, got 'em points. Oh, yep. got them on this issue. Even though, realistically, they never did. They just did it for the clout. Because that's really what it's about for a lot of these fucking people. It's glad to be like, oh yes, look at me. I'm on my little ivory tower and people validate my position. Because if I wanted to be that way, I obviously would have a lot more viewers. You know what I mean? I mean, because, well, obviously, partially, I honestly kind of legit partially blame that due to the platform, but, whatever. Platform's not necessarily fond of indie content creators, let alone just average content creators. That's honestly over the solar all topics make me really in drinking mood. I had 2 hard seltzers and now I'm having another mixed drink. Fuck it. This type of topic, kind of gets you in that drinking mood and a philosophical mood at the same time. We'll also spit mad as well. Because like I said, I've never experienced it myself, but I know just first, from second, third hand, how homelessness is. Because like I said, I've had coworkers, friends. My roommate used to be homeless before I took him in. It's just like, I know this shit. That's why especially housing, needs to be, honestly, the idea that there's any privatized, shit when it comes to housing, as far as I'm concerned, unless it's, your property and you own it, and it's maybe I'm letting my kids inherit it and shit like that, how my house is, where I live under right now. Unless it's some shit like that, there should not, it should be nationalized when it comes to housing. At least, in part, at least partially nationalized. There needs to be at least from, little studio apartments all the way up to, condominiums, basically. The equivalent of what that is. As at least public and nationalized, at least in part, at least, when it, at least I would say 50%, at least half, give or take of fucking housing, needs to be nationalized on some level, because it's just too much of a fucking necessity. Let the rest of it be oh, maybe somebody, let the people, people own their own homes, and maybe they have a second property, or some shit, they have their winter home, when, if they're in Portland, Maine, they want to have a property in, Arizona or some shit, as their winter home or something. I can get that a little bit. Shit like that, I will leave, some leeway for stuff like that, but, at least on the bare necessity, when it comes to that type of level of housing, that needs to be nationalized, fundamentally. And, at least, when it comes to, the studio apartment to, condominium level. Maybe not, full-on houses, necessarily, but, unless they're, little mini-homes. Well, maybe not even, literal mini homes, but, little smaller houses and shit. When it comes to, little neighborhood blocks or something like that, for a lot of these little smaller houses or something. I don't know. I could see, the details being worked out with something like that, but at least on a broader level, there needs to be at least some form, at least in part, of nationalization, at least, 50% of it, going to that. To have it, because, like I said, when it came to Red Vienna, a part of, at least especially in modern day, I think it is about, 40% of the housing in Vienna is government public housing. I think, if not, I think it's either 50 or 60%. It's about around that 50% margin, somewhere around there. Give 10 something percent, here and there, So it's just it's within that area, when it comes to their housing, just within Vienna alone, and especially for Vienna, it's far better cohesion, when it comes to the mixed income elements of it. Far better, standard of living, far better economic conditions for everybody, regardless of what their income or status is. It's just like, overall, better. Weird. Curious. Wonder how that happened. It's as if policies back from, like, what we were looking at earlier, from 1918 to 34, especially, like, some of those early, you know, roots of, you know, those policies, you know, is what led to what Vienna is today. And we could have that in quicker time, too, by the way, if we actually gave a fuck. Because also, like, how Vienna maintains it now, like, it doesn't cost, like, billions and billions of fucking dollars to maintain what they have. I think it only costs like 500 million or something like that. If translated to US dollars, that's about how much it costs yearly, you know, for Vienna alone when it comes to that shit to maintain all this shit. It's actually pretty cheap. Weird. It's as if we could pay for it. Oh my god. It's not even $1 billion? Well, obviously for America, it probably would be a little more than $1 billion. You know, but we're a far fucking bigger nation with far more people in it. But, you know, when it comes to, like, the, you know, cost percentage-wise with how much Vienna specifically is paying for it, and translate that into America, you know, America's, like, fucking federal budget and shit, it wouldn't be too much. We could definitely afford that shit.
A fucking idiot.
The fucking idiot. That actually kind of worked pretty well as a filler right after all that. We can afford it, you fucking idiot.
No restrictions to them. All
gets me throwing bricks at people mood. It really does. I mean, honestly, like, I mean, there's definitely some motherfuckers I could be throwing bricks real good at right about now, you know what I mean? I can name some people. Pretty much literally every landlord, you know, that it's within the 10-kilometer radius, like, yeah. At least those people. I can't name those people, at least, because I don't know who the fuck they are, but, yeah, at least those people, too. But outside of that, there's a few other people I can name specifically.
Dude, because shelters are temporary. These people don't need temporary housing. They need permanent housing. Holy shit.
Yep. That's why it can't be like mini homes. It needs to be like, you know, at least at minimal studio apartments and, you know, to the more upper end stuff like little condominiums and stuff, like, you know, those like little mini houses, like those little smaller houses that are basically like, well, they're basically like houses, you know, and shit, or like buildings that are like 2 or 3 houses attached to each other, basically. You know, it's like, you know, there needs to at least be, you know, a frame level of, you know, at the middle of that, and then, you know, towards, you know, the maximum of the condominium level status of things, you know, to be able to, you know, have some public housing shit, because, you know, depending on the circumstances or needs, or, you know, how far someone is on getting themselves back on their feet, you know, like, any of those options will work very excellently. And honestly, like, I mean, as long as that, like, any of them are available, like, as far as I'm concerned, like, let's say all the studio apartments are taken, but there's condominiums available, and, yeah, you still have, like, some people that, you know, aren't necessarily quite back on the feet yet, but still need a roof over their head, then give them that shit. I don't give a fuck. Like, as long as they have at least something over their head, whether it's, you know, maybe a little, quote, better than, you know, the next person in line or some shit, I mean, there's at least, you know, a public investment, adequate funding, and all this other shit available to them. And at the end of the day, it's like, you know, there are people who are going to be, you know, coming in and out of these type of programs. So there are going to be people who will be in these type of apartments, but they're not going to be there forever. Like, once they get back on their feet and are able to go into a better apartment, like a 1-bedroom apartment, or maybe a 2-bedroom and bunk with a friend that they've, you know, made, you know, along the way or some shit, and those two, you know, have a 2-bedroom apartment, then they're no longer a part of, like, this public housing studio apartment shit. So it's like, then somebody else is able to fill in that. So it's just like, it's not like, you know, there's some sort of, like, you know, necessarily a permanent housing in the sense that they're just going to be there forever, but at least there as a sense of, like, they actually have a permanent residence in a permanent area to where, in the meantime, until they get an upgrade on their own, you know, and are able to be comfortable and sustainable economically and income-wise, you know, to be able to get something better for themselves, you know, this is where we're going to be at. And sometimes it might take a little longer than other people, but that's fine. You know, it's like that should be okay. It's like there shouldn't be like a timeline either, you know, and hence why it needs to be permanent housing. Like there shouldn't be like some time frame on when you get the fuck out. It's like, you know, until, you know, basically you don't necessarily need it because of, you know, your income status and being able to afford a better place, you know, for, you know, a decent price or something like that when it comes to the rent, then, yeah, at that point, you know, it's not that, you know, really big of a deal to, you know, not be a part of the program anymore, because at that point you're now self-sustaining. You know, that's kind of the point of it, though. It's like to get you back on that level where you're able to, like, you know, make your own and have yours and shit like that. Even if you have to rent a place, you know, still. Because at least at that point, you're back on the feet enough to where you're back on the level of where you're able to, you know, get up the stepping ladder again. I mean, that's because that's the whole point of what this is supposed to be about. Is to get back on the stepping ladder. Even if you're still kind of near the lower end of it, at least you're back on the ladder to get back up. I mean, that's the whole point. I mean, the fucking bare minimal just needs to be that. I mean, it really needs to go fucking farther than that, frankly, as far as I'm concerned. But at the bare minimal, that needs to be the case. If only there was some kind of brick throwing device, except the device is small and metal, and the bricks are also metal and curved to be aerodynamic. I feel like I know what you mean. But, I mean, I feel like there should be a brick throwing device that is small and metal, but the interior of it also has some very bombastic metal in it that can also make a lot of other metal fly in very high speeds in various different directions in a 360-degree angle, you know, and thus, you know, have a bunch of little baby metal bricks just heavily embed themselves into soft organic objects. Oh, by the way, it's 420 on stream. Smoke it if you got them. $420. I have enough for one more. Yeah, just barely. Just barely. Here. Gonna go to the bathroom quick, but I'll just be right back. I'll play this song though.
Get a job! Go get a job! Okay, how? Explain to me how. I go into a shelter, 90% of all the shelters, you have a person off in the corner smoking a Whoopie, and staff member not doing nothing about it. You have other people while you're sleeping stealing your stuff. You have staff members sexually assaulting females inside the facilities. So most of them rather sleep outside in the danger and the cold than actually be in there, because when the reason why they left them or out on the street in the first place is because their mom or their dad or their brother or their uncle or someone in their family was either mentally, emotionally, physically, or sexually abusing them. So they're out here just because they'd rather not be in that environment. That's why you got so young kids out here. They out here.
Temporary housing would have to last for years for each of these people, let alone be decent to live in for those living there to have a chance to get their own home. Yeah. Kick you out 5 a.m. to 5 p.m. Required religious indoctrination. Can't stay with your spouse. No pets. Only a bag for personal property, all stolen, extensive violence, 1 meal at night. This only describes short-term housing. Long-term housing, no record of any kind, limited family availability, enormous waiting lists. Source, years homeless with and without a spouse. Yeah. That most jobs require that you have a home address. Exactly. Most jobs require you to shower and be able to clean your fucking clothes. Can't do that shit. That's why I get so goddamn triggered whenever I fucking see those YouTube videos of people being like, oh, I was homeless. And you know, here's how I capitalismed my way out of having 1 penny to my name. This shit's not a joke. It's not. It's just. It's so fucked up.
What was a booby?
Anyway, I mean, we know how people feel about homeless people. Reactionary people don't even fucking hide their disdain. And even liberals are incredibly fucking reactionary towards homeless people. Because, you know, they see what I've talked about already. Like, the most visible homeless people are often going to be the ones that need help the most desperate. A lot of mental illness, a lot of drug addiction. And that's what you see, so you fucking think like you have this reactionary attitude towards it. You think like everyone is there, and then when your starting point is like this hyper-capitalistic, super individualist attitude, you think like these people are there because of their own failures, because we think poverty is a moral failure. And a lot of us, especially NEETs, especially people that are fortunate enough to be in this Twitch community, or in any community on Twitch for the most part, have never had to experience that personally. I have never had to experience that personally. Let's be real. I've never been homeless. I've had the fear of losing housing, for sure. And it's a terrifying prospect. I have to live in a fucking kitchen of a frat house. But I've never been homeless. I've always been able to figure shit out. But until you live in that situation, like, you're never going to understand it, okay? But that was still permanent shelter, chat. That was a permanent shelter still, okay?
Goofy baby.
Being homeless, kind of complicated, but it's pretty much, it's not the same. But I'll tell you one truth. Being homeless, because of the economy.
Well, hold on.
I gotta be on the back. Brought you to still.
Yeah, I'll pause this clip. Yell Trump or treat to get candy. If not, I'll grab my bowl and say Biden. Oh my god. This is... I would say this is a dad joke, but this is worse than a dad joke. This is legitimately worse than a dad joke. Like, this is, oh my god. Is that, oh my god. I just want to, yeah, that person, like, I feel like there's an egging coming this person's way. Exactly, there is an egging going to that person. I would actively grab, like, not just a dozen, but like 24 carton of eggs. Like one of those, like, 24-pack of eggs. Like a fat fuck of eggs. And just, like, every single one of them. And you know what? Hold on. Before I even, fucking buy them from the store and then, immediately use them. No, I let them sit outside to where they get the maximum amount of sun for at least one day, so they can ferment real nice. And then, give it like another day, where I have it back inside just so, rodents and no other animals get to it. And just let it ferment. And then once I smell them and they're real rotten, then I go to that person's house and egg every single one of those eggs at that house. Only once they get fermented. Not only egging, but flaming bags, dog shit. Zukoff, chop chop. Well, luckily, honestly, considering like how Zukov shits in the morning, there's no, rarity when it comes to that supply. Like, he'll, like, do one fat deuce, before I go to work, and on my next break, he does, like, two fat logs. It's insane, dude. I know what I feed him, but holy shit, dude, the logs that come out of him are insane. I don't even know. I'm actually surprised, dude. Just not to go on a weird aside, but, like, the amount of, like, log, like, redwood shits that this dog has, like, stored inside of him, like, is insane, dude. I really don't understand it. Like, every time I go on a walk, he has to stop to try to take a shit at least, like, 5 fucking times. So much so that there's nothing that comes out. He'll try to take a shit, but then it's just, like, that weird, like mucus and like in the weird canine like glandule shit, like, and all that stuff. I'm so not to be too much in a weird aside, but it's like he like it's like he has to like hardcore like go like the poo route so much throughout the day. It's insane. Even though he doesn't have that, I know for a fact he doesn't have that much stored up in there, but, like, he acts like he does. Every time I go on a walk, he always has to let it out. And honestly, every time I do walk him, even though, like, not even, like, 30 minutes ago, he lets out, like, this honker of a redwood. It's just, like, I'm trying to at least use other words. But, like, even if I do take him on a walk, at least on my days off, like, still, even then, there's at least, 2 different instances where he has to go let the redwoods out. And they're legit redwoods. And it's just like, how do you have that much stored in you, dude? Like, Zukov, seriously, explain this to me. How do you have so much, like, redwood wood stored inside of you? I mean, honestly. He doesn't even eat that much. Like, I just filled up his bowl and he only ate, like, a quarter of it. Like, he barely tapped into it. So I don't know. Like, I don't get it. I guess he's that much of a literal shitbag.
Easier. The money lasts that way. It's embarrassing. But you have to live in society in a way that is given to you rather than going against it and breaking it. So I am looking for housing. I do not have a drug problem or alcohol problem. Rent is just high, so it's strictly unaffordable. I mean, and that's probably the main reason why I'm homeless. I have spent 6 years in the military when I was young. I got a other than honorable discharge, so that kind of limits me from my benefits from the military.
Sounded like you had a dishonorable discharge, I think, or an honorable one. The subtitle said honorable, but I think you meant dishonorable.
In Los Angeles all my life.
Because I know if you get a dishonorable discharge, that does legitimately limit you from your benefits as a veteran. An honorable discharge, nowhere near as much. You might be limited maybe a little bit, but barely. Because it's an honorable one.
Only for a while.
Versus dishonorable.
Arizona is very expensive, high. But I'm comfortable here because I know the land, I know the area. So
I know the land, know the area.
Just be homeless, when you know somebody and know places.
True.
That's pretty much why I'm back in Los Angeles. I have a brother that doesn't care about me. My mother's dead. My father's dead. My aunties are dead. I have absolutely no one.
So he has a brother that doesn't give a fuck about him. That's all he has for family, and that's it.
Less stress. It hurts. Only around holidays. But outside of that, it's stuff like that. I am not competitive. Trust me, I'm humble. Nails like these will humble you. I am pretty humble. I appreciate you talking to me. At least I know that the world cares or you care. And that's pretty much made my day.
Man, Dude, the fact that this guy who's... I think I know what channel this is. I know there's a YouTube channel that I follow and subscribe to that basically just does, like, homeless stories where they will go, you know, city to city, state to state, and will interview homeless people and their stories. And basically as an advocacy to, you know, help homeless people, you know, basically is, you know, sharing their stories on YouTube and online. I forgot the name of the YouTube channel right off the top of my head, though I know I'm subscribed to it, so I know it's in my subscription somewhere. But, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if this is one of their videos, but, I mean, just the fact that, you know, those people just recorded him and just asked him questions, but, you know, validated him and just, like, gave enough of a fuck to talk to him. It made that, he said it, it made his day, you know, because of how society fucking treats these people. And he's a veteran. He's literally, like, you know, because, you know, like, especially when it comes to the military service, it's always ingrained to you that you're fighting for this country and blah, 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 blah. So he was basically taught that, like, you're fighting for this country and this is how it fucking treats him. This is how this country fucking treats him and shit. And just the fact that there's at least some people in that country that has, you know, like, validate him and, you know, like, talk to him and it's at least, you know, like, not treat him like an other shitbag. It's like, it literally made his entire fucking day, probably his whole fucking week. I mean, and it's not, you know, fucking travesty because of him and his situation, but because of the conditions that led him to be there. It's like, it shouldn't have to be the fact that just someone interacted with him on the street made his fucking day. I mean, honestly, even for me, sometimes, you know, it, you know, makes my day that someone might do that, honestly. I mean, I will be honest, you know, sometimes, you know, just some random stranger talking to me and, you know, make me feel better a little bit randomly just because they happen to hear some, you know, random shit, you know, from, like, you know, just eavesdropping a little bit. It's like, in a weird way, it's like, you know, I mean, you know, it's actually kind of nice, makes the day a little bit. But, like, you know, like, just the fact that just, like, you know, that is basically his, like, highlight of not just his day, but probably legit just, like, his week, and probably for the fucking month, really is saying something. And it's not, you know, an indictment of him, but an indictment of this fucking country and the fucking society that has led to the socioeconomic conditions that, you know, lead to this shit, fundamentally. It's not like one individual that leads to this shit, obviously, but I mean, there is, like, definitely a sense that, like, you know, because people don't, not obviously, you know, especially people on the left, you know, definitely care, but at least, you know, when it comes to the quote-unquote, like, normies or, you know, like, the average person, they don't give enough of a shit to, you know, go out of the way to, you know, really say, hey, there needs to be a serious fundamental change of how we treat homeless people, like, having, like, bus stops or, like, pedestrian, like, benches and shit that are, like, basically fundamentally, like, anti-homeless architecture and shit, you know, because, oh, we don't want a homeless person sleeping on a public bench, God forbid, you know, because of shit like that. Like, I mean, you know, it's like, that doesn't help anybody, that doesn't alleviate the problems. It's like, there needs to be an actual fundamental change, you know, in how we, you know, look at this, instead of just, like, how do we just make it more miserable for people who are homeless? Because that makes it worse. That's all it does. It makes it so the sidewalks are more cluttered. It makes it so there's, you know, more crime and more fucking impoverishment and more desperation from these fucking people. It's like, what the fuck do you think it leads to when it comes to shit like that?
Best thing you can do is look at them and learn from them. Don't be afraid to ask them something, because they're actually helping you not be in that situation. So you can always learn from somebody. Whether you agree with it or not, or look at it as a negative or positive, you still can learn. And I want anybody to learn from me so they don't end up like me. And you can also give me a second.
I mean, yeah. I mean, honestly, it's like, I do agree with him too on that one. It's like, I mean, you could definitely learn from somebody, whether you agree with them or not, and, you know, whether it's, like, you know, right or wrong, where they came from, or whatever the fuck, and, you know, and shit.
I haven't given up. This is not giving up. This is called doing what you gotta do, given the circumstances. It'll get better. I know it's gonna get better.
And unfortunately,
And I hope it did get better for him, man.
there is very little coverage on homeless people as human beings, like the one you just saw. And the coverage is more so like this, antagonistic. That's what you see in local news. That's what you see in national news. And
They don't give him the light of day or the fucking humanity like, you know, those people did.
your experiences, if you're like terrified of people living in tents, especially when you see someone like the only type of homeless person that you see is one that is like very clearly going through like a mental outbreak or a mental breakdown in public. So then your attitude is like, paired up with your capitalist understanding of like of poverty being bred out of some kind of moral failing. You think like, oh, these people fucked up and they deserve to be in this situation and they're crazy and they're scary and I don't want to be around them. So you never actually think about policies that would help them. You never actually think about how this could happen to you.
Yep.
You never actually think about how this could happen to you or a loved one. When in fact, this is incredibly commonplace, okay? And it's getting...
And scarily is becoming more fucking common by the fucking day.
Even more common.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I found out fucking because of, like, you know, there's, like, no, like, you know, like, reset of, like, you know, rent and shit because of COVID and stuff. You know, instead of realizing that, like, some shit like our water bill and stuff, you know, being almost caught up, now because, like, all the fucking, like, hey, you know, not having to pay these bills and stuff, well, guess what? Time to pay up, fuck. It's like all of a sudden that's suddenly propped up out of nowhere. It's like, oh. What? Yeah, so it's like, oh shit. So our bills basically ranked up to like nearly getting caught up to like $2,000 behind all of a sudden. Luckily, obviously, they, you know, have the good humanity to allow, you know, there's some payment options to make sure that, you know, as long as you keep up with them, that they won't be turned off. And it's like, what? I mean, I mean, honestly, it's like, I mean, I can imagine that just with that type of shit alone, you know, considering, you know, like that, you know, being in Oregon here, like considering that, like that shit, like I guarantee you there's probably at least like over 1,000+ people who are probably going to be homeless within the end of this fucking month because of shit like that. You know, it's like, oh, time to pay up. It's like, I don't got fucking like $2,000 and I can't exactly do the payment plan because I don't have like $200 a month, you know, to be able to just fork over for that shit right about right now. It's like, I mean, it's like, it leads to this type of fucking shit. Another variable to, you know, these type of problems where people who really probably don't even have like, you know, mental, drug or other fucking problems and shit, but just because of like, oh, couldn't pay the rent anymore or whatever the fuck, you know, it's just like you get people in this situation. Oh, son of a bitch. I mean, it's like you get people in this type of fucking situation.
Little
variable
coverage on homeless people as human beings, like the one you just saw, and the coverage is more so like this, antagonistic. That's what you
okay, luckily I skipped right back to around where I was.
See in local news, that's what you see in national news, and that's what your experience is if you're like terrified of people living in tents, especially when you see someone like the only type of homeless person that you see is one that is like very clearly going through like a mental outbreak or a mental breakdown in public. So then your attitude is like, paired up with your capitalist understanding of like of poverty being bred out of some kind of moral failing, you think like, oh, these people fucked up and they deserve to be in this situation and they're crazy and they're scary and I don't want to be around them. So you never actually think about policies that would help them. You never actually think about how this could happen to you. You never actually think about how this could happen to you or a loved one. When in fact, this is incredibly commonplace, okay? And it's getting even more commonplace. It's becoming more and more common. Why? And we're going to talk about the grandma who was arrested for feeding people in need in a second. This was an insane story. Okay.
What? Wait, so grandma was arrested for feeding homeless people? Or yeah, are we actually fucking kidding me? Is this the... What? Okay. Alright, I'm gonna have to hear about that. So like, oh, what? Hey, it's against the law to feed homeless people, you son of a bitch. Time to go to jail. It's like, huh? I think, fuck, that ain't illegal in Oregon. Or at least in Portland. I mean, I've fed homeless people and shit. I've joined one of my friends who, like, a couple times before in the past, a couple years back, where it's like, hey, we made a whole bunch of, like, ham and turkey sandwiches with cheese and some peanut butter jelly sandwiches. We made like 100 of each. You want to fucking, join us and pass them around homeless people and stuff? And I was like, sure, why not? And like, because one of my friends hit me up about that, and I had nothing going on that day, so I decided to do that. And like, honestly, like for like every fucking person that like we walked up to and it's like, hey, we got some free sandwiches, you want some and stuff, blah 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 blah. Like, I mean, like every fucking person had a smile on their face, like, oh, thanks, man, like, sweet, this is awesome. Like some people, like at least a couple people are like, you made my fucking day doing this, man, it's really nice, blah 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 blah. It's like there was a lot of people like that. And it was just like, I mean, and that's just in Portland and shit. It's just like, I mean, if that was fucking illegal, then holy shit, I would go out of my way to break the law then. Like, fuck. I mean, it's like, are you serious? Like, what the fuck? I mean, oh my god. Only fucking America where it's illegal to feed homeless people.
The market is insane. $40% of Americans don't have $400 additional in emergency spending.
I sure should.
40% of Americans.
I'm part of that percentile.
One fucking trip to the hospital away from homelessness, and you're over here thinking like, that you're fine, and all your friends and all your family members are fine. They're not.
I mean, it really ain't.
Freedom for you.
Yeah, it's so more free.
You get plants.
Yeah.
You get tapestry.
Yeah, I feel like I have more of a way to express my, artist nature and everything.
But Q, I mean, you have to understand, a lot of people don't think this belongs here. I mean, this is a public street.
Yeah.
They're
fuck you rat.
Yeah. There's probably better places, than this. But I mean, I don't think that I'm bothering anyone here. This business isn't even in.
Yeah, it's an empty building.
So is he taking the power
from
the city?
I try to keep it.
Because he doesn't get a power bill.
Clean, and I sell bikes and I make.
He doesn't get a power bill. Oh, the appropriate response to someone to enforce the laws. I mean, I'm just, yeah. Yeah. I mean, yeah. God damn it! What the fuck? Okay, I need to get this the fuck away from me, because holy shit.
In the electric scooters.
Smelling it, no.
Like I fixed several people that live in the neighborhood. I fixed their scooters and stuff like that. So,
are you happy?
Yeah, I feel good, man. I feel good. I feel like I'm, kind of.
Like, that lady is fucking insane. She's stealing power from the city. It's like, bro, this person has been fucked, okay? This person has been completely fucked by society. And even in that circumstance, you're like, well, what about the fairness? I have to pay for my bill. Like, how can you be such a bloodthirsty freak? I don't understand it. This is legitimately something that I do not understand. You look at a man who has tried to make the most of the circumstances, and you feel anger. Not towards the system that has put him there, but you feel anger because he's been able to overcome at least some of the horrifying, destitute situation that he's been presented with. You feel angry. You're like, well, what about the injustice? What about me? Me. I have to pay for my electricity. Why is he not paying for his? That's fucking psychotic, dude. You are not a good person.
That's basically, honestly, like, the sad but true fact that it's just literally, like, liberalism in a nutshell. where it's just like, oh, you know, I want to advocate for like institutional incremental like, you know, progression, but if it has like a direct impact on my life, then I'm not exactly in favor of that then at that point, even if it's like, you know, exactly what I believe in though. It's like that's essentially, it's like the fundamental like, you know, root where a lot of these, you know, type of fucking people, you know, like liberal types, you know, believe in shit, because they just really at the end of the day want the status quo. I mean, honestly, in a lot of ways, it's kind of worse than Republicans and conservative types and shit, because a lot of them basically just want to, you know, scream to her out, be like, yeah, we need to criminalize the homeless and just basically like, for all intents and purposes, like, you know, execute them basically. You know, it's like they're like, you know, really extreme with it, but like a lot of liberals and shit, you know, pretty much like, you know, run most of like, you know, these major cities and blah 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 blah. But you know, it's like, do you ever see them actually, you know, changing or, you know, trying to progress or, you know, help, you know, a lot of the issues when it comes to homelessness? No, they literally are advocates of, or, you know, maintaining status quo. If anything, making it fucking worse when it comes to a lot of these issues with the homeless crisis and shit. It's like, I mean, if anything, that emboldens the conservatives and the right and shit when it comes to this issue.
But it doesn't matter, even if he didn't have a fucking generator, even if he was stealing power from one of the businesses or stealing power from the city, who gives a fuck? He's literally, like, the alternative is this guy dies, okay?
Being an example for people that's in my situation, letting them know that, you know, just because you are living on the streets doesn't mean that you have to just let go, give everything up. You know?
Where do you get food and use the bathroom and stuff?
Well, I go to local stores and, you know, while I'm out.
Let's walk this way, yeah.
Hey, Phil.
While I'm out and,
yeah, I'm listening.
While I'm out.
So they're basically fucking interrogating him and shit. It's like, where do you get your food? Where do you, like, shower? Where do you do this? Where do you do that? Blah, blah, blah. It's like, he's just trying to fucking live and shit. It's like, why do you ask him, like, how he got here in the first place? Why he doesn't want to go into the shelves specifically and address, you know, those type of issues? Like, how come do you think, you know, those type of issues happen to be very predominant in these areas? Blah, 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 blah. Like, why, like, do your fucking job, you rat back fucking local news reporting piece of shit, you fuck.
I use the restroom at, you know, different stores and stuff like that. But,
go ahead, Marlon.
I'm just curious about, you know, he has the generator and the power cord that you showed. He doesn't get a bill, so is he just milking it from the city?
Milking it from the city. Fuck you, you whore.
Yeah, no, he's not connected
Corporate
to the city.
cunt.
This is a generator with, can we peek inside or?
I'd rather not, man, yeah, because I don't have it cleaned up, and then it's not finished.
So people around here seem to like you.
Yeah.
You're a super friendly guy.
Yeah, he's friendly.
People that are watching this saying, this is ridiculous.
Right. Well, I mean, I don't know, you know, where they're coming from, you know, or why they believe what they believe, but, you know, there was a fire.
Even the guy who, like, originally came in with the intention of, like, you know, cutting fucking anti-homeless propaganda is like, shut the fuck up, bitch. Okay? No, he's not stealing power from the city. Like, even he was like, shut up.
No, for real. But she's the head of an HOA. Dude, you guarantee it. Not only does she have a job as a news reporter, but she's also, like, you know, the fucking president of an HOA somewhere, this fucking cunt.
Okay? You fucking bloodthirsty freak, you monster, you demon of a human. Holy fuck!
Demon of a human! That deserves death by 1,000 iguana bites.
By the way, remember.
Or just like 1,000 hungry Komodo dragons just fucking, like, you know, unleashed upon her.
Okay. Marginalized people do not have to be telegenic. They do not have to make the best victim, the perfect victim for you to understand the plight that they're going through. This
Hornets,
is
better.
A person who is good on camera and you know, well kept despite the circumstances.
1 billion hornets.
He's been dealing with
all
his
the
entire
hornets.
fucking life. Okay, and even in that situation, she's still like, no, murder him. said someone will run on turning homeless people into biomatter. I actually think that's serious, seeing these people's reactions. Yes, of course, dude.
I mean, for real. I mean, if they could fucking, like, basically make these people into, like, you know, Soylent Green and fucking, like, feed this to people as, like, a form of, like, you know, edible consumption, like, the fucking, like, status quo in the system would literally allow it.
One of the guys.
Politicians would advocate it left and right.
That probably puts a nasty stain on it.
All right. Well, thank you for talking with us and sharing some of your story. Go ahead, Marla.
Phil, my last question is, you said he was going to move soon. So does he literally roll it somewhere else? Where is he moving to?
Does he literally roll it? Fuck you, you whore. You fucking corporate piece of fucking whorish, parasitical bitch. Fuck you.
Move it from out in front of the fence.
Oh my god. Like,
the police said they're going to take me to jail, so I got to move. So that's why all my stuff's outside right now.
So if an agency came to you and said, Q, we got an apartment for you in Hollywood, indoors, services, job training, health benefits, would you take it?
Well, I want to start my own business, but as far as the apartment situation, I don't know where I'm going to be able to store all my stuff, and then I do a lot of grinding and welding and stuff like that, so I mean, I don't know, maybe that's not the best
solution for you.
Yeah, because my generators and my, you know, I kind of like that lifestyle anyway.
All right, Alex, Marla, slice of life.
Ugh, at the end, they have to make it seem like, first of all,
sounds like he could use a condominium, so he can have like a little yard out front and maybe like a little garage, so he can have, you know, a place to do some welding and things like that, right? If only there was like a public housing thing that I was talking about earlier, right? Like if only that was a thing, then he could probably have that. Wow.
He's presenting an adequate problem. This is a person who has skill. This is a person who has power tools, who knows how to use those power tools.
Yep.
In an adequate society, they would not only offer him housing, but he would be able to use those tools.
And also not just housing, but an actual like property in a house that, you know, would be adequate for, you know, what he has, especially when it comes to like welding tools and shit.
Wants to, and build his own fucking business and survive off of it.
Yep.
Fair on the streets.
He literally said he wanted to start his own.
He's resourceful.
And I've...
Phil. Thank you.
Oh, you need to resourceful. Fuck off, you stupid bitch. Ugh. I hate that woman. But it's just like, I mean, you know, it's like, I mean, like, honestly, that dude's story, it's like, I've heard that before. Like, I mean, honestly, I've heard people that used to have businesses that were homeless and shit that, you know, wanted to, like, get back up on their feet and start it again and shit. Like, I've heard that story. It's like, so honestly, like, you know, there are legit a lot of these type of homeless people that have the fucking drive, you know, when it comes to, you know, not just, like, you know, getting back on their feet, but even wanting to start their own business and actually, you know, like, be an influencer when it comes to, like, you know, a local economy in that way. Like, you got people like that. But then you get, like, little cunts, bitches like her, who I guarantee you, like, you know, like you're saying is the head of an HOA somewhere or some shit. Like, you know, who just wanted to fucking demonize him and be like, bleh. He's leeching off of, like, you know, the city's, you know, electricity and this and that, and blah, 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 blah. And it's like, fuck off. It's like, what is this shit? That's why I hate local news. Wherever it is. It's so gross. Fulton Hill. The heart system arrested an old lady giving food away. Yeah, no, this is what Hassan was mentioning earlier. I thought it was a joke. Grandmother arrested for feeding homeless, files lawsuit against city. March 78. Norma Thornton was arrested for giving homeless city in Bullhead City, Arizona. Yeah, this is a thing Hassan was talking about, I think. The video showed the lady look like her, so I think it's the same thing Hassan was talking about. Which, go figure.
At our growing homeless population, but it's not just us.
Yeah, people are finding themselves homeless across the entire state, and experts say it'll take years to get better. CBS 8.
Bro, look at that. Look at that. You think that shit's normal, dog?
It ain't.
The wealthiest nation on the planet. California as a state is like the 4th largest economy. It's slated to become like the 4th largest economy on the planet, okay? We're about to pass Germany, motherfucker. This is craziness. Do you understand? This is craziness, bro.
It is. It shouldn't exist.
Crazy.
In the fourth law of
Capitalism.
harmony?
Motherfuckers will say liberal policies did this. I'm like, yeah, you're right. Liberal capitalist policies have done this. Okay? That's the point. That's the problem.
But more capitalism don't solve it. What the fuck do you mean us? Your pasty asses are not without homes. I mean, no, for real. It's this homeless stuff. It's affected us. Like, how? Like, oh, because it, you know, is an obstruction to your privileged ass life? It's like, fuck off.
What's his proposal to turn seniors
like,
building
what?
into homeless housing? Yeah, that shit sucks. I hate when people are like, we don't want this. It's disrespectful. They have no respect for us. Yeah, there you go. And the media will run with people that are fucking going off. The media will run with people going off on homeless people, like, because they're all local news is so right wing.
Yep. Like 95% of local news is right wing as fuck. You might get like a paper, like specifically like a newspaper that's local that might be left leaning. Because at least in Portland, we have public newspapers that are free to grab. Like literally, if you open up the newspaper, like little displays and shit, like you could open it and grab a free one. Like they're free to take. So it's like, I mean, I think the Portland Mercury and the Willamette Weekly are the two that are left leaning when it comes to like the left media around here. Beyond that, not really. I mean, maybe a little bit, you know, with Oregon Live, kind of, but not really. It's more liberal in nature. But, like, I mean, beyond that, there really ain't much.
Business owners come to open up. They have to try to deal with a homeless person literally blocking entrance to their business. And
Bro, I mean, that's, you know. I can't believe you just filmed that and, like, put it on the fucking video there. Dude was taking a shit. Yeah, I know, man. Welcome to fucking living in a city, by the way, for the record. It is so dehumanizing to fucking film that, but also, it's 100% a thing that happens.
Yeah, no shit.
For all you suburb Andes out here who don't recognize that, like, no, that is definitely something that happens regularly, okay?
Yep, it does. Thanks to, like, liberal and conservative capitalist policies.
You know why it happens? Because he doesn't have shelter. Where is he going to shit? How is he going to clean himself?
No shit.
He doesn't have shelter.
No pun
That's
intended.
it. What are you supposed to do? You can't use the bathrooms in stores. No public restrooms, okay?
And honestly, like, if you have, like, a public business, especially in, like, an urban area, like a, you know, like a downtown city area, like, you should not, it should be illegal for you to prohibit people from using the bathroom, you know, especially if they're not purchasing anything. It's like, oh, you know, you happen to want to use our bathroom, but you're not buying anything from our store. Well, fuck you. You're not allowed in here unless you buy something. It's like, fuck you. It's like, I gotta take a shit. You know, like, it ain't my fault. Fucking nature's calling, you asshole. It's like, fuck you. I mean, it's like, it's like, honestly, I feel that way for someone who has a house if I happen to be, like, out and about in the city all day or some shit. You know, like, forget, you know, someone who happens to be homeless, like, I might feel that way. It's like, you know, so not only should that be the case, but there also needs to be, like, a massive expansion of, you know, public bathrooms that are expanded, you know, within, like, the city blocks and shit as well. Buy something. Okay, give me money. Yeah, give me, like, $5 to, like, buy one of your weird overpriced fucking, like, waters or some shit, you prick. Then I'll use your bathroom. How about that?
What do you do? And also, I mean, he is, you know, the final tier of homelessness. Like, it's obvious.
And then they have to deal with cleaning up hazardous waste right in front of their business, right in Sherman Oaks, right on Ventura Boulevard.
Yeah, because they don't have housing or public bathrooms available.
The Sherman, a restaurant bar. He says customers enjoying their meals are...
Oh, I've actually been there. I went on a date there one time many years ago. Holy shit. Didn't realize it was owned by that fucking guy.
Constantly harassed.
Unless we come by and just grab something and carry on. That happens all the time.
And even more disturbing is the violence. Theo's host was recently involved in an incident.
So my manager had to sit in the middle and get the person off of her, and he got hit, he got assaulted, and one of the guests got hit in the face.
One of the geeks got hit in the face.
Interviews on Ventura Boulevard. We repeatedly offered to connect.
Sounds like a rich fuck that I want to smack in the face, honestly.
Do you need help?
Do you need help?
Eva, are you okay? Do you need any help? You're not interested in housing? No.
Oh, come
Dude, fuck off! It's like, do you need any help? It's like, how about you go fuck yourself? Like, I mean, you're asking to get your ass beat. Like, unironically, like, go fuck yourself. It's like, you're not interested in housing? Bitch, I'm taking a nap. Go fuck yourself, you corporate piece of parasitical shit. You fuck.
Are you fucking joking? Bro, what are you doing?
You're not interested in housing?
I mean, that
person's literally fucking sleeping. Yeah, that person's sleeping. This person right here is just fucking sleeping. You're not interested in housing? It's like...
That girl, that it almost feels like it's like fake and made for like a comedy sketch to showcase how inhumane local news reporters are. You know what I mean?
I mean, no, for real. I feel like this should be like some YouTube bit. She's just saying anything to make her fuck off. I mean, for real.
And it's psychotic.
And just
like
to validate her
YouTubers
point, to demonize homeless.
Like, dog, that's way too far.
Okay, thank you, sir. Scrivano points to an obvious fact. Many unhoused people are in desperate need of mental health assistance. Scrivano says leaving them out on the streets like this is simply irresponsible, cruel, and dangerous for everyone.
In your opinion, what's the solution?
The solution is
public housing.
That person who thinks he works for the FBI and who terrorizes my neighborhood is given the choice as to whether he wants housing or not.
That's not... Wait, what is he...
What? What the fuck does that have to do with anything? So you have someone who's mentally ill, who's probably schizophrenic, who I guess thinks he's part of the FBI. Who, like, so what? Like, I mean, obviously that person needs significant mental health treatment, and, well, a roof over their head, you fucking rat, you parasite fuck. Ugh, you NIMBY piece of shit.
Doesn't fucking... Do you think that person wouldn't...
Dude, these fucking same exact people live around here in Portland and shit, and they fucking are... Ugh, they're so fucking despicable. They're more of a parasite than this fucking homeless person right here. They're more of a parasite than every fucking homeless person combined in this fucking country.
Treatment immediately, okay? What the fuck?
Fucking hate NIMBYs, dude. Fucking rats.
Being homeless, have no desire
get some
to get
pesticide to fucking rat them out.
His brain is fucking fried.
Ugh.
If that was a relative of yours, you would help them out, okay? That's crazy. The solution is get him off the fucking street. That's crazy.
It's not a choice anymore.
Yeah, what?
If they're suffering, you give them care. If they're really suffering, you pull them into care. Or you lose them.
These frustrated...
Yeah, well, guess what? You're pushing them away, you fuck. Oh, but it's like, it's not a choice anymore. It's not a choice for me to have to deal with this anymore. It's like, well, guess what? You can't literally just, like, absolutely force them into fucking care, but goddamn, like, you're fucking pushing them away from any of that in the first place, you fuck. That mentality.
He's not wrong. He's just using, like, lib terms, so I misunderstood what he was saying, but he's right. Like, that person should not be on the fucking street. That person's brain has been fried. Are you against putting these people in mental health facilities without their consent? Bro,
what? Huh? Oh my god. You think it was consent for being homeless? Like, what? Oh my god. This is why I love Hassan's chat, because whenever he reacts to a real special one, a special gem in the chat, that I don't even know how he pinpoints and like fucking like a sidewinder missile hits his target with that shit, but every now and then when he hits one of those special, like, you know, special ones, it's like, ooh boy. It's like, it's like, what? Wait, what was it again?
It has been fried. Are you against putting these people in mental health facilities without their consent?
Oh my god. Yeah, like, yeah, because like I'm saying, it's like, oh yeah, because them being homeless, you know, is totally, you know, consensual for them as well. It's like, especially when their brain is fried and they're like schizophrenic or have like some sort of a drug or mental induced psychosis and shit like that. Like, yeah, they have to be in a mental health facility, and there needs to be those type of things in place. Should it be like Reagan-esque, you know, type of things where it's like you're giving these motherfuckers lobotomies? Absolutely fucking not. I mean, honestly, the fact that like Reagan destroyed that type of shit just because, oh, they were, you know, unethical, so we had to just, you know, just dismantle them entirely instead of just reforming them to be humane. It's just like, you know, honestly, the fact that Reagan did that shit is a fucking, you know, root to a lot of these fucking problems. Because a lot of those same type of people end up being fucking homeless, especially the ones that didn't have outlets, you know, for family or friends to help them. So it's like, I mean, Reagan did create a lot of these fucking problems, especially when it comes to the mental health crisis, you know, tied in with homelessness. I mean, because it's more of an issue when you don't have, like, actual proper humane mental health institutions to help, you know, people that need to, you know, fortunately, you know, for whatever circumstances, whether in their control or otherwise, you know, when it comes to, you know, their mental health problems. And sometimes for some of these people, it might be permanent, and for others, it might be temporarily. But there still needs to be a proper humane, you know, area, you know, and a place, you know, that can, you know, treat these type of people and help them get back on their feet, or at least help, you know, at least make them comfortable as possible, considering their, you know, illnesses that, you know, they may have. Like, you know, either or.
Not consent. Okay? If what he is saying is true, and there are plenty of people like that in the streets, that person is incapable of offering, like, informed consent. What are you talking about? That person does not have autonomy. He thinks he's a fucking FBI agent. And no, I'm not talking about Herschel Walker running for the fucking Senate seat.
Might as well. I mean, frankly, what's the difference? One of them's privileged and has a lot of money, and the other one doesn't, and is homeless. That's the difference. I mean, frankly, mental, cognitive-wise, there ain't much difference.
Say they've repeatedly called police and city officials. They say their pleas for help have fallen on deaf ears.
There is anger in the community. It is palpable, and we want it addressed proactively, and we're going to do everything in our power to make sure that that happens.
By exterminating homeless people.
Including leaning on any elected official.
LA City Councilwoman Nithya Raman represents the 4th District, which includes Sherman Oaks. Business owners say they have repeatedly called, emailed, and tagged her on social media posts. Scrivano sends her office videos of the homeless making threats and going to the bathroom on Ventura Boulevard. Scrivano says he was told to stop sending such graphic material.
Nithya Raman does not.
Maybe at the very bare minimal, there should be like public toiletry access, you know, available. At the fucking minimal. Like, make it so that, you know, small businesses and big businesses alike, you know, have to fucking, you know, allow their public bathrooms or in their businesses available for anybody that happens to walk in that needs to use them. Or, you know, regardless of whatever the fuck they might be doing in there. I don't care. Like, I mean, if someone needs to take a deuce or some shit or need a private area, shit, I don't care. Fuck, I mean, it's a bathroom. That's what it's for as far as I'm concerned. It's like, fuck off. Like, I mean, you know, with that issue. So, it's just like, I mean, if you want, like, at the bare minimum, like, address this whole, like, public, like, people happen to be, you know, shitting in public and this and that. It's like, well, I don't know, at the bare minimal, like, start getting some public bathrooms available. And if you don't want them in your businesses to do that shit, then start having, you know, some areas where, you know, like, every other block, you know, there's a public bathroom, system set up. To where, you know, at least every week or at least every other day, there's some worker that goes in and cleans the area up and shit, but it's at least available for not just homeless people, but for anyone to use. You know, so then businesses don't have to worry about some homeless people maybe shooting up in the public bathroom and being naked in there or whatever the fuck. Because at least I know from my friend Harley, with his gas station, there was like some homeless person in there fucking doing who knows what, you know, in their bathroom there. So it's just like, I mean, yeah, that might happen and shit, but if you want that to happen, you know, far less when it comes to at least businesses and their bathrooms and shit, have public bathrooms on the sidewalks. That might help. Because it might happen in there, yeah, it might happen in those bathrooms, but at least, you know, for, you know, maybe the average pedestrian or someone who's not homeless, they can go into, you know, like a business, maybe buy like a coffee or a candy bar or some shit, and then use the bathroom that way, because at least they can afford that. You know, so at least if some public bathroom has some like naked homeless dude tweaking out on meth or some shit, then hey, there's other bathrooms that these other businesses have, at least, you know, for other people to use and shit. You know, it's not the end all be all. At the very least, have the bare minimal fucking something. I mean, honestly, that's really what people advocate for. It's at least the bare minimal to alleviate some of these issues when it comes to, like, you know, homeless people shitting in the street, or, you know, the drug issue, or, you know, just the fact that there are a lot of tense stuff. At least the bears the fucking minimal, and at least the adequate funding to those things would help. Even if it doesn't necessarily, you know, like, minimalize a lot of these fucking issues. If at least, you know, some of the side issues and some of the other consequences that come from the root cause of these things were alleviated, there would, you know, wouldn't be as much of a fucking problem with these issues when it comes to these things that are being, you know, described to try to demonize the homeless by this fucking local media that honestly is just as common over here in Portland just as much as it is over there down in LA and South in California.
That people who are experiencing,
and I guarantee you it's no different in fucking San Francisco, Seattle, Atlanta, anywhere else. Guarantee you the same shit.
Individuals
same shit
are there on the streets because they don't have a home.
We caught up with Councilwoman Rahman at a public event after fruitless attempts to set up an interview.
The business owners are tired of having someone block their business. How would you like it if somebody threw feces at you? I mean,
what in the fuck is that? Dude, oh my... You know what? How would you like if someone did that to you, bitch? How about that? Fucking forget the councilwoman. How about you, Oh my god, the fucking right-wing evil demonization shit. Oh my god, dude.
To anybody who's experiencing these issues, I have the deepest...
She's trying to do an ambush interview with Nithya Raman, and like, her first point is like, what if someone threw caca at you? You're an unhinged psychopath, dude. You're literally an unhinged psychopath. You need to get help, okay? If that's your fucking take, you need to get fucking help, okay? How do we help these people is entirely different than, like, how do we melt the homeless? Is Nithya mid, though? No. She's actually done some pretty fucking decent work with tackling a gigantic issue as best as she can. From what I understand, obviously, like...
I mean, at least this lady as the councilwoman, I mean, honestly, it kind of sounds like she's kind of like the Joanne Hardesty of LA. Because Joanne Hardesty gets demonized and has all this fucking bullshit thrown at her, even though, like, she isn't exactly, like, you know, the head authority or power on any of the shit that gets thrown at her when it comes to accusations or claims. It's like, why do you do this, or why do you do that, or why don't you do this, or why don't you do that, blah, 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 blah. It's like, what? She's literally one voice out of an entire city council that is against her, you fucks. It's like, what? It's like, huh? And it just sounds like, I mean, at least for this councilwoman, I don't know if she's an incumbent or not, but, I mean, it sounds like she's getting the same treatment. And if she's not an incumbent, then she's about to get, probably, honestly, even worse than what Joanne Hardesty has to deal with and shit. I mean, because I feel for Joanne Hardesty. She's actually a really sweet person and really cool. And I never met her, but I've seen, enough, like, public, Zoom calls where she's, talking to council when they upload those online. And seeing interviews and seeing public speakings of her. She's actually a really, decent person, and actually, walks a lot of the walk when it comes to what she believes in and shit. But because she's literally just one voice that's at least, somewhat left, on one way, shape, or form in a very NIMBY, centrist, neo-lib corporate environment of a fucking city council, it's like, of course, she's going to be the scapegoat and, the fucking demon when it comes to all, like, the fucking bullshit, because they don't want to be held accountable for their fucking actions when it comes to the fucking council and stuff. This is ridiculous. The underpaid employees, they should get shit thrown at them. Yeah, exactly. CEO, I mean, yeah. Honestly, if there's, some people that I'm okay with the biohazard of shit thrown at them, it's, that. Which I guess would kind of partially contradict what I was talking about earlier on stream about, like, crossing the line with shit, but, I mean... I mean, there's, like, like, I always say, there's an exception to the rule, you know what I mean? Exceptions to the rule.
It's nearly impossible to fucking make changes as a singular council member.
A principle don't cross the line, but you can make an exception to the rule,
She's done a bunch of, not sweeps, but she has done a bunch of, like, long-term sustainable housing programs, like, where... It takes a very long time to actually come to fruition, because if you take an empathetic approach that centers homeless people and their plight, and you actually get social workers to go in and convince homeless people to leave their encampments, to go into, first transitional housing and then sustainable housing.
Fucking hiccups.
That is going to take a long time. Some people are not going to want to leave. There's already there's always going to be more issues that way. The other solution is to do sweeps immediately. Bring in the police, bring in sanitation, blow up the fucking encampments, clean them up, sweep it. Force them elsewhere, like they have tents usually, so they're mobile, right? As mobile as you can get, I guess. Where they'll just like sweep one block and go, all right, fuck off, move on to the next city block, until it becomes a problem again.
Yep. Basically. Oh shit. Gonna need a new charger cord. This one's starting to fuck up. Oh no.
Weirdos come in and take like, well, if you end up homelessness, then you're ending homelessness culture, and that's tantamount to genocide. No, I don't think any crust punks have fucking chimed in on with a psychotic take like that. This is super serious.
Why would any crust punk make a psychotic take against homelessness? Like, if anything, they're probably being most in solidarity with them. I mean, at least on some level, I might not look like it, but I definitely consider myself kind of a crust punk.
Trust fund, even the trust fund crust punk anarchists are not chiming in with the I love being homeless, actually.
Okay, I mean, if there are any crust punks that are like that, or just any punks like that, or just anybody like that outside of, like, the rare, like, I'm the rugged, nomadic individualist type like I was talking about from earlier on stream, it's just like, no one's gonna be like that. Just being straight with that one. Not even punks. Like, I'm a crust punk, and even I wouldn't say that shit.
This issue is a humanitarian crisis, and it's a crisis for the entire city of Los Angeles.
Rahman says the only way to solve this crisis is to fix the problem that leads to homelessness. And
no
that,
shit.
He says, is lack of housing.
No matter how much
no shit.
They are still people who don't have homes, and so they're simply going to move down the street.
She's right. She's literally talking about how sweeps don't work. Sweeps are not adequate, long-term, sustainable solutions to homelessness.
Joan Hardesty says the same shit.
Because
she's just basically like the LA's Joan Hardesty.
Pushing the problem away.
I mean, I know I know Rose, you probably don't know as much when it goes to the name, but like at least this lady, like a lot of what she's talking about is kind of like what Joan Hardesty says. So at least when it comes to if you want an idea about what she's like, just think what she's talking about.
You're avoiding it. just like many of you want to avoid the top of the hour ad break, because at the top of the hour,
Oh, you fuck Hassan.
If you no longer want to see those ads, well, then all you need to do is subscribe.
You did this earlier, and that wasn't even an hour ago, you Hassan.
For $5, or you can do for free.
You piece of shit.
I don't believe that.
Oh fuck. Oh fuck. I didn't realize.
Compassion.
There we
Where
go.
is the compassion in leaving someone on the street
igual
when
to
they
Brazil,
clearly
thank you.
cannot help themselves in any way?
And I don't believe that anyone who is suffering from mental illness should not be receiving the care that they deserve.
But with only one mental health outreach team in the San Fernando Valley funded by the county.
What?
Seems like that's an issue, right?
That seems like a fucking problem, especially if there's a lot of homeless people that have mental health issues in this area, right? And there's literally only one fucking, like, outreach program thing going on. It's like, yeah, that seems like an issue. It's like, it's inadequate.
Viable business. Here, capitalist brain, if you want to think about it. That seems like there's a lot of job opportunity there.
Yeah.
Compassionate individuals who will provide compassionate care to those who desperately need it. Seems like there's an opportunity to grow a fucking viable industry. If you want to think about it from a capitalist point of view.
Too many people are staying exactly where they are without any help.
The rights of the homeless cannot exceed the rights of the homeowners.
It
And
looked like that dude was literally telling the people recording him to go fuck off. And I don't blame him, because he's trying to do his business, but he has nowhere else to go to do it. He doesn't need people recording him.
The homeless cannot exceed the rights of the homeowners. Brother, on what planet are you living on? Are you living in fucking...
Wait, hold on.
Too many people are staying exactly where they are without any help.
the rights of the homeless cannot exceed the rights of the homeowners and the business owners.
Fuck you.
Rights of the homeless cannot exceed...
Like... just... like that... what? I'd have some choice words for that son of a bitch. Whoever said that asinine shit.
On what planet are you living on? Are you living in fucking Mars, dude?
Not even Martians would feel this way. Counterpoint, yes they can. Yeah. I mean, if the idea that, like, oh, like, homeless, like, you know, small business owners and business owners, period, you know, have, like, more rights, you know, and shit in comparison to homeless people, you know, so fuck the homeless people. It's like, what? It's like, excuse me, like, I just want to slap this person silly until, like, they're fucking, like, you know, having their head spin like a fucking owl.
Dog, they have none. They have no rights. They're living in the fucking streets. Shut the fuck up.
There has to be a balance between those two rights, and right now, that
A balance between those two rights? There's no balance in any of that at all. And it's not, and the balance is not tweaked towards homeless people, you fuck. You know, the balance is fundamentally, you know, absolutely, you know, in favor towards the businesses and the capitalist class and the capitalist owners, you shitbag. Ugh. God, I fucking hate these people, dude. Like, I hate these, like, hyper NIMBY liberal fucking conservative piece of shit, man, because this is just how they fucking think. It's just so gross. It's like, what? Is it natural law? Yeah, it's like, what? It's not based on anything besides, like, oh, I hate these homeless peasant serfs, you know, just being all over my, you know, right in front of my, you know, my private business, you know, potentially making a cut into my profits. I can't allow this. It's just all it's based off of. It's like, ugh. Fucking hate these sons of bitches, dude. Yeah, I'm gonna imagine I'm gonna be pissing on all their faces, you know, really quick here. I kind of want to play this, but I want to see the last, like, 3 minutes of it, so. I'll leave it paused for just a second. That dog woke the fuck up. Just scared me walk out. Dude, how? You're not gonna fall? You're just gonna sit right in front of the door? Oh, what? Oh, look at that little tail go. Look at that little tail wag. Pretty good. Keep going. Oh. Ugh. You sweet baby. Oh. Who's baby?
Vital.
Yeah, these motherfuckers are living on garbage, okay? They're literally living on a sustainable diet of eating garbage all day. And there's homies out here like, yeah, man, it's really fucked up how the homeless people have had it far too good for too long, you know what I mean? We gotta stop this from happening.
In favor of the homeless to the detriment of the people that live here and work here. When
The detriment? What about the detriment of the fucking homeless people living in the shit that they have to live in?
Something has got to give.
Councilman Rahman says that she's only been in office for a year and a half, and this problem has been around for many, many years. She says it cannot be solved with a magic wand.
No shit.
Nobody talks about the plight of big homeless, dude. I mean, nobody talks about big homeless, dude. It's crazy.
The industry of big homeless, dude. Yeah. Such a plight. The existential threat of big homeless. The moneyed interests, you know, destroy the cities of this.
Specifically, as we move forward from your reporting, did she say specifically what she's going to be doing to help those who are unhoused right there, and then also to help the business owners in the meantime?
Oh my god.
Well, she says
gotta always fucking worry about the plight of the business owner, never about the homeless.
They try to get them into some sort of shelter, but she also puts the blame on the county. She says the county is responsible for providing mental health assistance to the homeless. And as I said in the story, there's only one group out there in the San Fernando Valley, and that's just not enough.
I mean,
shit.
They see it. They see, like, okay.
They obviously
There's
see
prevention,
it, but they don't care.
Short-term homelessness is a crisis born out of capitalism. So obviously it's multifaceted and a very complex problem to deal with. And tackling it, in tackling a crisis such as this, there are so many different avenues that you need to hit it from, okay? You have the short-term immediate help, right? What she's describing is that there's only one group of individuals that are dealing with, crisis centers, one group of individuals that are dealing with it. They are underfunded, and they don't have enough people or enough funds to go out and, like, do outreach. Okay, so that's number one. But then also, the long-term sustainable solutions revolve around fixing the housing crisis so that there aren't more homeless people that are, becoming homeless, more people losing housing as a consequence of being priced out of the housing market. Okay?
I mean, no shit. And I didn't even notice that. But, I mean, I love how also, like, I mean, even if, like, they recognize and see, like, some of the issues that might need to be addressed, like, oh, there's not enough mental health facilities or not enough housing, this and that. It's like, no matter what, it's always going to be bent, on the plight of the business owner, the capitalist class, and the capital owner and shit when it comes to these fucking news reports and shit. It's just so fucking ridiculous.
Fifth.
What is this? The lunatic? Wow, my goodness. Here, hold on. Before we delve into this, we gotta have a little moment of alleviation. Uh-oh, I already have a screen up. Hold on. Bring back down just for a moment, just to see sweet baby. The boo-boo. Just for a moment. Cause the sweet baby's on the lap. Who's the papa? Who's the sweet, lazy, sleepy boy? Yes, you. Oh my goodness, look at you. Whoa. I think he thinks he's a puppy, because he's a puppy. You still a little puppy baby. Oh my god. He loves this. I don't know why, but he loves this. Oh. Well. So he just wants to collapse and just like be in bliss. Oh my goodness. Looks like he has eyebrows. He kind of does have little eyebrows. Oh my good lord. Oh my god, bro. Oh. Oh, you fucking Fruit Loop. Oh. Alright, now you're being a ridiculous little mutt. Really? Seriously? So are you using this as an excuse to try to sniff in the garbage bin? Oh my god, you are. Oh my god, you are. No. Hey. No. Going for the booty. Gonna go for this booty. Yeah, that's right. Oh. Yeah, going for that booty. Oi. Oh, that's right. Oh my god, you're a goofball. You're such a goofball. You're Chungus. You're a Chungus. Alright. Alrighty, goof. Off to let me go. You're like, oh shit. Oh no. Oh god. Fucking hell. Are you gonna make a mess on your way up? I guess you are. Jesus Christ. God, Fruit Loop. Anyway, here. Pop.
In downtown Hereford, England, 27-year-old Harry Godsall was going about his day as usual. He had taken a day off from his office job to catch up
This
on
looks some like Kyrgyzstan or like PragerU shit a little bit.
some errands, and all was going swimmingly so far. He had woken up early to make a lovely cup of tea and take his dog for a walk, and had noticed how nice the weather was for the time of
He is a fruit pup.
with hardly any of the usual rain. After a rich,
Why do we
fulfilling
treat
morning of
shit?
finishing up the dishes and laundry at his flat, he was taking a walk to the corner grocery store to pick up some milk, potatoes, and ground beef for the shepherd's pie he planned to make for dinner. All in all, it was a good day to be Harry Godsall. Surely nothing strange or unusual would come along to derail this
It's
perfectly
infographics.
pleasant and ordinary day. Out of nowhere and into what was meant to be Harry Godsall's day to
Oh,
himself,
that would explain
suddenly
it.
strolled a truly odd sight. Walking down the sidewalk towards him was a person in a full spacesuit, like those worn by NASA and International Space Station crew members. In the middle of Hereford, casual as you please, was an honest-to-God spaceman. Harry attempted to walk around this bizarre figure and carry on with his day, but it deliberately blocked his path and spoke with a booming voice, asking if he would be willing to join in the fight against the Moon Monsters. Well, at this point, Harry had just about enough of this nonsense, and his natural penchant for sarcasm came out.
Oh, absolutely, you nutter, he said. I'm ready to go right now. Got my toothbrush and everything. Let's fly, spaceman.
He rolled his eyes and once more attempted to pass the astronaut. Rather than taking the hint, the figure was overjoyed.
At last, it declared. A brave warrior hiding in plain sight.
Oh god, why would some... Okay, even like, nah, oh my god. Well, that's his first fuck up. He's done. He's about to go, like, be... He's basically about to go on a Rick and Morty adventure. It's like, come on, Morty, it's only going to be like a 4-minute adventure, like 40 years later. Destroys like half the galaxy, you know, like fucking, you know, like does like 5 revolutions, like 2 civil wars, and, you know, like a coup d'etat here and there. It's like, oh god. Only a 4-minute adventure, Morty. In and out. Very quick, Morty.
An ordinary man. The spaceman grabbed him, pulling him into its unnaturally strong arms,
Oh,
and
God.
activated the jetpack strapped to its back.
I feel like it's a reptilian.
Boom, shattering every piece of glass in a 300-meter radius as they took off into the sky at a speed of 25,000 kilometers per hour. They broke through the atmosphere and ascended into space so quickly that surrounding observational satellites could not get a clear image of the two on their journey. Harry Godsoll had been on an ordinary quest to have a day of chores and a hearty dinner, and now he had vanished into outer space.
Wait, hold on.
Had been on an ordinary quest to have a day of chores and a heart.
I thought he was making a shepherd's pie. He has a fucking burger right here. Plot hole. I thought he was making a shepherd's pie for dinner. That's not a shepherd's pie. That is a fucking burger. That is a hamburger right there, son. That's not a shepherd's pie. Plot hole.
He had vanished into outer space. His body was never found, and he could not be positively identified on any satellite images. The residents of Hereford had their minds wiped with amnestics by the SCP Foundation in order to keep the story from getting out.
Oh, God.
Harry Godsoll was officially declared missing. 3 months later, when no trace of him...
wait, I thought... Shepherd's pie burger? Well, if that's the case, I would imagine a shepherd's pie, but basically the ingredients of what would make a hamburger. So that still wouldn't make sense. Unless it's a hamburger with the ingredients of a shepherd's pie. Oh, you know what? Okay. I see it, but I feel like that's not what was implied with the fucking, shit, though. I feel like that's not what was, being done there. So I still feel like there is a plot hole. I feel like we're just trying to justify, make excuses of plot holes here. We're making excuses when there shouldn't be excuses.
Dead. To this day, he has never been found. It's uncertain what he saw on his trip into the stars or what became of him. All that we know is
that fucking pompadour, though.
Harry encountered the entity known as SCP-1233, also known as the Lunatic, or the Moon Champion. SCP-1233 is a humanoid entity of unknown species, wearing a spacesuit resembling the EMU, or Extravehicular Mobility Unit, model, complete with an opaque visor and attached jetpack. The suit does not behave like an ordinary spacesuit, capable of withstanding small arms fire, anti-tank munitions, landmine blasts, and exposure to incredibly high temperatures, including complete submersion in magma without any visible damage. No radio, microwave, or X-ray scanning has been able to break through the material of the suit. The jetpack is outfitted with a high-powered rocket propulsion system, capable of accelerating...
Dude, this guy's fucking flexing on some, like the Dextra extra uber fucking, levels of, only Tony Stark and Batman combined making a baby could only dream of. It's like, damn, son.
Per hour, at a rate of acceleration and deceleration.
Spaceman has a brother. He has a brother? He has a sibling? He has like a Loki to the Thor? Oh shit, son.
In addition to its resilience, SCP-1233
oh damn, he's just picking up cars like they're fucking little fucking feathers,
up to a weight of
like pillows.
65,000 kilograms without exhaustion. The Moon Champion
he's picking up houses,
cognizant speech, and is fluent in a large number of languages, able to switch its language depending on the dominant tongue of whatever area it is in. It communicates via a loudspeaker installed in its suit, and speaks using flowery language in a loud, authoritative voice that is usually interpreted as male, though the gender of the entity, if it even has a concept of gender at all, is unknown. It has a strong grasp of language, but like its behavior, its speech patterns are odd, erratic, and sometimes completely impossible to understand. SCP-1233 appears every 4 to 5 years, each time following a similar pattern. First, the entity will fall from an unknown height above the surface of the Earth, falling at a terminal velocity similar to that of a small meteorite or a vehicle re-entering the atmosphere.
It's like Big Daddy, but from Bioshock.
SCP-1233 will emit red-orange thermal radiance, causing it to be mistaken for a shooting star if its descent occurs at night. Then it will crash land on the ground, leaving a large crater and causing a small earthquake in the vicinity. It tends to land within 7 to 30 kilometers from a town, usually a smaller municipality with a population of 30,000 or less. Then 1233 will climb out of its crater and head towards the town on foot or by flight. It does not ordinarily head directly to the town and has been observed taking its time, taking the scenic route, if you will, and engaging in a variety of random detours. SCP-1233 has taken the time to inspect various objects, including farm equipment, buildings, and plants. Occasionally, it will pick these plants and has been observed plucking the petals.
I don't know much about SCP shit, okay?
Identified as an interplanetary variation on the classic he loves me not game. Sometimes it will chase after insects, such as grasshoppers and butterflies, demanding that they stop and allow the entity to observe them. Once it accidentally crushed a ladybug between its hands and wept inconsolably for a duration of 25 straight minutes. In addition to interacting with insects, it also attempts to speak to various animals. It has been spotted attempting to interrogate a cow about its motives, reading a bird as if it were the owner of a house it was perched on the roof of, and asking a frog where the nearest place to get something good to eat was. It is unknown what or even if the entity eats. It has been seen pulling root vegetables from the ground, or picking fruit from bushes and trees and shoving them directly into its closed visor, crushing them uselessly in what seems to be an attempt to eat them.
I was about to say, it's like, how would it eat any of this if it can't fucking, yeah, okay. I guess that would explain it.
Do you get it? My joke? Fruitless, because he... Anyway, when it is not attempting to eat or interact with new life forms, SCP-1233 occasionally will march directly into large bodies of water, such as lakes or ponds, then emerge from them and shake the water off of its suit. It will also stand completely still for durations of up to several hours. The reason for any of this behavior, like basically everything else about the entity, is unknown.
It seems like, honestly, it's a pretty harmless thing. Out of all the SCP things I have heard of, this seems like the most harmless one. Outside of, wanting to, try to convince you to go on some, Rick and Morty adventure and then killing you, I guess, by just yeeting you into space. It's about the worst thing that comes from it, but as long as you just don't make it think, as long as you don't basically say anything that would imply that sarcastically or otherwise, oh yeah, I'll join you. It's as long as you just assess it and you're no. It seems like it'll eventually just kind of do its own thing. So it seems like a harmless one out of all the SCPs I've heard.
Has reached the limits of the town. It will attempt to engage with the population. Due to its curious nature,
that'd be 999 or the other, or the half cat. Oh, so there are SCPs that are actually legit harmless.
Any understanding of proper human behavior. This often results in confusion, disruption, and a great deal of property damage. A typical example of SCP-1233's interactions with the general public is found in archived security camera footage from a bakery in Saratoga Springs, New York, by the name of Sam's Sweets. On August 9th, 2009, SCP-1233 entered the cafe and attempted to speak with its co-owner, 32-year-old Bob Parsons. Parsons greeted the entity with a friendly, if perplexed, attitude, presuming it to be a cosplayer taking a snack break from a nearby comic book convention. The entity identified itself as Moon Champion, champion of the moons, defender of space justice, and destroyer of evil. After introducing itself, SCP-1233 asked Bob if he was the president of Earth. He was understandably amused by the question, laughing hard enough to bring tears to his eyes, and offered the entity a free cookie in exchange for cheering him up. SCP-1233 identified the cookie, incorrectly obviously, as a parakeet, and smashed the confection uselessly into its unopened visor, scattering crumbs all over the counter and floor. It then attempted to engage Bob in
half cat isn't 999, by the way. You said or, so I imagine that wasn't the same thing. But 999 would be the friendly blob thing. So the blob, but a friendly thing.
The Moon Monsters, that it was dedicated to fighting in its homeland, the majestic and magnificent Moon Kingdom. SCP-1233 then asked if it could perhaps befriend a dog and take it back to the moon, and attempted to recruit Bob to fight alongside it against the Moon Monsters. Bob, with a great deal of polite confusion, insisted that he had to stay on Earth and continue to run the bakery in order to keep the citizens fed. 1233 thanked him for his time, bid him farewell, and crashed through a concrete wall, leaving a distinct astronaut-shaped hole. SCP-1233 spent the rest of the day wandering into traffic and causing several accidents. breaking through glass storefronts, challenging a fire hydrant to hand-to-hand combat, making a pile of stolen bicycles in the middle of a public park, and collecting as many dogs as it could hold, then attempting to use said dogs as a type of currency.
Oh my god, I swear to god, if this fucking thing took my dog, I mean, I don't care if it would do nothing, I would do everything in my power to get my dog back. No.
More dogs. I honestly think that's genius. Dogs as a type of currency to purchase even more dogs. I honestly think that's genius. Finally, after leaving all of this head-scratch-inducing destruction in its wake, SCP-1233 activated its jetpack and took off out of the Earth's atmosphere, apparently returning to the moon. None of SCP-1233's claims about the moon have been verified, though the Foundation maintains contact with Lunar Area 32 to keep an eye out for moon people, a moon kingdom, and the moon monsters 1233 spoke of. In the meantime, the Foundation is simply doing its best to contain SCP-1233 and minimize its damage as much as possible. Because of the anomalous physical properties of SCP-1233, there is no way to physically contain it at this point in time. Until a method of physical containment can be found, secondary measures will be taken to keep this lunar lunatic from causing any more havoc. Or, at the very least, reduce its levels of havoc as much as possible. There's only so much havoc we can prevent in this world, especially when you have an astronaut plummeting from the sky on a semi-regular basis. The Foundation Satellite Observation Network, ARGOS, or Atmospheric Reconnaissance Global Observation System, enters Priority 2 High Alert status once 3 years and 6 months have passed since SCP-1233's last appearance. When 1233 is spotted in the upper thermosphere, a Foundation mobile task force will be deployed in whatever populated area is close to the entity's estimated landing point. There they will prepare to administer amnestics and provide a cover story, such as immersive theater piece, prank show, 2001: A Space Odyssey remake, to any civilians who witness SCP-1233's arrival. In addition to these measures, there is to be a media blackout in place in order to prevent knowledge of 1233 from spreading. Task Force operatives are authorized to grab the smartphones of any bystanders attempting to take photos, videos, TikToks, or any other documentation of the entity, and promptly smash them on the ground in front of them. It's not like they're going to stay mad, they're all getting their memories wiped anyway. If SCP-1233 stays in the area for an unusually long amount of time, a mass amnestization of the town or city where it landed may be authorized. Though the task force is permitted to interact with civilians in order to slow the spread of information and provide cover stories.
What the fuck? There's a slug on my... What? No, well, yo, hold up. Was there a slug on my hat? Because I was like, huh, I feel something on my neck, and all of a sudden there's a slug. Am I kidding? This little guy was chilling. What in the fuck? What's up? Yo, what in the hell? What are you doing? What are you doing, bro? What in the fuck? Where's this guy? What the what? Where'd this come from? Where'd this guy come from? Where did this little dude come from? What the fuck? What the fuck? It was on my it was on my hat. Salt? No. I mean, it's a little baby slug. I mean, you know, I'm not gonna be that big of a dick. I mean, slugs aren't that terrible for, you know, not really. It's just all kind of like, what the fuck? Wow. Hey, there you go. You turned right side right. There you go, buddy. Well, honestly, I bet this little guy was activated because of all the rain and stuff like that in the last couple days. So, it was on my hat this entire time. Oh my god, now there's like slug gunk all over my hat. Oh man. I got slug funk all over my hat. Now I got some on my hand because this guy's chilling on my hand now. But hey, at least I'm aware of a slug that's now yeah. Oh yeah, you're not French. Yeah, I'm not French. Yeah, I'll let this little guy out real quick. Alright, buddy. You probably don't want to be in here. There we go. Slug has found a new leaf. The slug has turned a new leaf. Dude, that was fucking... Like, I felt something weird on my neck, and I was just like, okay, hold on. For half a second, I'm like, alright, that was really whatever. It's my hair. But then I decided to do this, and I was like, wait a minute, what the hell? And then a slug just like, bloop. It's out of nowhere, dude. Like, that was... Dude, this slug just like was onto the very top of my hat, decided to like roll its way down, all the way down the side of my hat, and then just somehow fell on the side of my neck. That basically means that there was a slug literally just like on the side of my hat this entire time, just like chilling all that time. But because I have this going on, I didn't see it. Oh my lord. What the hell?
Interaction between Foundation...
Here, hold on, I'll do this real quick.
Videos, TikToks, or any other documentation of the entity, and promptly smash them on the ground in front of them. It's not like they're going to stay mad, they're all getting their memories wiped anyway. If SCP-1233 stays in the area for an unusually long amount of time, a mass amnestization of the town or city where it landed may be authorized. Though the task force is permitted to interact with civilians in order to slow the spread of information and provide cover stories, no interaction between Foundation personnel and SCP-1233 is permitted under any circumstances, even if they think it would be really funny. No matter how epic your Moon Man prank might be, it's never worth your life. Now go check out NASA Lies SCP-2000 Space.
Well, I guess that was the end of it anyway. But honestly, it's just like, all things considered, I mean, especially with this lore in the universe of SCP, I mean, it seems like the SCP Foundation is fucking horrible at hiding their results, their creatures, their experiments, whatever you want to call them. Like, I mean, they're not exactly great at making sure that, you know, they're stayed inside and stuff like that. Because a lot of stories I hear about these different SCPs and stuff, at least, like I said, the ones I have heard are like, well, it seems like they have a horrible job at, you know, well, containing them and researching them and stuff. Ugh. Oh my fucking Christ alive, it is almost fucking 5 a.m. Almost pulling the goddamn all-nighter at this rate. Fuck. I mean, to be fair, it's kind of hard to hide certain things when you got shit that's virtually indestructible. I mean, to be fair, but at that point, then why fuck with it? It's like, why are you meddling with shit like that that's basically like god-level indestructibility? It's like, I mean, at that point, you might as well just, like, leave it alone and, you know, and shit. I guess, I mean, some level, you can't necessarily, like, stop it, I suppose. Like, if you got, like, the Moon Man coming in and abducting people and yeeting them into space and shit, like the Moon Champion or whatever, it's just like, I mean, I guess you can't control that. I mean, you know, but... Do you support Moon Champion's dog currency system? Not really, no. I would not trade Zukov over for, like, another, like, you know, to get, like, 3 dogs or something. I wouldn't trade him over. Like, I literally said, like, when that came up, I was just like, nah, I will literally fight him. Yeah, I will literally fight him to get my dog back. I want that, but also for cats. I'm sure the Moon Champion did not discriminate. I'm sure he also did that for cats. I'm sure that also was going on as well. One of my friends on Telegram sent me this meme earlier Pre-Halloween reminder. No one likes your kids enough to give them free drugs. No shit. It's too costly for us, people. Hey, parents, it costs too much money for us druggies, to give free drugs to kids, okay? We're not going to be doing that. We're just going to tell them to wait until they're older and have a job so they have money so then they can actually buy it themselves. And they're like, we're going to wait until then. Like, nope. Anyway, actually I'm about to be the 6-hour mark exactly. So, I am definitely hungry, so I think I'm gonna grab myself some food, smoke this last bowl and all that fun shit, and yeah, it's all good. Definitely at least be over the 6-hour mark, that's for sure. Wait, Moon Champion. At last, I find a canine to join me in my quest with you, your wife. Oh, damn it, Moon Champion. Get back here! Give me back my dog, you fucking piece of shit! Niet! I have pizza and I also have beef taquitos. What do I want? I've had taquitos in a while. I'm going taquitos. Man, I wish I had an air fryer, because putting those fuckers in an air fryer would be so fucking good right about now. But I have a microwave and an oven that doesn't work anymore. Well, kind of. It barely works. Last beam. Alright. About to be every plug's Halloween special. Check your kids' drugs. Found a candy in mine. Oh my god. Okay, yep, that was worth it. I had to save that. That was worth a save. That was worth this fucking save. God damn it. Check the drugs, kids. I found a candy in mine. That's a problem. I paid for an ounce, but most of it's just as fucking Snickers. Yeah, because you're gonna need it once you start getting pissed off. Oh my god, dude, that's the best candy bar to put in there, too. Because you're gonna need a moment and need to have Snickers. Oh my god, okay, that was funny. That's a good one. Holy shit. I may have to load one more bowl of smoke into that one. I mean, holy shit, that was just a good... I'm definitely gonna send that meme, just for that in context, as a response to the one that was sent on my Telegram chat with that one. Because that one, that's actually a pretty good, response to it. If anything. Oh my goodness. Anyway. I'll call it good for the last little bit even. Well, I guess it's the morning, technically. I don't fucking know. It's late shit. But I'll call it good at least for, the rest of the stream, so. Peace out, and of course, I shall be back around for